A hooded man walks away down a dark alley. Two guys sit on the steps behind him. One spits to provoke him, but it lands near the foot of the guy sitting beside him. The guy freaks out and curses, while the hooded man keeps walking without looking back. This place was the studio district, which was loud and filthy day in and out. And tucked away was this hooded man's tiny 180-square-foot rooftop home. He was exasperated to have ramen again for dinner. His name is Bong Joo-hyuk, 25 years old, unemployed and currently juggling 3 part-time jobs in the convenience store, barbecue joint, and day labor. And this boy right here is our main character. Even working like a dog, he could never save money, and the reason was simple. It was due to debt. A debt he had to pay off no matter how miserably he has to do it. He had no special skills. Simply, he's just a working body, thus, there's no bright future waiting for him. He was thinking of how his mediocre bottom-feeder life when suddenly a screen appeared in front of him and displayed that he had awakened. He freezes mid-bite, noodles hanging from his mouth. His eyes widen in shock, sweat running down his face. The hot sensation registered to him, and he drops his noodles, splashing them everywhere, and yells that he was scared out of his mind. He was confused. Awakening was considered a blessing. It was a chance to grab a jackpot and completely turn one's life around. It was even better luck than winning the lottery. But the thing was, he could only enjoy that if he's actually alive. Entering a tower was insanely dangerous. He could get torn apart by a monster, die freezing or burning in extreme climates, or from poisoning. There's also the possibility of falling into a trap and getting crushed to death, and so on. Even when he sees injustice, he generally turns a blind eye. He avoids dangerous situations at all costs to the point that he never walks under construction sites. He considers himself a bottom feeder and a nobody, and he lived that way for 25 years. And now he was being told that he had awakened, naturally. He would doubt this. He even thought that he just dozed off because he's tired. He called the status window. And it actually appeared. It showed that he's affiliated with Black Tower, Korea, and he's at level 1 with the trait summon, and he could summon 1 at the moment. His trait skills were targeted summon, random summon, and dismiss. And his common skill was to enter the tower once daily and his tower inventory. Seeing that it's all there, he started to believe that it was real. Awakened were granted an ability known as trait. The types range from swordsmanship, spearmanship, shield arts, archery, and martial arts. There's even gigantification, heavy swing, summoning, healing, and many others. Among them, summoning involves spirits, phantom beasts, golems, demonic beasts, and so on. It was generally known as the ability to command specific types of summoned creatures. It made him curious on what kind of summoner he would be. Now that he awakened, he thought of casting a skill with some flair. Our boy tried to look cool and shouted, "Summon!" Nothing happened, so he embarrassingly tried random summon. But there was nothing. He remembered that it doesn't work outside. A player's ability, including skills, were only valid inside the tower and cannot be manifested in the outside world. Aside from checking the system status window, a player was no different from an ordinary civilian while outside the tower. Anyone with an internet connection knew that. He felt like an idiot. So now, he firmly believed that there was no way a skill would actually activate outside a tower. Unexpectedly, the screen displayed the initialization of random summon. His eyes widened when he saw that. Then, a glowing door suddenly appeared, and a man showed up. He looks completely freaked out. His eyes are wide, he's sweating a lot, and his mouth is open as he panics, not understanding why it's working. Moreover, the summon was a person. The man answered that he's completely human and gave him a salute. Joo-hyuk couldn't fathom that it was a successful summon, even though he wasn't in a tower. And it's not just a normal summon like a spirit or a golem, but a human. This human smelled something. He got excited when he saw a ramen and asked if he could take 1 bite. Joo-hyuk simply replied, "Sure." The red-haired man happily took the ramen. Behind him, Joo-hyuk stands frozen, staring in disbelief. He realizes that instead of something dangerous, he summons a shameless freeloader who only takes 1 bite. The noodles were being slurped vigorously. This red-haired man sweats buckets from the hotness level. Joo-hyuk thought of him as a spice wimp for thinking that mild udon was spicy. Moving on from that, he was still baffled on how a skill successfully activated outside the tower, and a human summon at that. He never heard of such a thing. He opened the status window, which showed him that he could summon humans and demi-humans on the range that they were R grade, rare, SR grade, super rare, SSR grade, special super rare, up to LSSR, legend special super rare. Aside from that, seamless communication was possible between the summoner and the summoned in all situations. It was news to him that there were rares. He felt like he's pulling for game characters or something. Then, the system informed him that he was bound by the 3 mandates. The 3 mandates of the summons are: first, the summons shall protect the summoner's life above all else; second, the summons shall obey the summoner's commands absolutely; and third, in the event of a conflict between Mandate 1 and Mandate 2, Mandate 1 takes precedence. He likes the sound of absolute obedience. Then it made him curious on who exactly was the human that he had just summoned. The details flashed on the screen. It showed that the man was the Cruel Guild's insane assassin, and his name was John Cossack. Grade was SR, super rare, and he's a human assassin. His manifestation limit was 6 hours with no satisfaction rating, and 3 hours cooldown applied after dismissal. Aside from this, he's the Cruel Assassin Guild's biggest headache. Basically, he's a complete lunatic. However, his mission success rate was 99%. He even succeeded in assassinating a 5th Circle Dark Mage. The random information flowed to Juyok's head, causing him pain. Until he sensed something. He was falling from nothingness, and when he almost hit the ground, he saw an assassin coming. He braced himself, but the assassin just passed through him without even noticing him. Seeing the scene before him, he realized what it was. It was John's past. He skillfully beheaded some men, but he finds him strange, because he wrapped the heads with a red ribbon like a gift. It could be why he was called insane. John glanced behind. His end was the result of a single failure. He visited the room of the assassination's target, but this target was the Empire's strongest swordmaster. Before he could do anything, his body was already cut in half, and that was his final memory. At the present moment, John went behind Juyok and inquired what he was thinking about. That spooked Juyok. Juyok stumbles back in shock. He slips and flails his arms, shouting in surprise as he loses his balance. John didn't mean to scare him. He just wanted to ask if he had any orders for him. Juyok forced himself not to be scared, especially when it was stated clearly that the summoned show absolute obedience to the summoner's commands. He took a deep breath and ordered him to clear away the ramen pot and wipe the table too. John had no trouble following those orders. Juyok noticed that he was fast and hadn't had a single complaint. He realized that John had done everything he says. He clarified with him if absurd requests were out of the question. John simply replied that he obeys his summoner's words unconditionally. He tested that by making him bark for him. He wanted him to act like a dog. John stopped wiping the table, and it made Juyok scared that he had crossed the line. Especially when John was a powerhouse in his past life, so his pride must be immense. It made him worried that he would snap. But John barked happily, and it left him speechless. With a dumbfounded expression, he gave a thumbs up as he confirmed this absolute obedience. Suddenly, someone banged on his door. They knew he was inside and demanded that he open up. He had forgotten that it was the day the interest was due. Immediately, he told John to get up. Apparently, Juyok borrowed 10 million won. No bank would lend it to him, so out of desperation, he went to a loan shark. His father had slipped on ice and fractured his hip, and he needed the money for surgery, plus his little brother's college tuition. He had no other choice. He thought he could pay it back quickly, but the principal remains untouched, and he has already paid back over 5 million won just in interest. He knew it was a stupid move, but he had no other choice. Even if he were to go back, he would have made the same choice. They insist on seeing him to check if he's okay. He whipped his head towards John's direction. John already had his dagger out and was ready to sever the man's head in his command. But that wasn't Juyok's intention. Seeing the way he acts, he knew he'd cause a disaster. He told him to hide in the bathroom and not move a muscle there while keeping his mouth shut. John wanted to know if he's even allowed to breathe. He was relieved when Juyok replied yes. As soon as Juyok opened the front door, a hand was wrapped on his nape. This scary-looking man confirmed that he looked healthy and expressed that he was worried he might be sick or something when the interest payment didn't come through. Juyok didn't dare to move and simply apologized that he forgot. And then he informed him that he just sent the transfer. The man told him that if it was too tough, he shouldn't force himself and suggested that if he's desperate, he could always carve out an organ and sell it. He added that life gets a whole lot easier with just one kidney. One of those thugs suggested that the punk has a little brother. The man agreed that the brother works too, especially that the younger they are, the better the price. Hearing that made Juyok's face turn grim. The man noticed his expression and commented that it looked like he was ready to take a swing at him. When he looked up, he had an awkward smile and told the man that he would never do that. That man warned him to watch himself unless he wanted to die without a soul ever knowing. And then he slammed the door and left. Ju-hyuk lets out a sigh of relief. John came out of the bathroom. He was impressed that he stayed perfectly hidden and quiet. John replied that it was because it was his command. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk felt tired. He had double shifts at work, an awakening, a human summon, and a visit from loan sharks to top it off. The debt made him consider climbing the tower, but he knew even if money was great, there was no way a coward like him could survive climbing the tower. John asked what he should do. He asked him if there was something he wanted to do, and if he wanted to return, he would dismiss the summon for him. John asked if he could watch some TV. Ju-hyuk had no idea how he knew about TV and ramen, but he's fine with it. He allowed him to do that, so John planned to watch a few episodes of a drama. John watched while he went to bed. Ju-hyuk thought that even though he was a summoned being, feeling someone's presence wasn't so bad. And he actually felt comforted, because he had worked himself to death. Sleep took over him. And the next day, his alarm rang at 8 a.m. He got up and saw John wasn't there, so he thought the summon was dismissed. He wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened since he had a memory of seeing the system window in his sleep. He got up to go prepare for work when the news was shown. While he was brushing his teeth, it was reported on the news that in Jongno-gu, Seoul, all the offices of the illegal loan shark firm, Smile Cash had encountered a gruesome murder. That caught his attention. And when he heard that 3 victims were beheaded, he dropped his toothbrush. On top of that, the victims' heads were found wrapped in red ribbons. He immediately thought of John Cossack. He turned pale when he realized he just summoned a total psychopath murderer. The shocking Smile Cash murder was major news at that time. Their bodies lay in their own pool of blood, and it was evident that one finger of a man was broken, and their heads were displayed like presents. When Ju-hyuk saw it, he got extremely anxious for being fucked. Looking at it again, he couldn't deny that it was made by John. While he was at work, he saw a head with a ribbon, and it was the loan shark's head being placed in the table to be calculated. It shocked him. All he could see now was this headless torso holding a head with a ribbon and the other heads on the shelves. It made him back away when he hit the shelves behind him. But, well, he was hallucinating. The customer asked if he's okay. He apologized and assisted her at once. After the shift, he realized that he couldn't work at his state. He decided to take a break from all his part-time jobs tomorrow. He sighed, as he wondered if people were dying because of him. At his home. He looked at John's details. At the catalog, he was branded as the Cruel Guild's crazy assassin, and his rank was super rare. Type is a human assassin. He has a manifestation limit of 6 hours, no satisfaction rating, and re-summon cooldown for 3 hours. Ji-hyuk knew that he wouldn't harm a summoner, but it was still scary for him. He summoned him, but the screen showed him something else. He was being requested to leave a satisfaction rating for John. He realized now what it was in the catalog. He told him to watch TV, but he went and committed murder that he didn't even order, so he wanted to give him 1 star for being so insolent. His annoyance to him was shown by him putting up a middle finger. That was what he wanted to give, but he knew he shouldn't be that heartless, so he gave him 3 stars instead. Since his mother's job was a rental water purifier coordinator, he knew very well how heartbreaking a low satisfaction rating is. After that, John was summoned. John greeted him with a smile and thanked him for the 3 stars. He promised to work harder. Looking at how innocent he looks, Ju-hyuk would even doubt if he had killed people. He straightforwardly asked him if he killed those men who went into his house. John proudly admitted that he took care of them last night. Ju-hyuk gasped when he confirmed that he's the culprit. He became terrified when he realized that the man in front of him was a murderer. Suddenly, his stomach churns and his heart races. He calmed himself down since he was absolutely sure that John wouldn't harm him. He asked him how he had done that when he wouldn't even know where their office was. John revealed that he planted a mark of pursuit when those bastards barged into his house. He wondered if that was something like a skill. He asked why he would go that far. John reasoned that they were a threat, so it was better to deal with them in advance. Ju-hyuk argued that he didn't even order him. Then John revealed that it was because of the summon's 3 laws Article 3. It stated that if Law 1 and 2 conflict, Law 1 is prioritized. Simply put, absolute obedience, however, if the summoner is in a dangerous situation, it could be ignored. Ju-hyuk asked if he would disobey if the summoner ordered him to kill him. John replied that he's correct. He told him that there was no actual threat, so he suggests that it was an arbitrary judgment. John agreed that Article 3 could be interpreted broadly. John's view was that those bastards were risk factors that would inevitably threaten the summoner's life someday, and this was a very reasonable judgment. Ju-hyuk argued that it was psycho-like. He realized what he just said and apologized. John was fine with it since he had heard such words often. It's not that Juhyok doesn't understand, but it could be an extremely dangerous situation. For example, he just walked on the street with John and accidentally bumped shoulders into someone looking like a thug, and that person would probably threaten him with words like, "Do you want to die? I'll pluck your eyes out," but doesn't actually mean to do it. But according to John's interpretation, they would end up with a ribbon on their head without their body. He was in such a predicament. John admits that he was wrong. He asked why he's suddenly kneeling. He explained to him that murder wasn't for his sake. Rather, it could turn into a difficult situation because of it. John reasoned that no one would know. He expects him not to do it again, but John couldn't guarantee that Juhyok made him promise that only do it when a knife was actually pointed at his throat. He didn't want John doing things like that based on speculations. John promised to judge the situation well. His answer was energetic. Since they're done with this conversation, he wants him to go back now. But John brought up something. He asked him if he's not climbing the tower, and Juhyok was caught off guard with this question. He knew that climbing the tower was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he was scared, and it was too dangerous. He could get killed. He inquired if there was another summoner who summoned him just like he did. John replied that there was, and that person was a truly strong and brave person. Juhyok felt ashamed. He realized that someone uses their ability, awakening, to save the world. He admitted that he doesn't have the courage to risk his life. John was about to say something about him, and he cuts him off saying that he's a pathetic coward. But John said that he's the best summoner. He wasn't expecting that. John told him that the greatest virtue of a summoner was safety first, that being brave was poison. A brave summoner was dangerous, and they'll never know when he'll die. And when he died, they couldn't come out either. John assured him that he would do all the dirty work. He encouraged him to keep playing it safe and live to a ripe old age. That night, he slept fitfully while worrying about whether to climb the tower or not. He reasoned that tower climbing wasn't for him. He just wanted to live gratefully that the debt disappeared along with the debt collectors. He planned to do just safe and ordinary work, and thought that if he lives diligently like that, everything would get better. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father. He asked if he had been doing his rehab diligently. He was informed that they had to move to a bigger hospital, and his mother was getting fired. His father told him not to worry too much, and that he only called because there was no contract from him. He told him that he'll make time to visit next time, and they would eat together. His father told him not to overwork himself. The call eventually ended, and right after that, he put on the safety personnel full set. He told himself to just go to the first floor to peek for a moment and come out, and if it was dangerous, he could just exit immediately. The timing was right since he took the time off from all his part-time jobs. He was about to do the summoning. But he remembered that he doesn't necessarily have to insist on the crazy John. He thought of summoning something else, and maybe a legendary special super rare rank would pop up. But a random summon was unavailable. It was on cooldown, and he still has 28 days, 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining. He didn't know that there was a cooldown, and it was a whole month, so he had no choice but to summon John. He wondered if John knew that he tried to summon someone else. He couldn't look him in the eye. He informed John that they'll be entering the tower. John's initial reaction was that he's brave, but told him to cancel that and he shouldn't be brave. Juhyok assured him that he only plans to get a taste of it and get out. John told him to throw away those crude things, and instead, he would become his tool and hunting dog. He planned to do everything once inside the tower and assured Juhyok that he won't have to lift a finger. He was asked if he would like to enter the Korea Black Tower. The current accessible floor was the first floor. He confirmed their entry, and it was like they were falling. He screamed loudly while John hung on to his clothes. Everything suddenly shifts. Juhyok is pulled into a glowing digital space, his body falling as streams of light and numbers rush past him. Juhyok gasps in fear. His face goes pale, eyes squeeze shut, as he panics while being pulled through the glowing space. John grabs onto him, holding him tightly as they're pulled downward together, and they safely reach the ground. He saw that the first floor was completely a wasteland. Suddenly, he felt sick and vomited on the side. John asked if he's okay and told him that he'll get used to it soon. After that, John led the way, and they moved out of the safe zone. The system improved Juhyok's physical abilities according to level. Characteristics and combat skills had been available for use. Now, he knew what it felt like being a player. Even though he's level 1, he felt quite strong. The first floor mission was to defeat 5 tough-skinned, fatty grubs within 2 hours. Currently, they were at 0 out of 5, and if he could fail due to death or forfeiting the mission. John saw them up ahead. Juyak knew that the first floor was a place to test one's skills. The tough-skinned fatty grub was like a scarecrow. Concept. Its attack power was almost non-existent, but they say its skin was tough, so it's hard to kill easily. Other players managed to catch one in about 30 minutes at best, and now he's a player too. He was determined to try catching one. John asked if there was a need for him to suffer unnecessarily. Juyak approached one, and then he remembered he needed a weapon. He turned to borrow one from John, but the tough-skinned fatty grubs had risen, and it loomed over him. He turned pale, and he turned towards it. He asked John for help. John affirmed that it was a wise decision. John dashed towards it, and in just one hit, its head exploded. Then he charges towards the others while telling Juyak to stand back. He had his daggers in his hands and he looked thrilled. He threw those daggers and hit several tough-skinned fatty grubs simultaneously. Then he activated a blade explosion, and those that were stabbed all exploded. Juyak was amazed. It was an instant kill. With that, he succeeded in the first floor mission, and the reward was 100 magic stones. He also received an S++ clear rank for the first floor of the Black Tower, Korea. That gave him a platinum badge. He was in bliss when he realized it was too easy. He imagined getting rich soon, but he didn't know it yet. In some parts of Korea, people's screens showed up. Some were training when it happened. The others were in a club. That same notice popped up for every player in South Korea. Now he could challenge the second floor. He was transported out of Black Tower, Korea. Now he knew he was to be returned immediately after clearing the floor. It still made him sick. He checked the time and saw that it only took 5 minutes. John praised him for the good work. He answered that he didn't do anything but to stand still, and John affirmed that it was the right thing to do. Juyak heard that others barely finish when they're exhausted from beating grubs to death, but it was too simple. He checked the magic stone that he got. It was his first time seeing the real thing. Magic stone was an important resource indispensable in the current industry. The price has dropped a lot compared to the early days of the tower creation, so now it's about 50,000 won per 100 grams. Since 20 years had passed since Black Towers appeared in countries all over the world, most ordinary people know the general common sense about the towers, but a platinum badge was something he had never heard of. But regardless, he was pumped since he earned 50,000 won in just 3 minutes. John went to watch a drama. Juhyok ordered some food and invited John to eat. John smelled the food. He asked if it was spicy jokbal. Juhyok told him that he ordered regular jokbal because he said he can't eat spicy food, but he smelled something spicy. Juhyok realized that he had 0 tolerance for spicy food. John happily ate and thanked him for his grace. Juhyok wondered if that's his usual way of speaking. John asked what he meant, and he explained that he shortened the endings with seumda and imda. He explained that it was because he hung out with his previous summoner for a long time. Juhyok realized that it was something like an ex-boyfriend's influence. In their case, it would be ex-summoner's influence. John told him that if it was uncomfortable to hear, he would fix it. He replied that it was fun to keep hearing it. Juhyok had become certain that the tower wasn't dangerous at all, or rather, it was doable. The next morning, he posted an alpha male's daily routine. It was his schedule. He had a convenience store during the day, charcoal grill restaurant at night. He decided not to do the part-time labor job he was doing in between. Instead, he would be heading home and doing tower clearing with John. So, that day, he summoned John again, who had received another 5-star rating. Juhyok admits that if he could give 10 points, he would do it. John was glad that he was satisfied. He inquired if the satisfaction rating was important. John explained that the better the rating, the more benefits arise. For example, the manifestation time, rank increase, and needless to say, the chance to receive calls. They entered the second floor of the Black Tower. The second floor mission was to defeat 10 quick-witted fatty grubs. The time limit is 2 hours, and his current status was 0 out of 10. If he dies or forfeits, he fails. He realized that the second floor grubs were tricky because they move around everywhere, and they were faster than he thought. He asked what he should do on the second floor. John told him that there won't even be time for that, because it will be done in 3 minutes. He told him that he'd finish quickly and escort him home. Juhyok suggested that they eat chicken and have some beer too when they got back. John thanked him for that, and then he went to cut those quick-witted fatty grubs. Juhyok thinks it was insane. He finished the second floor mission and leveled up. The reward was a 200 grams magic stone. He was notified that he had achieved an S++ clear rank for the second floor of the Black Tower in Korea. He was awarded with a platinum badge. Receiving S++ again made him wonder if it was allowed to be that easy. It was just too fast, and he can even go in and out before going to his morning part-time job. The next day, they proceeded to do the third floor mission, which was to defeat 10 ice-cold fatty grubs. John told him that his landing had improved, and in a few minutes, they succeeded in the third floor mission. His reward was a 300 grams magic stone, and again, he achieved an S++ clear rank for the third floor of the Black Tower, Korea. He was awarded with another platinum badge, and then the same success happened on the fourth floor. It was also duplicated on the fifth floor. He'd collected 5 S++ rank platinum badges, and that entitles him for a special perk. The special perk was an awakening trait enhancement. Due to the special perk effect, the number of simultaneous summons increases to 2. The status screen showed Juyak was now at level 6, and he could simultaneously summon 2. His catalog was empty. His trait skills were designated Summon, Random Summon, and Summon Release. His general skills were Tower Entry once a day, and Tower Exclusive Inventory. He doesn't have any combat skills. It means that he could keep one more person with him, when John alone was already streamrolling everything. He realized that an S++ clear reward was insanely good. It could turn into a long-term battle going forward, and he would be way safer. He has 20 days left to use Random Summon again. He decided to hold out until then. Then after 20 days, all 3 of them could go together. While he enjoys the free ride, those 2 could keep breaking through, and tomorrow was another climb to the 6th floor. The next day, at Hanamdong, Seoul, Republic of Korea Awakener Management Administration. It looked like the 2 men on the couch were waiting for something. A man was wondering if it would appear in the morning or evening or maybe late at night. The woman in the suit approached him and asked if he was waiting for the announcement. He was startled. He turned red and told her to stop reading people like that. This man is Jeon Gwang-il, an Awakener Management Administration team leader, and the woman is Lee Min-ae, an Awakener Management Administration Deputy Director. He asked if a new announcement was up. She replied yes and shared that it was the Black Tower, Korea, 6th floor S++ rank clear. The Black Tower's global announcements have been ringing repeatedly lately, and every single one contains news of an S++ rank clear. Gwang-il could tell that it's definitely one person. Floors 1 to 5 were cleared in order. So he thought that it was without a doubt the owner of unprecedented, overwhelming talent. And if every floor were cleared in S++ rank... His thought was cut off when someone slammed the table. It was Park Gyeong-soo, director of the Awakener Management Administration. He said that the highest in Korea was rank A. They didn't even know higher ranks existed, or that an S++ clear triggered a global announcement. In that day's international society, player naturalization was quite common. There were even secret abductions happening behind the scenes. And so before another country snatches them away, they had to find the player immediately. He ordered them to keep close watch on every newly registered player. 2 days later, Juyok's goal was the 8th floor. He was glad to clear 1 floor a day without any trouble. Up to the 10th floor, it's basically the beginner zone, so everything was going smoothly. The floor was a swamp, and their mission was to defeat 10 red thorn frog warriors. The frog warrior attacked them. John took out his dagger, and in no time, he slashed those warriors continuously. The system notified Juyok of his completion of the 8th floor mission. His reward was an 800-gram magic stone and 5 tower exclusive healing potion. He had achieved an S++ rank on the Black Tower, Korea 8th floor. Platinum badge had also been awarded. John affirmed him with his great work, but he didn't even do anything every day. John told him that just entering the tower was the hardest part. He told him that thanks to him, they were able to climb easily. John reminded him not to let his guard down, since after the late 10th floors, it won't be so easy. It was another 3 minutes clear, so he thought of giving him a present. He gave him allowance and told him to go out, have fun, and eat something too, since he still has plenty of manifestation time left. But he reminded him not to cause any trouble. But John refused him, and it left him baffled. John explained that he couldn't leave his side, so he'll just watch TV at home. He realized that absolute obedience applies to stuff like that too. He suggested we order some chicken instead, and that made John excited. John made the call and ordered something good. Definitely, it wasn't spicy. While he's doing that, Juyok decides to check the rewards. A new reward as a tower exclusive healing potion. He set it aside for John. He placed the stones on his table and wondered what he should do with it. He already had 3.6 kilograms in his inventory. If he sells them, it's about 1.8 million won. He deemed it was time to think about cashing out. Eventually, day 10 of climbing the Black Tower arrived. It meant that they were approaching the 10th floor. Juhyuk just got home from his part-time job. While changing clothes, he pondered on how at first he thought of just dipping his toes into the tower, but he had been climbing one floor a day without missing a beat. Yesterday's 9th floor, the jungle man eating corpse flower, was easy too. He expected to clear the missions given, but the S++ clear rewards were such a bonus. He felt so reassured to the point that he had forgotten that John was a crazy assassin who killed 3 people. He summoned him. He gave him 5 points again. And due to continued accumulation of top ratings, John's manifestation time increases by 1 hour. Seeing that, Juhyuk deemed that it was worth it giving the highest score. John made a huge heart using his arms and thanked him. Now he could support him for 1 more hour. They entered the Black Tower, Korea. Physical abilities have been enhanced to match his level and trait, and combat skills have been made available. At around the 10th floor, he could really feel it. He was pertaining to the recalibration of physical abilities inside the tower. He was overflowing with strength, and a mysterious mana stirring in his lower abdomen. It led him to think that he had become an untamable wild horse now. Seeing himself that way, he confidently told John that he would help out too. John doesn't want him to. If he would have even just a scratch, John would smash his head into the ground. But he insists since he's already a wild horse. John tries to convince him by saying that his encouragement and praise were more than enough. He kept saying that he wanted to fight together, but when he turned his head, he saw a huge eye. It was a large insect. He got frightened. It made him wonder how other players even kill it. He uttered that sending 2 people out to kill a mere insect does hurt a human pride. John had no idea what he's suddenly saying, and clarified that there was nothing about pride damaging about it, but he argued that it hurts his pride a lot, seeing how scary that 10th floor boss was. He let John do the fighting. The large praying mantis attacked John. John jumped and ran along its body. He looked serious, and with his swift movements, he started slashing its body into pieces. Just like that, they had successfully completed the mission on the 10th floor. The reward was 1 kilogram of magic stones. Again, he achieved an S++ rank clear and got awarded with a platinum badge. John approached him and told him that the mission was complete. It gained them access to the 11th floor. They got transported out of the Black Tower. Now that he received 1 kilogram of magic stones, he now has a total of 5.5 kilograms. And since he already got a perk at 5 platinum badges, as expected, when he got 10, he received another perk. He looked forward to it. His perk was to copy 1 skill possessed by a summoned entity. The list were Blade Explosion, Shock Break, Vile Ambush, Poison Dagger, Shadow Step, Disruption, Stealth, Invisibility, Polymorph. John noticed him and suggested that it should be a Shadow Step without a doubt. At first he was confused about what he was talking about. Then John clarified that for the skill copy, he didn't have to think about it. He had to learn Shadow Step. He asked for the reason, and he told him that it was convenient for running away. If something happens to him, Juhyuk would be able to move fast and quietly. He felt offended that John suggested that he run away. He wondered if he looked like someone who would abandon everyone just to survive alone. He chose the Shadow Step. He agreed that fast footwork was genuinely seriously important in combat. He thought of the saying that footwork was the life of a fight. He wondered if it worked in the real world too, so he tested it outside his house. But it didn't. He complained about the inconsistency, because the summoning worked and yet the skill didn't. The next day, it was the 11th day of tower climbing. He called the Awakener Management Administration call center. He reported that he had awakened. He was celebrated and informed that a government staff would visit his home to give him support. Before he could tell his address, they already confirmed that they would arrive shortly. After this ordinary citizen contacted the Awakener administration to sell magic stones, he felt drained. It was the bravest decision of his 25-year life. Meanwhile, Awakener administration staff were outside. Director Lee rode the car with Gwang-il. Gwang-il asked about the Awakener who contacted them from Daegu yesterday. She replied that she doesn't think they were the owner of the S++ record. Gwang-il started to wonder if that person truly exists. She informed him that another awakening request came in and asked if he would come too. He replied yes, since they had to run themselves ragged while they could. If it was the person they were looking for, he planned to bring that person into their elite team, even if they have to pour out the best benefits the administration could offer. Concurrently, Juhyuk was cleaning his home. The Awakener Management Administration staff arrived as expected. He opened the door and invited them in. Team leader John Gwang-il introduced himself, and he introduced Deputy Director Lee Min-ae. He told her that she's a player too, so Ju-hyuk could freely ask her anything. Seeing that a woman came too, it made him more nervous. She got too close to him and it made him blush. And she knew at once that it was him. The S++. Ju-hyuk panics and screams, throwing his arms up in shock as he reacts without thinking. And then her statement dawned on him. It made him wonder if there was some Awakener identification method that he doesn't know about. He opted to deny it for now and act natural. But his actions betrayed him. He was stiff like a robot when he replied that he heard about it, but it wasn't him. His action was a textbook behavior of someone lying, and it didn't escape her eyes. Gwang-il smacked her while telling her not to probe people. She dodged his hand and replied that she would. He apologized for being rude to him. Ju-hyuk assumed that she was just testing him. A cute, chibi character pops up. It's a small black tower with wings, holding a star wand, and striking a playful pose, introducing itself as Tabi, the mascot of the Korea Black Tower. And it discussed the tower, pitch black and ominous in appearance, with an overwhelming size that can't even be compared to the tallest buildings on Earth. It appeared all over the world overnight 20 years ago. Every country revealed themselves and deployed soldiers and scientists, but no one could approach it. It was physically impossible to access, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. The question on what exactly it was had been answered when players appeared. The tower has a game-like structure where players climb it floor by floor. Players were just like ordinary people outside the tower, but inside the tower, they could wield powerful abilities and skills. They upgrade equipment using various rewards obtained from the tower and continue greatly to the global economy. There was a question on what happens if it wasn't climbed. Basically, if the new upper floors were not updated within a 6-month period, a countdown begins. And eventually the tower collapses. 3 years ago, that's how the city of Mumbai in India disappeared. It was known that each country has between 1 and 3 black towers, and Korea has 1. It was located deep in the mountains of Gangwon province. The number of players was estimated at 0.01% to 0.02% of the population, so that was around 5,000 to 10,000 people. There weren't that many. Still, Korea's Black Tower progression was going smoothly. With the 65th floor cleared, it was the second highest record after the United States' 66th floor. But there was nothing to worry, because their society has heroes called players. Just as humanity once pioneered new continents, humanity today was exploring and understanding the Black Tower. And the Awakened was the hope of the era. So they were encouraged to register as an official player, and they might become a hero too. That concludes the mandatory viewing material. Now Gwang-il would have to ask for some verifications. He asked if he was truly awakened. Ju-hyuk replied yes, and shared that he entered the tower and had done some clearing too. He showed them the magic stones. Then he was asked how many floors he had reached, and he replied 10. Gwang-il and Minna subtly looked at each other because that was the same floor as the S++ grade record. Now she started to suspect him. She asked him if he heard about the recent issue called the Global Notice. He tried to act natural as he answered that he had heard it too, and yet he doesn't know who it was. He added that he seemed like an amazing player. Given his stiff acting, Gwang-il told him that there was no need to be nervous, but they wondered if it was just excessive nervousness. They started to get suspicious. They proceeded in the contract terms. The government manages players by dividing them into 2 groups. The first group is the elite climbing team, and the second is the general climbing team. The general team plans and acts on their schedules. It was like being a freelancer. On the other hand, the elite team maintains a much closer relationship with the government's Awakener Management Administration. There were obligations for high floor raids, but they could receive various forms of support and benefits. One of them was the personal protection outside the tower, because the players were just ordinary people outside the tower. Also, if he belongs to the elite team, he would receive a basic annual salary. Ju-hyuk imagined what would happen had it been revealed that he's the S++ record holder. The media would flock at him and ask him about being a loner in Hanam-dong, an affluent neighborhood in the county. He would rather die than get that kind of attention. Gwang-il informs him that when he applies to the elite team, he would have to record his raid footage using the body cam that they provided. But to their surprise, Ju-hyuk didn't want to apply for the elite team. He's already satisfied with the general team. Gwang-il couldn't understand since the conditions were better. He answered that he didn't have talent, and that he's scared. Stopping at a reasonable floor and getting reasonable rewards was enough for him. Gwang-il encouraged him to think over it slowly, but he was firm that he had made a decision. Mine sighed, thinking that it was another miss this time too. There were plenty of people who stop at a certain point and farm safely, but this was the first time someone has said it bluntly during testing. That kind of coward makes him unqualified. Even if he applied for the elite team, he's the type that must never be accepted. The most important virtue of the elite team was the will to climb. They respected his decision. Then Gwang-il requested him to enter the tower because it was the final procedure they needed to confirm awakening. And since it would be a waste to lose his once-per-day entry, he suggested that he do some clearing while he's in there. Ju-hyuk could sense that he was subtly probing and trying to confirm whether he reached S++ until the end. He agreed to clear while he's there, but he warned them that he usually uses up the full-time limit, so it might take close to 2 hours. It was fine for those two since it was part of their job. Min-ae encouraged him to take his time and not feel pressured. He prepared himself. Before he goes, he tells them to watch TV and grab drinks from the fridge, because he might take a while. And then he left. After seeing him vanish, Gwang-il confirmed that he's truly awakened. He asked Min-ae what she thinks. She couldn't comment on his talent, but she noticed how extremely timid he was. His speech and actions were completely meek, so she expects him to give up on the 11th floor. He asked why. She had experienced the 11th floor and it tested a player's fear. He asked if it was the long-tailed tunnel centipede. It wasn't a difficult monster, but the player would have to kill 100 of them with that disgusting appearance. And she thinks someone fearful couldn't do that. She was certain that he would return to the safe zone and abandon the mission. Gwang-il knew that her predictions had been accurate so far. He planned to call the director already since it looked like another bust this time. Meanwhile, at the tower, Ju-hyuk summoned John. John thanked him for summoning him. The 11th floor mission was to defeat 100 long-tailed tunnel centipedes within the time limit of 3 hours. Current condition was 0 out of 100, and death or abandonment leads to failing the mission. Ju-hyuk felt disgusted with the centipede, and 100 of that too. John told him that he would take care of it quickly, like in 5 minutes. But Ju-hyuk wants him to hunt as slowly as possible, like for over an hour, so no S++ clear record was set. He shared that there were eyes watching outside, so he'll also dismiss the summon while inside the tower. John replied that he understood his intention. He knew that showing entry was enough, and yet he insisted on clearing too. He planned it so that his record would be a mess, and he'd be able to escape the S++ record holder net. Then, John started killing centipedes, but he thought it was going too fast he instructed him to go slower. The hunting speed has slowed down significantly, and so he thought at that rate, it would be fine. A centipede suddenly rose from his feet, and that threw him off balance. They were swarming on him, so he had to use a skill to run away, but his body won't respond. John looked panicked when he saw him, so he rushed towards him and cleared the centipedes around him. He was annoyed that they dared to attack the summoner. He killed simultaneously. But Ju-hyuk realized he was going too fast. He told him to go slowly. He ordered him to go as slow as possible, but John refused because he prioritized his life. But Ju-hyuk didn't want him to try that hard. Suddenly, the system notified that the floor was cleared with rank S++, and a platinum badge was awarded. He now has access to the 12th floor. He had this deadpan, unimpressed expression while being transported outside the tower. 5 minutes had passed. Min-ae expected that it was about time he gave up and came out. But to their surprise, the notice appeared. It states that Black Tower, Korea, 11th floor, clear grade S++ has been achieved. And then Ju-hyuk showed up. Min-ae couldn't believe it. Gwang-il asked her what was wrong. She murmured that at the exact moment Ju-hyuk appeared, the S++ grade for the 11th floor popped up. But something's not right. Our boy looked serious. Out of nowhere, our boy Ju-hyuk muttered to himself that he didn't want to go that far. With his summon behind him, Ju-hyuk uttered, "You two will have to be silenced." He ordered John to bind those two immediately, but he beheaded them instead. It made Ju-hyuk scream out loud. He was terrified when he questioned him on who said to cut their heads off. The heads that were wrapped in ribbon called out to him, and he kept apologizing. But that was just his hallucination. In reality, they just sat in front of each other and he started having cold sweat out of the blue. He realized that he unknowingly had a delusion. He composed himself. Gwang-il expressed again that their elite team absolutely needs a talent like him. He forces an awkward smile. He's sweating and clearly nervous, talking fast as he tries to explain things away and pretend everything is just a misunderstanding. He suggests that it just overlapped with another player clearing the 11th floor. Guang-il replied that the timing was too perfect for that. He insists that it was a coincidence and denies that it wasn't him. Guang-il asked him again if it wasn't really him, and he replied yes. Guang-il gave up and told him that since awakening has been confirmed, he'll prepare the contract. But to his surprise, he received an elite contract when he clearly asked for a general contract. Guang-il boasted that it's on a different dimension from the usual cases. So to speak, it was the only contract of its kind in the industry. Because it was an ultra-elite contract, it states an annual salary of 12 billion won plus real estate provided, VVIP protocol, and thorough security. On top of that, immunity privilege. At that point, the player was almost above the law. Juyak realized that it's practically nobility. It was shared to him that currently, it's a benefit only received by the #1 ranked player in Korea, Yu Cheol-min. He urged him to take a look to see that it includes every benefit the nation can offer. But Juyak replied no. He was firm that if it wasn't a general contract, he wouldn't be a player. Guang-il asked why he's refusing so vehemently. He replied that he hates receiving attention. If he gets attention, it would be burdensome. And if it's burdensome, it would be stressful. And it weighs on his heart. They realized that he's an extreme introvert. Also, even if climbing the tower was fun, he's just on the 11th floor and the future was just too uncertain. Guang-il realized that it would just be better to back off for now. He agreed to proceed with a general contract. Juyak knew that if others would see it, they would be frustrated and ask why they wouldn't just coolly stamp the elite contract and climb while receiving benefits. But an elite contract comes with responsibilities equal to what he receives. Even if the player would want to quit clearing floors, they can't because it's a team solely for climbing uncleared upper floors. And he doesn't want such a burden. He's fine as long as he can make a living more comfortably than before. At Seoul Hanamdong Awakening Management Bureau, Director Park received information different from the interim report. It was Guang-il who told him that Juyak was a timid player with no will to climb. He confirmed if such a person was an S++ rank achiever. Guang-il replied yes. The director couldn't comprehend what's happening. He admits that Juyak's personality itself was peculiar. He described him to be a timid type to a rare degree. Director Park asked if they had mistook the person, and Min-ae replied that it was impossible. The timing matched too perfectly. Then the director insists that being timid doesn't matter when it comes to exceptional talent. He wanted them to drag him into the elite team no matter what. Guang-il accepted the task and took it seriously. Meanwhile, Juyak was fuming because he already said no. He was scolding John. He was acting angry, but it was draining him. He warned him that if he did that one more time, there would be no mercy. They entered the 12th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. The mission was to defeat 20 ice-snow icicle spear weasels within the time limit of 3 hours. Juyak summoned John and reminded him to be absolutely slow. Since he saw John answer pleasantly, he had hoped that he could trust him this time. If he clears it normally from then on, he knew the Management Bureau would lose interest in him too. But the place was so cold. He came prepared, but it was colder than he thought. He tried to endure, but John saw his complexion. John got worried and asked if he's okay. He answered that it was bearable. Immediately, John promised to finish as soon as possible and escort him to a warm room. He was about to say he's fine, so he had to do it slowly, but John had already sped off. John told him that if he's not careful, he'll catch a cold, and a cold is an incurable disease, so he deemed that his life was in danger. With that in mind, he killed those monsters one after another, as fast and swift as he could. The system notified him that he earned a perk for collecting 15 platinum badges. The perk was an item called Energy Shield Kit, and it was sent to the tower inventory. Our MC immediately put the bracelet on. This Energy Shield Kit protects the user with a shield that absorbs damage. Once it absorbs a certain amount, it disappears, and it can only be used again after 5 hours. Its effectiveness scales with his level. A barrier slowly enveloped him. It was practically a full suit of armor, and the fact that it didn't have a tower-exclusive modifier meant he could use the shield in the real world, too. He wondered how much it would sell for. He estimated it could be worth around 2 to 3 billion. For a moment, he thought about selling it immediately and retiring from climbing the tower, but then he realized that better rewards might come if he climbed higher. Excited, he asked John if they could clear the 16th floor right away with an S++ rank. John said a clear was possible, but warned him to be cautious since he couldn't guarantee an S++ rank. Juyak didn't expect that answer. Now, he didn't know what to do. John, who was casually eating cookies, asked if something was wrong. Juyak started thinking about selling the bracelet instead. Meanwhile, Director Park grew worried because the global announcements for S++ clears had stopped for quite some time. Min-A replied that it had already been 15 days. Gwang-il added that they checked the records and found the player was currently stuck on the 15th floor. Director Park exploded in anger. He complained about how cruel it was for God to give such incredible talent to such a timid player. Gwang-il admitted that the difficulty rises sharply starting from the 16th floor, but he didn't believe Juhyok had given up. He suggested waiting a little longer. Just then, he received a message. It was from Juhyok. He said he was heading to the Awakener Management Administration to use the player shop. At that moment, Director Park finally realized something, that the player was farming the 15th floor to gather funds for new items. Gwang-il agreed that this seemed likely. After all, Juhyok had been completely unequipped when they visited his home to verify his awakening. Director Park realized how foolish he had been to criticize Juhyok without knowing the truth. He ordered that when Juhyok arrived, he should be allowed to buy any item he wanted at a giveaway price. He regretted his judgment from 15 days ago. Meanwhile, John turned pale and started sweating heavily after hearing Juhyok's request. Juhyok wanted John to stab him with his dagger. John felt like he was being tortured. He told Juhyok that if he was unhappy, he should just beat him to death instead. Juhyok explained that he only wanted to test whether the energy shield worked properly. It wasn't like he asked John to kill him. He couldn't understand why John was making such a big deal over a small poke. John pretended not to hear him, and Juhyok grew frustrated, so our MC did it himself. He grabbed John's arm and pointed the dagger at his own body. John was stunned. Juhyok started bleeding. He panicked when he realized he hadn't activated the shield. John immediately panicked too, and insisted they cut off his cursed arm. Fortunately, the healing effect kicked in. John begged him never to do something like that again. Juhyok agreed and told John to go finish his hunt. In the blink of an eye, John dashed off and slashed the creatures climbing the tall trees. Juhyok estimated that the hunt would be finished in at most 10 minutes, so he decided to practice his skills while waiting. He used Shadow Step and was speechless. He moved so fast that an afterimage was left behind. He was shocked by his speed. Now he finally understood how it felt. It also made sense why John wanted him to learn this skill first. He could move freely with it. It would be perfect for running away. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was a goblin. It was trying to crawl away. He realized it had been hiding to avoid John, but now it suddenly charged at him. He activated his shield right away. Luckily, it turned on in time and stopped his arm from being bitten off. Creeped out, he kicked the goblin away. It flew straight toward John. John slashed it to death, thanks to the perfect pass. He was about to tease Juhyok about playing soccer, but then he froze. He realized Juhyok had been in danger and rushed over. He asked if Juhyok was okay. He checked his body while firing off questions, whether he fought the goblin, and if he was hurt anywhere. After inspecting him and even sniffing his armpits, he realized Juhyok was strangely fine. He scolded Juhyok for being reckless, reminding him again that he shouldn't act so boldly. Juhyok's ears rang from the lecture, so he simply said he would be more careful. After farming the 15th floor for 15 days, he had grown more comfortable using his skills. The magic stones he collected weighed a total of 22.5 kilograms and were worth about 11,250,000 won. Gwang-il returned his call, and Juhyok asked to visit the player shop. Gwang-il said they would send an escort to his home immediately. Juhyok said he could go by himself, but Gwang-il insisted it was a standard benefit for all contracted players. With that settled, Juhyok could only wait. A luxury car picked him up and drove him there. When he stepped out, Gwang-il greeted him. He welcomed Juhyok warmly to the administration, and Juhyok could tell he was being treated like a VIP. They went inside, and Juhyok's vein data was successfully registered. From then on, he could visit and use the shop anytime without calling ahead. Gwang-il offered to give him a tour, but Juhyok declined. He wanted to take his time and look around on his own. He headed to the player shop. The facility was luxurious, yet there wasn't a single customer in sight. He wondered if the items were simply too expensive. His first task was to sell the magic stones. The total came to 11,250,000 won, which would be deposited into his account within 3 days. He asked if he could use the funds right away in the shop, and permission was granted. Feeling exhausted, he decided to buy what he needed and head home immediately. Meanwhile, Director Park asked Gwang-il if Juhyok was able to shop without any problems. Gwang-il reported that Juhyok was browsing and that other players had been informed the shop was closed for the day. The director then asked about the pricing. Gwang-il explained that he instructed the staff to sell everything at a 90% discount. He believed that giving items away for free might burden someone as timid as Juhyok and cause him to refuse. Director Park said he handled it well. Back at home, Juhyok took out his adamant mace, which cost 2 million won. He also bought a pair of basilisk leather walkers for 3 million won. He had heard that standard item prices usually start at 20 to 30 million won at minimum. Considering that team leader Gwang-il personally came to see him, he knew he had received special treatment. He complained that it felt burdensome, but at the same time, he loved the walkers, leaving him with mixed feelings. The fact that he could rely on just a pair of walkers for his entire defense was all thanks to the energy shield. It was an all-in-one armor that replaced every other defensive gear slot, and he only had it because of the perk. He had promised himself not to get greedy when he started climbing the tower, but the perk was like a devil. It was slowly making him greedy. The next day, John was summoned. He saluted and asked if they would be farming the 15th floor again, but Juhyok answered that they were heading to the 16th floor. The summon cooldown had reset. They could now summon one more person. As the summoning began, Juhyok prayed with all his heart. A purple light started to take shape, but they weren't ready for how large it became. Its head pierced through the roof. Juhyok froze in terror. His eyes were wide and unfocused, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth hanging open as fear and shock hit him at once. In his mind, he wondered what kind of monster he had just summoned. At the same time, he mourned his security deposit. Cracks meant bye-bye money. The arms and the legs of the summoned began to appear. It was a massive man. Juhyok couldn't tell whether it was human or a monster. Annoyed, John kicked him and shouted for him to sit down. His foot landed right on the man's face. While hitting the Titan, John complained that of all people, it had to be this guy. He said the man was ruining his life and that he wanted him dead. Juhyok wondered if the two knew each other. The man grew irritated and said his hits didn't hurt, but rather, they tickled. John dared him to keep talking. He threatened to slit his throat and tie a pretty ribbon afterward. Juhyok stepped in. One broken ceiling was already enough, he demanded. John instantly obeyed. He told John to step aside so he could talk to their new companion. John said there was no point. That guy was famous in their world, infamous even, for being a complete idiot. He mocked him, saying he probably didn't even know the 3 laws. The man argued that he had memorized them well, so John told him to recite them. The man said Article 1 was absolute obedience to the summoner. Article 2 was about prioritizing understanding value. And for the last one, he couldn't remember Article 3 at all. That proved John's point. He suggested killing the man and making him unsummonable for 100 days. The poor man already looked like his head was overheating. Juhyok didn't even know such a punishment existed. A screen then appeared. The man was listed as the dim-witted savage meat shield of the Great Plans tribe. His name was unknown. His grade was rare. He was a human savage warrior, summonable for 10 hours, with a cooldown of 3 hours. At the moment, he had no satisfaction rating. Juhyok felt disappointed. An R rank was the lowest rank he could pull. He thought about waiting a month before trying to summon again. He then asked the man for his name, but he said he had forgotten it. When asked if he knew where he was, the man said no. He didn't know about the tower either. Our MC started to feel frustrated, so he decided to check the detailed specs instead. But suddenly, just like with John, he was pulled into the man's memories. He woke up in a vast green plain. Back then, the savage warrior was happily playing with butterflies. He was a warrior of the Great Plains tribe, with a pure soul who found true happiness simply by living in nature. But beneath that innocence, his physical strength was top tier. When giant plains wolves charged at him in anger, he thought they only wanted to play. Without meaning to, he crushed their bones. He was simply too dim-witted. A man eventually found him and confirmed that the rumors were true. He really was enormous. The man introduced himself as Arius and asked for his name, but the warrior had already forgotten it. In the end, the savage warrior was deceived by the false hero and sent into battle as a living shield against the super beast, the Hydra. With his tough body, he endured the Hydra's breath and fought back. He tore off its heads one by one, unaware that his own skin was melting away. His only thought was to protect his comrades. Eventually, the repeated acid attacks overwhelmed him, and he melted to death. His comrades surrounded him, mocking him until the end. Now Juhyok understood why he was called a meat shield. Tears fell as he realized how cruel it all was. He didn't care if the man was a little stupid. Juhyok reached out his hand and welcomed him. He invited him to climb the tower together. The man reached out as well, but his hand was too large. Juhyok could only shake one of his fingers. He then tried to give him a name, suggesting Yaman or Gobang. The man said he didn't know which to choose, so Juhyok told him to pick one himself. The giant chose Gobang. Juhyok promised Gobang that he would make him happy. He asked if Gobang trusted him. Gobang said he did, and that he would follow whatever Juhyok told him to do. Our MC then told John that the 3 of them were comrades now, and they had to make it work. John looked extremely unhappy, but deep down, John had already come up with a sinister plan. He told Juhyuk that Gobang would make a reliable meat shield and that he would train him and turn him into a proper fighter. With that settled, Juhyuk told them they would climb the 16th floor together. Gobang replied loudly, "Yes, sir!" John then stomped on Gobang's foot for answering late. Gobang quickly copied John's tone, which only annoyed him even more. Now the party consisted of a timid, average player, a deranged assassin, and a very dim-witted meat shield. On paper, it sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. They entered the Korea Black Tower 16th floor. Their physical stats were adjusted to match their current level, and traits and combat skills became available. Juhyuk hoped to make the best of it. The mission on the 16th floor was to eliminate 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours. John told Juhyuk to activate his energy shield and warned him to be ready to use Shadow Step at a moment's notice. Those goblins fired poison needles, and there was no way to tell when an ambush would happen. A goblin targeted Juhyuk. It fired a poison needle, but John caught it before it could hit him. They were under ambush. Juhyuk dodged and hid behind a rock while John blocked the incoming needles. So many needles were fired that the rock Juhyuk was hiding behind began to crack. By his estimate, there were more than 50 goblins. He ordered Gobang to move to the front and block them. Gobang became serious. His footsteps shook the ground. He leapt high into the air. John was confused when the goblins suddenly started running. A massive shadow towered over him, forcing him to look up. When Gobang slammed into the ground, the impact exploded outward, catching many goblins in the blast. Even John was thrown back. Juhyuk saw it and thought that with that kind of weight and power, it wasn't even a fight. The remaining goblins fired more poison needles, but they only tickled Gobang. Following orders, he wiped them out. Juhyuk couldn't believe Gobang was only ranked R. Based on combat ability alone, he looked closer to an SSR. Juhyuk realized the low rank was probably due to his lack of intelligence. Afterward, they went home and ate fried chicken. Gobang loved it. Juhyuk praised his performance and told him to eat as much as he wanted. John smacked him and told him to eat one piece at a time. Juhyuk wondered if there was no get-along option between them. When John took a bite, his mouth burst into flames. He hadn't expected the chicken to be that spicy. Juhyuk teased him, saying an assassin being weak to spice was pathetic. Gobang suddenly said that the summoner was a good person. Juhyuk was completely caught off guard. The giant explained it was because Juhyuk fed him kitchen, which helped him live. Juhyuk blushed, clearly touched. He said it was nothing compared to what Gobang had done, and that he was the one relying on him. Once again, John hit Gobang and corrected him, saying it was chicken, not kitchen. Juhyuk jumped at how hard the hit was. He scolded John for bullying someone who was eating so happily. John apologized and said Gobang just needed some education. Deep down, though, he was annoyed that Gobang was inhaling the chicken while they weren't looking. The next day, they entered the Korea Black Tower, 17th floor. Their physical stats adjusted to their new level, and their traits and combat skills became available once more. Now that Juhyuk had reached level 17, he could feel his power surging. It was almost hard to control. His heart pounded, like a wild stallion inside him was waking up. He felt ready to jump into the fight. But John warned him that people usually start getting reckless around level 20, so he volunteered to take the front. Gobang also said he would protect him and told Juhyuk to stay back and stay alive. Feeling small, Juhyuk simply agreed. The mission on the 17th floor was to defeat 30 goblin warriors. Watching walkthrough videos before hadn't prepared him for this. Seeing them in person was overwhelming. The goblin battalion had at least 90 warriors, and for simple monsters, they were surprisingly skilled in strategy and tactics. The walkthrough he studied explained the usual approach. When the goblin warrior unit appears, retreat to the safe zone first. Wait until the group splits into patrols of 3. To avoid drawing attention, lure and eliminate them 3 at a time, repeating the process until the mission is complete. This method takes a long time, but Juhyuk didn't need to follow such a slow plan. He called out to Gobang and told him to move. Gobang let out a loud roar as power surged through his body. With Gobang on the team, Juhyuk felt confident that even the 20th floor, and possibly higher, would be easy. He ordered Gobang to wipe them all out, and he looked forward to the perk he would earn next. After receiving the order, Gobang charged forward. The goblin general gave an order, be in a defensive formation. They threw spears at him, but they barely scratched Gobang's sturdy body. He crashed into the formation, sending goblins flying. They slammed into the ground face first. Juhyuk was amazed by how well Gobang performed. He knew that strategy and tactics only mattered when both sides were on similar levels. But comparing Gobang to the goblins was like throwing thousands of rental bikes at a K2 Black Panther tank. The system then notified him. An S++ clear had been achieved on the 17th floor of Korea's Black Tower. An S++ platinum badge was awarded. Our MC was impressed. John noticed his reaction and felt both surprised and a little disappointed. They They moved on to the 18th floor, where the mission was to eliminate goblin assassins. Once again, Juhyok sent Gobang charging ahead. The goblin assassins relied on stealth skills. They were completely confused when Gobang grabbed nearby trees and caught them without even realizing it. Gobang frowned, saying he couldn't see anything. Juhyok quickly realized this floor wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Gobang shouted at the goblins to come out. John's laughter echoed through the forest. He mocked Juhyok, saying he had suffered long enough watching that clueless meat shield's strategy, and now it was time to cleanse his eyes with a real one. The goblins' stealth couldn't keep up with him. He used Shadow Step. In an instant, he cut them down. The kill count kept rising. Our MC was impressed, was he? It was his plan all along, for the two to work together. John had been anxious ever since his role was reduced because of Gobang. Stirring their competitive spirit had been intentional, and it worked perfectly. He set things up so they would push themselves and gather more badges. He needed to keep boosting his abilities through perks, and he was already close to level 18. At last, it was time. Time to let the wild stallion loose. Before entering the 18th floor, he carefully reviewed all the strategy information. The goblin assassin's stealth skill was low level. If he focused, he could sense their movements. There was nothing to fear. He had practiced Shadow Step countless times while farming the 15th floor. He slipped behind a stealth goblin assassin, but at the last moment he twisted his ankle. He lost his balance, and accidentally stabbed the goblin in the head. What a lucky bastard. That still counted toward the mission. He was relieved that it worked out just as he intended. But another goblin slipped in behind him and attacked. Meanwhile, John steadily cut down goblins, pushing the count to 25 out of 30. He decapitated the next one. Now only 3 remained. Gobang charged in. He swung wildly in every direction. 3 goblins were caught in his attacks. He tried to help more, but John shouted at him, telling him he was only getting in the way. Then John realized that Juhyok was gone. Meanwhile, Juhyok activated his shield. He created some distance between himself and the goblins. A blow struck his head. It would have been fatal if not for the energy barrier. The goblins surrounded him. He took a combat stance. Maybe it was the adrenaline. Because the goblins' movement suddenly looked slow. It felt like the world itself had slowed down. He struck them down one by one. Afterward, the system notified him that he had achieved an S++ rank on the 18th floor of Korea's Black Tower. An S++ reward, a platinum badge, was granted. John immediately searched for him. When he found our MC, Juhyok proudly said he might have landed the final blow. John dropped to his knees, relieved to see him unharmed. Meanwhile, back at the administration, Min-A saw the global notice announcing the S++ clear of the 18th floor. Director Park was delighted. Gwang-il commented that Juhyok was unstoppable and had prepared thoroughly. If Director Park had his way, he would have announced immediately that the record holder of Korea's 18 consecutive S++ clears was right there. Gwang-il warned him not to say such things, even as a joke. Min-A added that revealing his identity would be dangerous. Director Park clarified that he was simply proud of him. Juhyok had become a special player, one who needed even more careful protection than elite teams. Soon, the news reported that a new wind was sweeping through the climb of Korea's Black Tower. After a 20-day pause, an unprecedented 18 consecutive S++ clears had occurred, rewriting the history of tower climbing. The mysterious player was estimated to be at level 19. It wasn't just the players. People across the entire nation were trying to uncover the identity of the S++ player. John turned off the TV and let out a deep sigh. While Juhyok felt uneasy, he told John to stop sighing and just say what was on his mind. John finally spoke. "It's too fast, sir." He meant the speed at which Juhyok was realizing his talent. Juhyok was confused. He didn't think he had any talent, so he assumed John wasn't talking about him at all. He brushed it off as a joke, but to John, it wasn't a joke. The shadow step Juhyok used at the end was flawless, so clean that even John would struggle to copy it. That was what made it dangerous. He told Juhyok he was being serious. He warned that once Juhyok started enjoying combat, his confidence would grow. And as confidence grew, so would the danger. If he became brave, things would get risky. John reminded him of their promise from the beginning: safety first, survival above all else. Juhyok agreed. He said he wouldn't do anything reckless and would only focus on one enemy at a time. John accepted that. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Deep down, he felt certain that one day their summoner would cause a serious accident. Gobang mocked him for crying and looking pathetic. John snapped, kicked him in the face, and warned that he would boil him alive in a pot. Gobang slammed into the fridge, and everything inside spilled out. That made Juhyok cry. He shouted at them to stop wrecking the house and go back. He forced them to return. He felt miserable seeing the kimchi his mom gave him spilled all over the floor. To clear his head, he decided to visit his parents the next day. The next morning, he opened the door and announced that their son was home. His mother heard him and told him to come inside. His father smiled and said that since he lived nearby, he should visit more often. His wife scolded him for nagging when Juyak was already busy. Juyak asked his father how his hip was doing. His father tried to stand up, but Juyak told him to stay lying down. His father replied that he spent half the day in bed anyway, so standing for a bit was fine. His mother told them to sit at the table because she had made stew. His father asked where their brat was, and his mother said Minyak went out to buy tofu and would be back soon. The food was served. While eating, Juyak asked if things were hard at home. His mother told him not to worry and said she would find another job soon. His father told him not to think about them and to focus on his own life. They also told him not to send them money. Juyak tested the mood and said it would be nice if he awakened at a time like this. His father suddenly tapped the table, making Juyak flinch. For a moment, he wondered if he had been too obvious, but his father just laughed and asked if that was supposed to be a joke. He said he couldn't imagine his son awakening when he was his spitting image, someone who, despite being a grown man, begged his mother to deal with cockroaches. Minyak added that it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. His mother told him it wasn't something to brag about. Then she asked if Juyak wasn't going to work. He lied and said it was his day off, even though he had quit a long time ago. His mother noticed his lying face and grew suspicious, but he kept playing dumb. She told him she trusted him. But she also warned him never to borrow money from loan sharks. That made him remember something he had pushed aside, the Smile Cash murder case. He quickly told her it would never happen, then asked what happened to her job. She said it was because of a nightmare customer. While servicing a water purifier, the customer demanded she clean all their recycling and food waste too. She didn't care about ratings anymore and snapped back. She got fired because of it. His mother was reckless but brave. She was the kind of person who couldn't tolerate injustice. That was why his father fell completely for her. He proudly said his greatest achievement in life was asking her out. And of course, he was a true beta male. Juyak was beta male junior, and Minyak was beta male junior too. It perfectly showed how weak but stubborn their family genes were. That was why they would worry if he entered the tower. So he decided to tell them about his awakening later, after things settled down. A while later, he left the building with his little brother and handed him some cash. Of course, Minyak asked what it was for. Juyak told him it was an allowance for their parents. He asked him to give it to them and keep an eye on them so they wouldn't overwork themselves. He was about to leave when Minyak told him to wait. Minyak hesitated, and Juyak thought he was worried about the tuition Juyak had paid for him last time. He figured the little punk was too embarrassed to say, "Thank you," out loud. So he placed a hand on his shoulder and told him he understood how he felt. Minyak looked relieved. Now he could finally say what was on his mind. He said that the allowance was only for mom and dad, which made it feel incomplete. Then, he pointed out that Juhyok had forgotten his share. Deep inside, Juhyok felt annoyed at this little shit. He transferred 500,000 won to him and told him not to waste it. At the Hanam Dong Soul Awakener Management Administration, Juhyok stood at the entrance. He had planned to go back to his rented room, but on a whim, he ended up there instead. After seeing his family, his resolve to do things properly had only grown stronger. Gwangil once told him to give a heads up if he ever decided to drop by. But since he was already here, Juhyok figured it was fine if Gwangil didn't know. It would only make things awkward if he came out to welcome him again. He did have an energy shield, but as the monsters grew stronger with each floor, he would need a real shield. The clerk told him the price was 100 million won. He was stunned. He said it looked heavy and expensive, and if that was the only option, then it couldn't be helped that he couldn't buy it. Inside, he was shocked by the insane price. To make it worse, the clerk was a woman, which made him stutter. He also noticed that the place was crowded today, even though it had been completely empty last time. The woman then offered him a round buckler made from an alloy of adamant and sectonium. Because it was small, it was lightweight. Even with the lower price, it had a self-repair function. She suggested he try it on. He did, and he liked how well it matched his mace. It looked like they were made as a set. He liked it so much that he asked for the price. She told him it was 40 million won and offered to help him with the payment. The payment went through. He finally bought it. Still, he felt that talking to the clerk was harder than fighting goblins. He thought about heading home. But then a man spoke to him, noticing that he hadn't been awakened for long. The man introduced himself as Choi Hoseok, a player as well. Juhyok felt he was a bit too forward, but he introduced himself back. Hoseok said he came to the shop every day, and since it was his first time seeing Juhyok, he wanted to get acquainted. He asked what floor Juhyok was on. Hoseok said he was currently climbing the floors in the 30s. Juhyok answered that he was still in the teens. Hoseok immediately realized his level was low. He brightened up and told Juhyok that if he ever ran into trouble with clearing floors, he could ask him anything. Juhyok realized that Hoseok was genuinely friendly and kind. He felt like the type who was naturally extroverted. He replied that he hadn't had any trouble yet. Hoseok encouraged him to ask for help anytime and said he was often around. Then Hoseok said goodbye. Juhyok was impressed by his fearless social skills. It also made him think that Hoseok probably had a girlfriend. He felt a little envious that night. Juhyok checked his stats and saw that he was already level 19. That meant he could now challenge the 19th floor. But before doing that, he planned to summon John and talk things through. John appeared and thanked him for the star rating. Juhyok happily showed him his new shield. When John saw that he had even gone as far as buying a shield, he started crying. He asked if Juhyok really had to go that far. Juhyok could only say that he would be as careful as possible. John replied that his previous summoner had said the same thing. Juhyok added that he was a total beta male, so he would give up the moment things got tough. John made him promise not to charge in recklessly, and if things became dangerous, he had to sacrifice them and escape. Juhyok promised. John then added that if it came to that, it would be better to sacrifice Gobang instead of him. John was ready to clear, but then he smelled something. Juhyok told him that he bought king-sized dumplings for him. John was delighted that Juhyok looked after him before that oaf Gobang. He was about to take a bite when he sensed something strange. While Juhyok was enjoying his food, John asked if there was anyone he held a grudge against. Juhyok answered no with his mouth full, but John told him that someone outside was overflowing with killing intent. Juhyok turned pale. Then he heard knocking on the door, followed by a voice asking if anyone was inside. He told John to hide for now and activated his energy shield. The door burst open. Juhyok braced himself. The man used a gun to destroy the lock. He peeked inside and casually greeted Juhyok. Juhyok's eyes widened. It was the man he had seen at the player shop. Hoseok said that tailing him had been a real pain. Juhyok asked why, but Hoseok told him to shut up and put his weapon away. Hoseok shouted at him and threatened to kill him. He demanded that Juhyok hand over his bracelet and inventory, or he would turn his head into a honeycomb. The gun was pressed against his forehead. Juhyok felt his heart sink, because this was basically suicide. Slowly, John appeared behind Hoseok. This fucker chose the wrong person to rob. Hoseok told him that he wasn't joking. Inside, he felt pleased. Juhyok was frozen in fear just from having a gun pointed at him. He was glad he had picked the perfect prey this time. From experience, losers like this always gave up their inventory after one good hit. He told Juhyok to hurry up before he beat him to death. But John struck first. He smashed the back of his dagger into Hoseok's head. Hoseok was shocked. He hadn't expected another person to be inside the house. Even after being hit, he tried to stand. But his legs gave out, and he collapsed face first onto the floor. Juhyok stood there, stunned. Then he praised John for doing well. He felt relieved that John only knocked him out instead of killing him. And here he was, worried that John might go on a killing spree without reading the situation, like some brainless thug. Juhyok suspected the man was an item broker. Item brokers were people who murdered players, who were no different from civilians outside the tower, just to steal their gear. He had heard rumors about them before. Gwangil once told him that one perk of being on an elite team was personal protection outside the tower. Outside, players were just as fragile as ordinary people. If he hadn't awakened the ability to summon outside the tower, he would be dead for sure. Once again, he realized how broken his ability truly was. John started tying a ribbon around Hoseok. He said he would dispose of the trash outside, but Juhyok stopped him and said he would call the police. John insisted there was no need and said he could just take him away and dump him somewhere. Juhyok argued that calling the cops was the easiest solution. Director Park was shocked when he heard that Juhyok had stopped by the shop again. Gwangil replied that it happened when he wasn't looking. Director Park asked what Juhyok bought and was told that he purchased a single small round buckler. Director Park said that if only Juhyok would sign the contract, they could have equipped him with top-tier gear from head to toe. He asked if they had identified Juhyok's traits yet. Gwangil answered that since Juhyok bought a mace and a shield, they suspected he was a melee class. In their minds, they pictured him as a confident knight with a mace and shield. Director Park disagreed. If Juhyok was a close combat fighter, even a full set of protective gear wouldn't be enough to keep him safe. Gwangil replied that he would think of an excuse to give Juhyok a full set of armor. Just then, his phone rang. He was surprised to see that the call was from the police. He apologized to the director and said he needed to take it. He answered and froze at what he heard. He immediately rushed out and drove as fast as he could. He ran up the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. He regretted not securing the elite contract from the very beginning. His chest tightened as he worried something had happened to Juhyok. Meanwhile, in Juhyok's room, the police arrested Hoseok for home invasion and aggravated robbery. Hoseok screamed in pain. He tried to frame Juhyok, shouting that he had been kidnapped and that he was the real victim. Juhyok panicked and yelled that Hoseok was the one who broke in. Still, the officers insisted on bringing the homeowner to the station as well. Juhyok grew nervous. For a moment, he truly thought he might go to jail. That was when Gwang-il burst in. Juhyok had already gone pale, imagining life in prison. Hoseok, on the other hand, felt relieved when he saw Gwang-il. He thought he had finally been saved. He immediately told Gwang-il that Juhyok tried to kidnap him and steal his items. What he didn't expect was Gwang-il slapping him across the face. Hoseok was stunned. Gwang-il was furious at this bastard for lying straight to his face and for daring to try to kill a fellow player. Hoseok kept insisting that he was the victim. Gwang-il coldly declared that his player registration was revoked, then struck him again. Hoseok couldn't believe it. No one was listening to him. Gwang-il ordered the police to drag him away and said the NIS would arrive shortly to take custody of him. The NIS handled crimes involving players, and they were known to use torture. Hoseok finally broke. He admitted that he was blinded by greed and begged them to spare his life. Gwang-il knew it was all bullshit. This wasn't the first piece of trash he had seen. He suspected Hoseok was a repeat offender, and soon every crime he committed would come to light. He suggested that Hoseok find himself a lawyer, though he doubted anyone would take the case. Then Gwang-il confirmed arrest procedures with the officers. He told them that if Hoseok tried to escape into the tower during transport, they could simply wait. He would reappear in the same spot eventually. Hoseok begged and cried, but he was dragged away. Gwang-il turned to Juhyok, his expression terrifying, and asked if he was injured. Juhyok answered that he was just a little shaken. Gwang-il called his name. Then he bowed deeply and apologized. He promised that they would take full measures to make sure something like this never happened again. Deep inside, he knew he could no longer delay the elite contract. It wasn't about benefits anymore. It was to protect Juhyok. The next day, John asked Juhyok if everything went well yesterday. Juhyok told him that, thanks to him, the police arrested the guy. John asked if the man would be executed, and Juhyok answered no. John casually held his dagger behind his back as he asked where the detention center was. Juhyok said he had no idea and warned him not to even think about trying to find out. Juhyok summoned Gobang. Gobang was thrilled to receive 5 stars. He was overjoyed, saying he had never seen that many stars before. Juhyok also learned that Gobang could actually count. They entered the 19th floor of the Korea Black Tower. The mission was to defeat 30 goblin shamans. The 19th floor was filled with goblin shamans, but honestly, they weren't very threatening. They couldn't use strong attack magic. At most, they relied on curses, binding spells, and summoning a few weak minions. The curses could be annoying, but nothing more. Even so, Juhyok had nothing to worry about. Gobang charged straight at the goblin shamans. The shamans fired black magic curses toward them. Gobang took a deep breath. Then he let out a thunderous scream. Juhyok was shocked. The curses were blown away by sheer sound alone. It was an incredibly brutish method. John slipped around from behind. He reminded Gobang that they needed to clear the floor as fast as possible. Gobang replied that he remembered his task, to wipe them all out. They rushed the enemies. John cut them down. At the same time, Gobang smashed the rest with his fists. Juhyok felt his blood boil and wanted to jump in. But before he could move, the system notified him that the 19th floor had already been cleared. He saw John and Gobang whispering to each other. Then John turned to him and said it was refreshing. That was when Juhyok realized the truth. They finished it early on purpose, so he wouldn't get a chance to fight. He had been played. The system announced that he achieved an S++ clear rank on the 19th floor of the Korea Black Tower. As an S+ clear reward, he received a platinum badge. The next day, he entered the 20th floor of the Korea Black Tower. It was the monumental 20th floor, often called the talent discernment test, and it was infamous for its extreme difficulty. John warned them that the place was extremely dangerous. Every kind of goblin imaginable would be there. Scouts with poison darts, warriors with perfect tactics, assassins that appeared out of thin air, shamans casting curses, and massive hobgoblins. He said it plainly. This floor was terrifying. He added that if it were him, he would just wait somewhere safe. Then he elbowed Gobang, signaling him to speak. Gobang puffed out his chest and told Juhyok that he didn't need to lift a finger, he would kill them all by himself. The mission on the 20th floor was to defeat 100 goblins of any type and 1 hobgoblin within 10 hours. Failing the condition would result in death or mission forfeit. Juhyok realized they were planning to block his path again and leave him out of the fight. John told Gobang to draw all the aggro while he moved in once the enemies were distracted. Gobang charged forward. Different types of goblins unleashed their skills at once. Juhyok refused to stand there and accept John's treatment. John was caught off guard. Juhyok sprinted after Gobang. He even stepped on Gobang's back to launch himself forward. He charged straight through the attacks and felt glad he did. John saw him and screamed, "No!" Just a little flashback. Juhyok had been an introvert ever since he was a kid. When he was young, he was playing with a toy car. Another kid snatched it from him. He couldn't say a word. Things got worse in elementary school. Poverty became the problem. By middle school, he was still a loner. His classmates fooled around together while he sat alone. In high school, he even ate lunch by himself. He lived like a complete outcast. He was too afraid to try and change anything. He never would have imagined himself fighting monsters in a tower. He was the kind of guy who couldn't even look a bully in the eye. But monsters weren't people. He didn't have to deal with fear, judgment, or human interaction. They were no different from quest mobs in a video game, so he focused on one thing, wiping them out and getting the reward. John was screaming at him to stop. Goblins with spears rushed toward him, but Juhyok kept moving. He slipped past them and got behind one goblin. He smashed its face with his shield. He leapt from one goblin to another, striking with everything he had. John was stunned. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, Juhyok was already using Shadow Walk this well. Then several short, powerful beams slammed into Juhyok's back. John screamed for him to watch out. Juhyok raised his shield on instinct. If not for the energy shield, he would have been turned into a pincushion. Only then did he realize how terrifying it really was. He regretted acting tough. John shouted for him to keep running toward the cliff. Gobang moved without hesitation, determined to protect him. Several goblins chased after Juhyok. He could feel his stamina draining fast. He reached a dead end. He wondered if this was the place. Panic set in. There was nothing there. He didn't know what to do. The goblins were closing in. He thought he was going to die. Then Gobang stepped in front of him and raised his arm like a shield. He towered over the trembling goblins and crushed them to death. John ran forward, beheading goblins as he went. He praised Gobang for a job well done. The shaman goblins rushed to cast their spells, but John was faster. He beheaded the shamans right on the cliff. He looked around, checking if that was all of them. He had already killed over 100 goblins, so he expected something stronger to appear. Juhyok was amazed that they wiped them out in an instant. Juhyok looked extremely uncomfortable. He was sweating and trembling, forcing a strained smile as he awkwardly asked Gobang to move a little forward, clearly overwhelmed by how close Gobang's butt was to his face. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash. A tall idol appeared, short-legged and sorrowful. It was the final evolution in the goblin evolution tree. A hobgoblin. John jumped down from the cliff. He called out to Gobang. Gobang instantly understood and charged straight at the hobgoblin to block it. He caught its swords and pushed back using his own blade. Then he grabbed the creature by the neck. John was pleased. It looked like Gobang was finally earning his keep. He told him to hold it tight. As John landed, he stabbed the hobgoblin straight through both eyes. With that, they completed the mission. 100 over 100 goblins defeated and 1 over 1 hobgoblin slain. The 20th floor mission was successfully cleared. Our boy leveled up and received rewards, 2 kilograms of magic stone and 5 tower-exclusive healing potions. John grinned and praised Juhyok for his hard work. Juhyok was still in shock that the boss mob had been killed so easily. It made him realize it really was better to leave everything to those two. He bowed deeply and thanked them for protecting him, acknowledging how hard they fought. The two returned the bow. The system announced that Juhyok achieved an S++ clear rating for the 20th floor of the Korea Black Tower. The S++ clear reward was a platinum badge. With this, Juhyok was now qualified to challenge the 21st floor. Meanwhile, news spread about the S++ clear on the 20th floor of the Korea Black Tower. The comment section exploded. One person said they thought it was over since no updates had appeared for 2 weeks. Another wondered how far they would go. Someone replied that the highest possible floor was the 30th. Others assumed the group belonged to an elite guild. One final comment claimed they were staying hidden out of fear that another country might try to poach them. Juhyok had set a new record by clearing 20 consecutive floors. It was an incredible achievement, but he knew it would also become a headache if it drew too much attention. Min A suggested they find a way to control the press. Director Park immediately rejected the idea, warning that any confirmation of the S++ record holder's identity could be leaked. He then asked if they had investigated Joo-hyuk's family situation. Kwang-il replied that everything had been handled with the utmost discretion. He reported that Joo-hyuk's father was Bong-soo Cheol. After suffering an accident on an icy road and undergoing hip surgery a few months ago, he was currently in rehabilitation. Director Park asked how they planned to provide support. Kwang-il answered that they intended to refer him to the best rehabilitation center in the country. Director Park approved the plan. Kwang-il moved on to Joo-hyuk's younger brother, Bong Min-hyuk. He was a college freshman and was scheduled for military enlistment soon. Director Park ordered them to assist with both the enlistment process and scholarship support. And finally, Joo-hyuk's mother, Hong Geum-ja. She was working as a water purifier coordinator, but is currently unemployed. It seems she was forcibly fired from the company after a conflict with an abusive customer. Lowering his voice, Kwang-il said that Geum-ja was the one they needed to be most careful with. She had the strongest influence in the family. With her fierce personality, he had heard that neither her husband nor her sons dared to defy her. After hearing this, Director Park believed their plan would succeed. He ordered them to proceed and to use the full authority of the Awakener Management Administration to ensure success. Kwang-il confirmed that support for Joo-hyuk's family would begin immediately. Meanwhile, John's nose twitched as soon as he smelled the food delivery. Go-bang squirmed in excitement. Joo-hyuk shouted at them to stay still. He then ordered them to hide for a moment so they wouldn't be seen. He threw a blanket over Go-bang. The delivery guy handed over 12 orders of sweet and sour pork and 12 bowls of jjajangmyeon. He joked and asked if Joo-hyuk was throwing a party. Joo-hyuk replied that it was something like that. The man laughed and said he added an order of fried dumplings on the house. He told Joo-hyuk to enjoy the meal and to order from them again. Deep inside, Joo-hyuk thought the guy was stingy for giving only one order of dumplings despite such a huge order. He checked the bags, but there wasn't even a coupon. Still, he understood. It was hard to imagine people ordering food using coupons anyway. He told them they could come out now. John loved the rich smell of the jjajangmyeon. Go-bang was drooling. Joo-hyuk knew he had never tasted anything like this before. Go-bang stuffed one dumpling into his mouth and said it was crunchy. John's jaw dropped when he saw Go-bang eat the plate too. Joo-hyuk told him to eat first while he checked something. He opened his inventory. He had unlocked a special perk for collecting 20 platinum badges. Curious, he wondered what the perk would be this time. The system notified him that he had received one random box. His eyes widened as his curiosity grew even stronger. A random box contained 3 random items obtainable from the tower. The item pool included magic stones, over 10 types of tower native herbs, 3 types of tower metals, more than 50 types of tower monster leathers, potions, elixirs, weapons, armor, accessories, combat skills, level up runes, max 5 levels, tower jumping tickets, max 5 levels and 5 floors, skill cooldown reset tickets, trait enhancement runes, summoned entity rank up runes, multinational tower access tickets, and guaranteed rank summon tickets that could be SR, SSR, or even LSSR. Joo-hyuk whined that the list was way too long. He didn't even know what half of the items were. Since it was random anyway, he decided to just skim through it. He reasoned that magic stones, herbs, and metals weren't great. Weapons and armor were average as well. A level-up rune would raise his level, but force him to stay on the same floor. A tower jumping ticket would let him skip floors and level up, but then he realized that meant missing out on rewards. That made the level-up rune much better in comparison. The multinational tower access ticket caught his attention since it sounded like it would let him enter towers in other countries. But the real jackpot was the guaranteed rank summon ticket, especially if it turned out to be an LSSR. If he pulled a guaranteed LSSR, he could dump all the clearing work onto that summon and coast his way up the tower. He even imagined himself riding in a carriage being carried along while he relaxed. He felt hopeful, especially since he would be getting 3 items. He opened the box, praying for something good. If he did, he swore he would live a virtuous life. The box spun. His hope rose. Then his inventory displayed 10 kilograms of magic stones. He felt disappointed at the complete dud since he could obtain magic stones anytime. Still, if he sold them, it was basically a free 5 million won. He opened the second item. He received a primordial thunderclap staff, which was immediately registered in his status window. The name sounded like it came straight out of a martial arts novel, so he wondered if it was an attack skill. He decided to check the details later. Then he opened the last item. It was a summoned entity rank-up rune. This time, he was genuinely happy. He had hit the jackpot. The rune could increase a summoned entity's rank. It was one of the items he wanted the most. The problem was that he didn't know who to use it on. John was SR rank, while Gobang was R rank. In his head, they were both complete idiots, but he quickly corrected himself, calling them reliable allies instead, which somehow made the decision even harder. He considered giving it to John since they had shared so many meals together. Though, to be fair, Gobang had technically eaten more of those meals. A summoned entity rank-up rune increases a summoned entity's rank, with the scale of the increase determined by the entity's potential. During the rank-up process, the entity cannot be summoned. Since they weren't short on firepower, he decided to summon John later and use the rune on him. For now, he chose to test the skill first. The skill was called Primordial Thunderclap Staff. It imbued a weapon with the power of thunder and consisted of 3 total forms. It was a growth-type skill, which made it perfect since he needed a proper attack skill. He decided to learn it. The first form, Soul-Chasing Thunderbolt, was unlocked. He felt the technique download directly into his brain. He decided to try it out and swung his mace, attempting to unleash a soul-chasing thunderbolt. Nothing happened. An awkward silence followed. He already knew it wouldn't work. If people could use powers like that in the real world, society would have collapsed long ago, especially because of guys like Hoseok. He decided to test it properly, inside the tower, later. John asked why he suddenly started swinging his mace around. Juhyok explained that he had just gained a new skill from his perk rewards. That made John ask if it was an attack skill. Juhyok nodded and happily added that it was a growth-type skill. It made John cry out and drop his bowl. Gobang picked it up from the floor and ate it. Of course, that made John furious. He argued with Gobang since it was the last bowl and told him to spit it out. Amid the chaos, Juhyok released the summons. The next day, Juhyok sat in thought. He knew exactly what John was worried about. The summoning trait he awakened meant that the summon accounted for most of the player's combat power. In other words, a summoner didn't need to fight on the front lines, especially an irregular like him who could even manifest summons in the real world. That person from some parallel universe, the summoner who had contracted John before him, at the very least, Juhyok knew that person had been far stronger than he was. And yet, he still died. And his world was destroyed along with him. Juhyok understood why John was so paranoid about his safety, but he was a man too. He had awakened, tasted a bit of that alpha male life, and wanted to at least test the attack skill he learned. They were bound by absolute obedience anyway, so he believed he could persuade them. He summoned both of them. They appeared. John looked pale and gloomy. Juhyok wondered how someone could look that worried in just one day. John admitted that he was afraid the attack skill might end up being poison. He confessed that he had been anxious even back on the 20th floor. It had only felt safe then because they were fighting goblins. That confirmed Juhyok's suspicion. John really was worried about the attack skill. John flatly stated that orcs were out of the question. Juhyok apologized in advance, saying he was about to commit a serious offense. He asked if John planned to tie him up with some kind of butterfly knot. John replied no. But he declared that the 3rd law of summons was now in effect. The 3 laws of summoned entities were simple. First, a summoned entity must protect the summoner's life above all else. Second, a summoned entity must obey the summoner's commands absolutely. If there was a conflict between the 1st and 2nd laws, the 1st law took priority. Gobang immediately grabbed Juhyok with both hands. John smacked Gobang on the head, reminding him that the order was to grab Juhyok only after they entered the tower. Their plan was simple. Once inside the tower, Gobang would restrain Juhyok while John handled all the clearing himself. Juhyok finally realized they had conspired against him. He really didn't want to go that far, but he unleashed his ultimate move, the puppy dog eyes. He begged John to let him off this time and promised to be careful. John replied that he couldn't trust him. Juhyok swore he wouldn't run off on his own again. John asked if he was sure. Juhyok said there was no point in just standing around. He begged them to let him get just 1 kill. He promised to take it slow and be careful. John grumbled. Juhyok refused to back down. Since he was so insistent, John finally agreed, but on one condition. The moment he sensed danger, he would intervene immediately. Juhyok agreed without hesitation. After that, they entered the 21st floor of the Korea Black Tower. As they walked through the forest, John explained that orcs were strong, but stupid. Still, they were probably smarter than Gobang. Gobang immediately argued that he was smarter than an orc. John told him to shut up. Juhyok suddenly stopped and said they should practice 10 times before moving on. John encouraged him, saying he should practice even more than that. John made Gobang sit down and told Juhyok that Gobang would be his dummy. Juhyok was free to hit him as practice. Juhyok felt deeply uncomfortable with the idea. John insisted that Juhyok hit Gobang 10 times. He said that even at full power, Gobang wouldn't get a scratch, making him perfect for practice. Gobang added that it was fine and that it wouldn't hurt. Ju Hyuk refused and threatened that if they kept pushing, he would just charge in alone. Besides, the instructions were already etched into his head. He believed it would be easier to practice on an orc than to hit Gobang. He urged them to move forward. John could only cry in despair. The 21st floor mission was to defeat 30 forest orcs within 4 hours. The orcs soon approached them. John charged in first. Gobang shouted that he was going too. Gobang closed the distance in a single leap. The moment he landed, he started punching the orc. At the same time, John beheaded and slashed through the other orcs in his path. Ju-hyuk was stunned by how fast they were. He panicked. At this rate, the fight would end before he could even get a single kill. One orc froze in confusion when John ran straight past it. Ju-hyuk realized John had deliberately left that one for him. He sprinted toward it. John called out that he would be watching from the back. The orc noticed Ju-hyuk. It swung its blade, but Ju-hyuk ducked under the attack. Then he jumped. The first form of soul-chasing thunderbolt was a simple vertical strike. Golden light crackled around his mace as he activated Primordial Thunderclap Staff. He brought it down on the orc's head, and the mace pierced straight through. The monster was far weaker than he expected. Ju-hyuk felt a surge of joy at his first victory. It collapsed to the ground. Ju-hyuk stood beside it. He couldn't believe how easy it was. Filled with excitement, he charged toward the next one. But to his surprise, Gobang stomped on his target. John and Gobang both glared at him. Ju-hyuk played dumb, saying that they were supposed to stop after one. With that, he cleared the 21st floor mission and leveled up. He received 2.1 kilograms of magic stones as a reward, along with 5 tower-exclusive healing potions. On top of that, he set a new record by achieving an S++ clear rank on the 21st floor of the Korea Black Tower and earned another platinum badge. The next day, he entered the tower again and was allowed to hit a single desert orc. He achieved an S++ clear rank on the 22nd floor of the Korea Black Tower. The day after that, Ju-hyuk struck down one cave orc and, as usual, achieved an S++ clear rank on the 23rd floor of the Korea Black Tower. Even the volcano orc was a bit tricky, but he still managed to land the final blow. He conquered the tower 1 floor per day, and with John and Gobang by his side, everything went smoothly. He earned an S++ clear rank on the 24th floor of the Korea Black Tower. Another day passed. It was finally time for the long-awaited 25th floor. Taking down one enemy at a time barely scratched the surface, but for now, he needed to build credibility. Since John and Gobang were always together, he hadn't found a chance to hand over the item. He decided to use this moment to give John the rune. He summoned him. John was caught off guard since Ju-hyuk had said they were taking the day off. Ju-hyuk tossed him the stone, casually saying he had picked it up on the way. John asked if it was something he was supposed to eat. Ju-hyuk told him to check it first. The moment John recognized it, he froze. It was a summoned entity rank-up rune, an item that could raise a summoned entity's rank. He could hardly believe it. Ju-hyuk asked if he liked it. John asked if Ju-hyuk was really giving it to him. If he ranked up, he would reach SSR. The thought alone left him deeply moved. Now, he would be able to protect Ju-hyuk even better. The joy on his face was impossible to hide. Seeing that smile made Ju-hyuk feel good too. Ju-hyuk asked if he wanted to start the process right away. John said he wanted to, but rushing it would be dangerous. Ju-hyuk realized this wasn't something that could be done lightly. John decided to head back for the day and perform the ritual properly. He promised to return in his new form. Ju-hyuk wasn't used to him leaving so soon and told him he was welcome to stay and hang out. John chose to stay and watch some TV. He asked which channel the rerun was on, but Ju-hyuk suggested watching it on VOD instead. John couldn't understand why he was so focused on saving money. As John flipped through the channels, something caught Ju-hyuk's eye. He suddenly told John to stop. John asked what was wrong. Ju-hyuk told him to go back to that channel. He told him to keep rewinding until he said stop, until his mom appeared on the screen. Ju-hyuk froze. Why was his mom on the news? She stood in front of a tall building holding a large sign that read, "Oppose unfair contract termination. Improve treatment for water purifier managers. Stop corporate tyranny." Deep down, she couldn't accept the unfair termination. A customer had asked her to sort and take out recycling while she was there to service a water purifier. It made no sense for that to be her responsibility. Yet the company demanded that she apologize to the customer. She refused because she had done nothing wrong. When she wouldn't bow her head, the only response she received was a notice of contract termination. For more than 10 days, she protested alone. All she gained was mockery from company executives. They thought she was wasting her time copying things she had seen on TV. If they laughed at her again, she felt like she might charge straight at them. She was boiling with anger when a man approached her. She assumed he was just another person coming to spout nonsense. Instead, the man smiled and said he could see that she had been through a lot. He introduced himself as Chang Seok, an attorney from the law firm Park and Kim. The moment he mentioned a law firm, he caught her attention. Her first reaction was anger mixed with caution. She thought the company had sent a lawyer to threaten her. She told him to go ahead and sue. She wasn't backing down. The attorney calmly asked her to relax. He explained that he was there for the exact opposite reason. He suggested filing a formal lawsuit against Jinspiring Water Corporation and handed her his business card. Park and Kim was one of the top law firms in the Republic of Korea, and they wanted to represent her free of charge. He explained that he knew she had filed a petition with the labor office. He had come after hearing her story through someone he knew. He assured her that he wasn't a scammer. She still looked doubtful. He added that this was part of an annual project the firm ran to help socially vulnerable individuals. She found him suspicious, but she didn't think he was lying. Still, she wasn't sure what to do. The lawyer told her to think of it as a small blessing after all the hardship she had endured. He said the firm would stake its honor on winning her case. Since he had come this far, she felt it was all or nothing. She decided to let him handle her case. The lawyer looked impressed by how decisive she was. He suggested starting by taking the issue to the press. Almost instantly, reporters swarmed around her. He told her that when answering questions, she didn't need to worry about time. She should speak in detail and leave out nothing. Every instance of unfair treatment mattered. They wanted to expose the company's ugly truth to the public. She nodded firmly. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk fell into despair after learning that his mom was suffering alone, holding a one-person protest. He questioned what use it was to have two sons. In the end, they were nothing but useless, unfilial sons, ones she couldn't even rely on in a moment like this. That made him wonder how she even managed to hire a lawyer. If it was the law firm Park and Kim, a few pennies wouldn't even begin to cover the fees. John asked if he should pay a visit to the Jinspring Water Company. He even readied his daggers. Joo-hyuk realized that John clearly understood the situation. He found that admirable, but he told him not to do it. He had seen his mother's interview, and it looked like she had hired a competent lawyer. That made John sad. He had been planning to wrap everything up neatly and hand it over like a gift. Joo-hyuk decided to send money to his mother for the lawyer's fees. The 21 kilograms of magic stones he had gathered so far were worth 10 million won. And if that wasn't enough, he planned to sell the energy shield kit as well. Suddenly, he received a call from his father. He answered. His dad asked if he had seen the news. Joo-hyuk said yes, and his father told him not to worry. His mom's lawyer fees were being covered for free. Joo-hyuk was stunned. He had already been preparing to send money. His father laughed, saying he assumed Joo-hyuk wouldn't be able to gather that kind of cash so quickly. He told him not to worry about them and to focus on what he was doing. Then he mentioned that he had also received a call from Il-sung Hospital. He explained that the orthopedics department at Il-sung Hospital was running a hip joint surgery and rehabilitation program, and he had been selected. In a few days, he would be admitted. On top of that, the treatment was completely free, including hospitalization and rehab. His father said they were incredibly lucky, but Joo-hyuk began to feel uneasy. His father told him not to worry about his parents. Joo-hyuk agreed and said he would visit them soon. Il-sung Hospital was one of the top hospitals in Korea, affiliated with a major corporation. It was undeniably good news, yet something about it felt strange. After that, Min-hyuk called him. With so many bizarre things happening to the family, Joo-hyuk couldn't help but wonder what was really going on. Min-hyuk asked if he had seen their mom's interview. He said he was furious at those bastards. Their mom had worked herself to the bone, doing sales and everything else. Joo-hyuk knew that better than anyone. Min-hyuk then said he planned to give his allowance to their mom, since the lawsuit would cost a lot. Joo-hyuk reminded him that he still needed a laptop. Min-hyuk said it was fine. He had enough money to buy one even after paying his tuition. That was because he had received a scholarship. At that moment, he was standing inside the scholarship application office. Min-hyuk started to believe that good things really do happen when you live an honest life. Joo-hyuk asked where the scholarship came from. Min-hyuk replied that it was a national scholarship from the Awakener Management Administration. They handed out a large number of scholarships every year. Joo-hyuk told him to study hard. That was when his suspicion fully solidified. This wasn't heaven lending a hand. His mom's lawyer, his dad's hospital fees, Min-hyuk's scholarship, every single one of them. He was now certain it was all the work of the Awakener Management Administration. Meanwhile, Gwang-il was riding in a car when he received a call. The person on the other end said they wanted to meet. Gwang-il agreed, and even offered to pick him up so they could eat together. Gwang-il and Ju-hyuk shared a meal in a private room. Ju-hyuk asked why he had done all that. Gwang-il asked what he meant. Ju-hyuk answered. It was about his mom's lawsuit, his dad's hospital fees, and his brother's scholarship. Gwang-il calmly said it was necessary. Ju-hyuk realized he wasn't even trying to hide it. Gwang-il explained that if there was trouble at home, it would be impossible for Ju-hyuk not to worry, and if he worried, it would affect his progress in the tower. Ju-hyuk understood the logic, but he still felt uneasy that they hadn't even talked to him about it first. He knew this kind of treatment was usually reserved for the elite team, yet he was only under a standard contract. Gwang-il suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He placed a document in front of him, the ultra-elite contract. Then he told him to sign it immediately, the elite team contract. Ju-hyuk felt completely cornered. Jo-hyuk realized that Gwang-il had come fully prepared. Still, he wasn't confident. His talent didn't feel special or outstanding to him. He was caught off guard when Gwang-il suddenly stood up. Gwang-il asked if he truly believed that, even after setting records no one had ever achieved before. Ju-hyuk was left speechless. He had no response. For someone who had cleared 24 floors in a row with an S++ rating to say something like that, he realized it sounded less like humility and more like denial. Gwang-il bowed as he spoke. Ju-hyuk gasped and told him there was no need to go that far. But Gwang-il brought up the recent incident with Hoseok. He told Ju-hyuk to join the elite team and receive the treatment he deserved, because he had earned it. Ju-hyuk quickly told him to sit down, feeling embarrassed by the attention. Gwang-il added that if he signed the contract, incidents like that would never happen again. He would receive protection on the same level as a VVIP. Ju-hyuk replied that he felt uncomfortable having people follow him all the time. On top of that, he couldn't record all of his climbs. One of the biggest reasons he hesitated was the elite contract's requirement to record sessions. He didn't want John and Go-bang to be exposed or dragged into unnecessary trouble. Gwang-il said that the video recording could be handled however Ju-hyuk wanted, and the security detail was fully negotiable. That finally caught his attention. He asked how it would be adjusted. Gwang-il explained that normally Ju-hyuk would live alone in a high-security residence. Security would only follow him when he went outside. If he wanted, they could also assign protection to his family. Ju-hyuk reminded himself not to be swayed. Then Gwang-il sweetened the deal. The moment he signed the elite contract, they would provide 2 houses, one for him and one for his family. That hit him right in the heart. There was no way to ignore an offer like that. He could already picture it, but he still told Gwang-il that while he appreciated his decisiveness, he wanted to make sure it was okay to make such a huge decision on the spot. Gwang-il could tell from his expression that he had already accepted it. He assured him there was nothing to worry about. He had full authority from the director himself. He slid the contract toward him and told him to sign there. Ju-hyuk felt excited just imagining the houses. Ju-hyuk held the pen, but then stopped. Gwang-il asked if something was wrong. Deep down, Ju-hyuk felt nervous. Things were moving too fast. He asked for more time. Gwang-il asked why. Ju-hyuk answered honestly. He wanted to get some advice before making his final decision. Gwang-il nodded and said he would wait. The next day, John was summoned. He proudly declared that a special super rare assassin had arrived. His body shone with blinding, iridescent light. Ju-hyuk winced, covered his eyes, and shouted in pain as the intense glow nearly blinded him. The rank-up was complete. John was now SSR. The light was so overwhelming that Ju-hyuk told him to change back. John asked if he wasn't going to call Go-bang as well. Ju-hyuk replied that before they challenged the 25th floor, there was something he needed to discuss, which was why he had called John out alone. John said that made sense. There was no way Ju-hyuk could have a proper conversation with that ignorant Go-bang anyway. Ju-hyuk then told him about meeting a team leader from the Awakener Management Administration the day before. He explained the offer he received and said he was torn between staying on the normal team or joining the elite team. He asked John what he thought. John immediately voted for the elite team. Ju-hyuk was already a national authority level player and deserved to be treated like one. Ju-hyuk wondered if it would really be okay. If he joined the elite team, they might be forced to climb to the 60th floor or even higher. John assured him it was possible. Ju-hyuk said he would train hard so he wouldn't be a burden, but John rejected that idea outright. Ju-hyuk didn't need to train himself into danger. All he had to do was live a long life, and that alone was enough. His safety was his ability. Ju-hyuk tried to argue. John repeated it. As long as Ju-hyuk lived long enough, everything else would fall into place. He explained that in the dimension he came from before being summoned, there were countless legendary SSR-grade summon entities. As long as Ju-hyuk stayed alive, the day would come when he could summon every single one of them. And when that happened, they would all swear absolute obedience to him. They would follow any order, as long as it didn't violate the 3 laws. Ju-hyuk asked if that was everything. John added that there were even demigod-class monsters that existed outside the ranking system, beings that completely surpassed human limits. That clearly intrigued our MC. Juyuk asked if he could summon creatures outside the rankings like that. John answered honestly, right now he couldn't. So John told him his true path: live a long life and keep performing random summons. That was his ultimate ability, his true finishing move. The random summon cooldown was about 1 month. That meant 12 summons a year. With good item drops, it could be even more. In 1 year, he could have 12 or more powerful summons. Of course, if his luck was terrible, it would all amount to nothing. The cooldown timer read 19 days, 10 hours, 17 minutes, and 8 seconds. John told him to firmly demand just one thing. He must insist that the decision to climb uncleared floors be made by Juyuk alone, without any outside interference. Juyuk was surprised. He didn't know he even had the right to decide when to challenge the upper floors. John explained that this was critical. If he didn't secure that condition, all kinds of trashy bastards would start making noise, demanding to know why he wasn't climbing the uncleared floors. And once that happened, he would be forced to move forward before he was ready. John sounded unusually intense. Juyuk could tell that this advice came from a painful memory. John warned him never to let himself be dragged along. As long as that condition was guaranteed, he believed accepting government support was fine. Juyuk was surprised that John supported the idea at all. He thanked him for the advice. After that, Juyuk summoned Gobang. Gobang greeted Juyuk as usual. John stood behind him and asked if he wasn't going to greet him too. Gobang replied that a warrior does not greet just anyone. John proudly announced that he was now an SSR. He even spelled it out. Special Super Rare SSR. He went on to explain that there were 2 whole S's in front of the R, while Gobang was just a measly R rank. Gobang muttered that John was being mean. John snapped at him to shut up, saying there was a clear difference in their ranks, and Gobang was just an R-rank bastard. Juyuk noticed that Gobang avoided John's gaze. With a 2-rank gap between them, even the dense Gobang could read the atmosphere. Juyuk made a mental note. The next time a rank-up rune dropped, he would give it to Gobang. He asked if it was possible to earn a platinum badge again this time. John scoffed and said there was no need to ask. He was an SSR now. They entered the 25th floor of the Korea Black Tower. The mission was to defeat 100 orcs of any type and 1 orc chieftain within 10 hours. Juyuk watched as a massive number of orcs charged toward them. He considered taking on 1 or 2 himself. John said this would be his warm-up, a celebration of becoming an SSR. He ordered Gobang to move first and draw aggro. Gobang immediately complied. He sprinted forward and leaped into the air. The orcs froze in confusion when they saw him descending from above. Then, John moved. The SSR struck. His speed was so extreme that only a streak of light remained. To Juyuk, it looked like a fighter jet tearing through the battlefield. John unleashed multiple blades. They pierced straight through several orcs. Then, he activated his skill. Blade explosion. The struck orcs detonated on the spot. Even the nearby orcs were caught in the blast. This wasn't just a blade explosion anymore. It was closer to a bazooka. Several orcs charged him while his back was turned. Spears pierced through his body. The orcs grinned. Then their expressions froze. John's body dispersed into air. In the next instant, he reappeared behind them. He activated Vile Ambush and effortlessly beheaded several orcs. He looked like he was enjoying himself. The remaining orcs were terrified. They trembled in fear. John asked why they all looked so sour. Then he activated Poison Dagger. He said they were only getting started. Juyuk realized he had to move fast before John wiped them all out. He activated Shadow Step. He rushed toward a nearby group of orcs. They all turned to face him. He remembered what John had told him, that all he needed to do was live a long life. But even so, Juyuk still wanted to grow stronger, so that everyone who cared about him could finally stop worrying. Juyuk charged straight at the orc. He didn't want to rely on John forever. If he wanted to keep up, he had to grow stronger, and fast. He ducked as the orc swung its blade. Then he kicked it square in the rear. The orc crashed face first into the ground. It scrambled back up almost instantly, clearly confused. Juyuk activated the primordial thunderclap staff, first form, soul-chasing thunderbolt. He smashed the staff down on its head, crushing its skull and sending blood spraying. The orc collapsed, screaming in pain. More orcs rushed toward Juyuk. He used Shadow Step, darting through them and striking one after another. Then his eyes widened. A notification appeared. Primordial thunderclap staff, second form, cascading thunderbolts unlocked. He felt a surge of excitement. He had unlocked the second form. The knowledge flowed into him instantly. He understood how to use it, but cascading thunderbolts felt entirely different. He spun his mace as he activated the second form. Several orcs charged at him, and he lunged forward while twirling the weapon. He unleashed cascading thunderbolts. Lightning crashed down on the orcs. The energy split into 5 streams, striking multiple targets at once. Juyak grinned when he realized it was an area of effect skill. John noticed the lightning and frowned, wondering when orcs learned to use thunder. Then he saw Juyak. His jaw dropped. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He sprinted toward him at full speed. At the last second, he skidded to a stop. Tears welled up as he scolded Juyak for getting carried away just because he unlocked a new skill, especially when they had agreed to hunt enemies one by one on each floor. Juyak apologized. Then he paused. Why was he apologizing to a summoned entity? The thought annoyed him. He was tired of walking on eggshells around John. He snapped that even if he was a beta male outside the tower, inside it, he was the ultimate alpha. John calmly replied that Juyak's safety was their top priority. That only irritated him more. Juyak pointed ahead and challenged him to let the orc warchief appear. He said he'd charge straight at it and smash its skull himself. He was cut off mid-sentence by a loud crash. As if on cue, the orc warchief appeared. The moment Juyak saw it, he screamed for John's help. John grabbed him and bolted. Juyak's face turned pale. He instantly regretted not listening to John earlier. John dropped him behind Gobang and ordered them to take down the warchief immediately. The warchief stared them down. John told Juyak to leave it to him, while Gobang focused on protecting him. They charged forward. The warchief let out a thunderous roar. Gobang's hand began to glow. His fist slammed into the warchief's weapon. With pure strength, he bent the blade. The warchief froze in shock. Gobang didn't stop. Both fists slammed into the warchief's shoulders. Bones shattered. At the same time, John slipped behind it and activated Vile Ambush. His daggers flashed. The warchief's head fell. With that, the 25th floor was cleared. Juyak leveled up. His reward was a 2.5 kilogram magic stone. He achieved an S++ clear rank for the 25th floor of the Korea Black Tower. A platinum badge was awarded. He could now challenge the 26th floor. He exited the Korea Black Tower. A special perk was granted for collecting 25 platinum badges. Encore perk selection is now available. Juyak already had a good idea what this meant. The system displayed the options: trait enhancement, skill copy, random item, and summoned entity rank up. He felt like he'd hit the jackpot. He tapped the screen. His awakened trait was enhanced. He knew he'd be a complete idiot to choose anything other than trait enhancement. His status window appeared. It showed his name, his affiliation with the Korea Black Tower, and his level, now level 26. His trait was Summon, allowing up to 3 summons. At the moment, he had John and Gobang. His trait skills were Designated Summon, Random Summon, and Summon Release. His common skills included entering the tower once per day and a tower inventory. His combat skills were Shadow Step and Primordial Thunderclap Staff. He felt a rush of joy when he saw that his simultaneous summon limit had increased to 3. Including himself, they could now form a solid 4-man party. There were about 18 days left on the random summon cooldown. He wondered who the 3rd summon would be. But for now, he had other things to deal with. He asked the 2 of them if they wanted to eat. John said he wanted tteokbokki. Juyak was surprised. John couldn't handle spicy food. John declared that he was SSR now, and the days of being weak to spice were over. Juyak doubted that and wished him luck. The tteokbokki arrived. Juyak praised them for their great work on the 25th floor and told them to eat. Gobang finished a bowl easily. John asked if it wasn't spicy. Gobang said it wasn't spicy at all. If anything, it tasted sweet. John didn't see it that way. He ate one piece, and his tongue caught fire. He collapsed on the floor, looking like he'd been poisoned. Gobang calmly told Juyak that the assassin would probably die soon, so he should throw him out and summon someone else. Now that Juyak had reached the 25th floor, he began to think. Maybe it was finally time to tell his family. Later that day, Juyak went to his family's home and brought premium beef with him. Minhyok asked where he got the money for it. Juyak leaned in and whispered that he'd explain later. His mother was shocked that he spent so much. She asked if he still had the receipt so he could return it. His father told her to let it be. They had been through a lot lately, and their son was just trying to do something nice. He suggested that she simply enjoy the meal. They gathered around the dining table and chatted. His father admitted the meat really did taste premium. His mother joked that the men in the house truly loved meat. She even brought out some fruit for them. Juhyok felt relieved. Everything had worked out. His mom's lawsuit, his dad's treatment, all of it. Then, he took a breath and said he had something important to tell them. He told them that he had awakened, and that he was now working as a player. The room went silent. They all thought he was joking. When he realized they didn't believe him, he knew there was only one thing left to do. He reached out to Gwang-il. The next day, they were driven in a luxury car toward a towering building. Juhyok's mother asked if her son had truly awakened. Gwang-il confirmed it and told them that Juhyok was now a precious asset of the nation. His father and brother were stunned when they heard him called an elite player. Gwang-il led them upstairs. Juhyok took out a black card and scanned it. The doors opened, revealing their new family home. At the Awakener Management Administration, Bong Juhyok filled out a form. He signed a contract for the Special Management Target Elite Player Program. Just a short while ago, he had no plans to sign an elite contract. Life truly was unpredictable. Gwang-il apologized for only offering him an annual salary of 2 billion won. He explained that the starting salary for elite players was strictly controlled by their guidelines. The administration already considered 2 billion won a huge amount for Juhyok. However, Gwang-il believed that a player of his caliber deserved far more. Juhyok told him not to worry since this was the choice he had made. However, he was concerned about being publicly revealed as the player who held the S++ clear record. If that happened, his private life would be exposed to everyone. Our protagonist feared that his face would appear all over television, social media, and the news. It might even become difficult for his family to leave the house. Just imagining it felt like a nightmare. That was also why he had never told his family that he was the record holder. Gwang-il asked if his family liked their new home. If they found anything lacking, he offered to improve their living conditions. But Juhyok felt that they had already received more than enough. He remembered Minhyok's message. Their mother had cried with joy over the new house, while Minhyok nearly passed out after seeing his room's laptop, gaming setup, and massive TV. Juhyok felt they had already received more than enough. Gwang-il also informed him that his own apartment was ready. It came fully furnished with appliances and furniture, so he could move in immediately. He showed Juhyok pictures of the new apartment and asked if he was truly fine with the 24-pyong two-bedroom unit. Juhyok stared at the screen with glowing eyes. He loved the clean and beautiful rooms. To our boy, the place might as well have been a luxury penthouse. Meanwhile, inside the largest penthouse in Seoul, it stood high above the city, surrounded by the glowing night skyline. Two women swam inside a private indoor pool while admiring the city lights through a massive window. Suddenly, a man rose from the water, causing both women to giggle. He placed an arm around each of them. The man told the women that he was already bored with swimming and suggested they have some real fun. His name was Yoo Cheol-min, South Korea's #1 ranked player. His player trait was all-weapon warrior, which allowed him to master every kind of weapon. On top of that, he possessed countless area of effect skills, special moves, and ultimate skills. He had also reached the 66th floor, the highest floor anyone had climbed in Korea's Black Tower. They left the pool and began drinking liquor that cost 5 million won per glass. Cheol-min asked the women how it tasted, and they eagerly replied that they would drink every last drop. He joked that they really loved money. Then one of the women asked him a serious question. Since he was the country's top player, she thought he might know the answer. Curious, Cheol-min told her to ask. His expression changed when she asked about the mysterious player who had earned consecutive S++ clear records up to the 25th floor. It had become a hot topic lately, so she was dying to know their identity. Cheol-min replied that he did not give a damn about some low-level punk. After all, there was nothing impressive about clearing a measly 25 floors. However, the brown-haired woman kept pushing the subject. The black-haired woman beside her quickly told her to drop it. Without warning, Cheol-min poured his drink over the brown-haired woman's head and ordered her to keep talking. She froze in shock, her eyes widening in fear. Cheol-min called her a stupid bitch and told her to listen carefully. He asked what she thought would happen if he stopped raiding the 66th floor. The woman could only tremble in silence. Enraged, he smashed the bottle against the floor. He pointed out that the current Black Tower stood in the middle of nowhere in Gangwon Province. But what did she think would happen if the next one appeared near a major city? Cheol-min claimed that South Korea would disappear from the map. He dared her to find out whether he was bluffing. The woman quickly apologized, but Cheol-min blamed her for the tower's possible collapse. His mood had completely gone to shit. He had invited some ordinary trash into his penthouse because the other players would not stop talking about the S++ record holder. Yet no matter where he went, that mysterious player was still the only thing people talked about. Cheol-min gritted his teeth in frustration. He ran a hand down his face and let out a heavy sigh. His mind returned to the offer China had made him last month. They had promised him an annual salary of 180 billion won, a massive mansion with servants, a private jet, and treatment equal to that of a head of state. But China was not the only country that wanted him. Japan had offered him an annual salary of 200 billion won, a luxurious residence, and 10 personal maids who would fulfill his every wish. They promised him the finest treatment and a life filled with pleasure. Cheol-min grew bitter about his situation in Korea. He had spent months risking his life to clear the 66th floor, yet everyone only cared about some player on the 25th floor. To him, they were completely ungrateful. He began seriously considering changing his citizenship. After all, raiding the 66th floor had placed a massive burden on his shoulders. The floors above 60 marked the beginning of the undead zone. On the 66th floor, monsters known as specters appeared. These terrifying ghosts ignored physical attacks, and only elemental attacks could harm them. They were nothing like the generic undead found in fiction. Only those who had faced them firsthand understood how horrifying their demonic energy truly was. A single encounter caused such severe mental trauma that Cheol-min needed 3 full days to recover. Even with accessories and elixirs that helped him resist the dark aura, light attribute weapons obtained from the tower, and all kinds of other support, he barely escaped with his life every time. Cheol-min admitted to himself that clearing the 66th floor was currently impossible. Instead of merely thinking about it, he decided to move forward with changing his citizenship. He knew that suddenly abandoning South Korea would throw the entire country into chaos. Half of the time limit for clearing Korea's 66th floor had already passed. That meant the tower's collapse countdown would begin in about 3 months. Cheol-min knew that he was the people's only hope. But by the time they realized that, it would already be too late. He would no longer be in Korea. He wanted those ungrateful bastards to drown in despair and regret. Back to our MC. Juyak opened the door when a delivery worker arrived with his order of 10 whole-fried chickens. Slightly embarrassed by the massive order, he thanked the worker and carried the bags inside. Juyak found living in a building made for players incredibly convenient. The staff handled all the daily chores and even ran errands for the residents. The facility also had shops and restaurants, along with a gym, swimming pool, and karaoke room. Our protagonist regretted not moving in sooner. He had just returned from the 26th floor, where his mission was to eliminate 20 swamp trolls. The floor was known for being difficult because of its swampy terrain. However, thanks to Shadow Step, Juyak had cleared it without much trouble. He happily raised the bags of food and called Meatball and John over to eat. However, the 2 men completely ignored him. Their cheeks were red, and they stared at the screen with dazed expressions. Juyak tried getting their attention, wondering what had left them so hypnotized. It turned out that they were watching a girl group on the massive television. Then again, even Juyak was affected by seeing a girl group on a 100-inch screen. So he really could not blame them for ignoring him. Meatball grabbed a piece of fried chicken from the coffee table. The 3 sat on the sofa and began eating. John asked if they would grind the 27th floor tomorrow. Juyak confirmed it and explained that he planned to push all the way through the 29th floor. John wondered why they would stop there. Juyak explained that they would spend 10 days farming. Once the cooldown for random summon reset, they would challenge the 30th floor as a 4-man party. John became excited upon hearing that they were getting a new member. Meatball raised both fists and cheered for their future teammate, while Juyak smiled and encouraged him. However, John suddenly realized that if Juyak summoned a legendary SSR rank warrior, his position as the right-hand man could be in danger. He knew Juyak's safety should come first, but the thought still frustrated him. Later that day, Gwang-il arrived with the item Juyak had requested. It was the Volcano Orc leather armor, which protected its wearer from cold and chills using the remaining heat of its flame aura. Juyak accepted the red armor and thanked him for always providing support. Gwang-il replied that it was his job to provide assistance tailored to their elite players' raids. He then wished Juyak luck on the 27th floor. On the 27th floor of Korea's Black Tower. This frozen land was infamous for its deadly cold. However, thanks to his new red coat, Juyak did not feel cold at all. He looked at Meatball, who was barely wearing any clothes, and asked if he was not freezing. Confused by the question, Meatball proudly declared that warriors did not feel the cold. Juyak then turned toward John. The mage's body was covered in ice, and he was shivering so badly that he could barely speak. Juyak offered him a hood, but John refused. He claimed he could overcome the cold with magic. Our protagonist stared blankly at the two of them. If Meatball were only a little smarter, he might have been worthy of the SSR rank. Meanwhile, John kept moving around in an attempt to warm himself up. Then he suddenly dashed away. As he ran, he declared that the hunt had begun. Juyak commented that the freezing cold must have driven him berserk. Meanwhile, our MC felt like he was wrapped in a warm blanket while lying on a heated floor. It made him too lazy to move, though he still planned to catch at least one monster himself. Juyak finally began running and ordered Meatball to catch up with John. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, announcing that the mission had already been completed. His level immediately increased. Juyak was stunned by how quickly the battle had ended, while John proudly claimed that he had handled everything for him. His rewards were a 2.7 kilogram magic stone and the tower-exclusive Roland Holy Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. He also achieved an S++ clear rank in Korea's Black Tower and received a platinum badge as his reward. Juyak had not even finished warming up, but he decided to let it go. After all, he was thrilled to finally obtain a piece of tower-exclusive equipment, the Roland Holy Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. It was a two-handed sword, but after examining it closely, he noticed that it looked extremely worn out. It was also heavy as hell. Our boy could not understand how it was supposed to be better than his current mace. For now, he decided to store it away and check its resale price later. When the tower-exclusive Roland Holy Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword was used against undead enemies, its attack power increased. Its sacred fire and steadfast spirit also raised the user's critical hit rate. However, none of its effects worked against enemies other than the undead. Its durability was also extremely low, so it required repairs after every use. Finally, it possessed a special feature that covered the user's sword and body in a faint radiance. Outside the tower, Juyak offered the worn-out weapon to Meatball. Meatball immediately refused, declaring that a true warrior only needed his fists. Juyak then turned to John, but the assassin declined as well. He explained that his equipment consisted of wyvern leather armor and a dwarf-crafted dagger. Our protagonist realized that his only option was to sell the sword. However, he did not want to return to the player shop. The weapon was also so worn out that he doubted anyone would buy it. Before getting rid of it, he decided to swing it one last time. John encouraged him to give it a try. Juyak raised the sword above his head and prepared to swing it with all his strength. To put it kindly, his form looked ridiculous. He then forced himself to swing the sword again. After only 2 swings, his stamina was completely drained, leaving him gasping for air. Strangely enough, John still showered him with praise. Juhyok knew he had merely flailed the sword around without using any proper technique. However, John insisted that he had done well, considering his physical abilities were restricted outside the tower. Juhyok wondered if those restrictions could ever be removed. The assassin replied that it was possible. John explained that the restrictions would vanish once the boundary between the tower and the real world disappeared. In other words, if every tower on Earth collapsed, the entire world would become a space similar to the tower. Only then would the restrictions on every player's abilities be lifted. John declared that such an event would be an omen of destruction. Meanwhile, at the Japanese embassy in Korea, a man answered a phone call and was informed that a rabbit would soon be leaving its nest. The news immediately brought a smile to his face. The caller ordered him to retrieve the rabbit, as the wolves were already watching their target. The man calmly assured the caller that he would personally handle the situation. The man was Counselor Tomo of the Japanese embassy in Korea. After ending the call, he remarked that a typhoon would soon sweep through the country. 2 days later, a screen displayed information about the Black Tower in Gangwon Province, Korea. The 65th floor had been cleared, while the 66th floor was still in progress. Only 92 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes, and 52 seconds remained. Ever since John started talking about omens of destruction, Juhyok had been feeling uneasy. However, he had no choice but to leave the higher floors to powerful players like Yu Cheolmin. Our boy knew that worrying would not solve anything, so he decided to take his time and continue moving forward as he always had. He prepared himself to challenge the 29th floor. The 28th floor, which he had cleared yesterday, had been a real headache. Jungle trolls attacked them from the tops of massive trees, and achieving another S++ clear rank with John alone would have been difficult. Fortunately, having Meatball there made all the difference. Juhyok still could not understand how Meatball had managed to rip such a massive tree from the ground. If the guy were only a little smarter, he might have become a true SSR rank warrior. Combined with John's swift finishing strikes, the battle had ended in a perfect, clean sweep. However, Juhyuk knew the 29th floor would not end in another clean sweep. To prepare himself, he wore a yellow gas mask. The enemies on that floor were plague trolls, creatures covered in boils and dripping with filth. Many players had caught diseases while fighting them because they constantly leaked yellow pus and ooze wherever they walked. Knowing this, Juhyuk made sure to prepare thoroughly. He summoned John and Meatball. John greeted him with a formal salute, while Meatball sat quietly and announced that our Meatball had also arrived. Deep inside, Juhyuk wished he would stop announcing his rank every single time. They entered the 29th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Their mission was to defeat 20 plague trolls within 4 hours. Juhyuk asked if the 2 summons needed masks as well. Meatball insisted that a true warrior never caught diseases, while John explained that such equipment would only hinder an SSR-ranked fighter. On this 29th floor, the greatest threat was disease rather than raw strength. Since neither of them cared about getting infected, their hunting speed was even faster than it had been on the previous floor. Before long, they completed the mission, and Juhyuk leveled up. He received a 2.9 kilogram magic stone and a platinum badge for achieving another S++ clear rank. John and Meatball eagerly looked forward to another team dinner. However, after smelling the 2 of them, Juhyuk could only apologize. He immediately dismissed both summons. Juhyuk sent them a letter admitting that he's a traitor and a wicked employer. He told them they could curse him or even spit on him. However, he could not bring them back to his new home while they were covered in plague troll pus. Meatball was enormous, so he would surely spread it everywhere. Still, Juhyuk confessed that eating alone made him feel lonely. The next day, at the Awakener Management Administration gym, a brown-haired woman was busy training. Once she finished, she dropped the dumbbell onto the floor. She was South Korea's second-ranked player and was currently challenging the 62nd floor of Korea's Black Tower. The dark zombies on the 62nd floor released a dark aura that slowly ate away at players and corrupted them during battle. After facing them, she knew she was not strong enough to win yet. It made her wonder if she had finally reached her limit. Still, as an elite player, she refused to give up. She had to keep moving forward, even if it meant pushing her body until it broke. After chugging down a protein shake, she immediately felt recharged. Her mood also brightened. Suddenly, she noticed a group of people rushing outside. She called out to Minna, who turned to look at her. Minna replied that she was busy. Seeing everyone rushing away, the woman asked if something had happened. Minna then realized that she had not seen the news yet. Ga-eun's eyes widened when she heard the shocking announcement involving Yoo Cheol-min. Yoo Cheol-min stood before a crowd of reporters while dressed in a red suit. During the press conference, he claimed that the Korean Awakener Management Administration had become too focused on politics, causing it to neglect its elite teams. Because of this, he declared that South Korea's future looked bleak. Cheol-min then announced that he would leave South Korea and begin a new career as a player in Japan. At the same time, Juhyuk's jaw dropped when he heard the announcement. He watched the news alongside Wang Il inside the Awakener Management Administration building. He could not believe that Yoo Cheol-min, the country's #1 player, had defected to Japan. Gwang Il confirmed it and explained that this was why they had urgently summoned him. He asked how long Juhyuk would need to reach the 60th floor. Just as Juhyuk had suspected, they had suddenly called him in because of the tower crisis. He was currently on the 29th floor. If he cleared 1 new floor every day, it would take 37 days to reach the 66th floor. With 90 days remaining on the time limit, it seemed possible at first glance. Even so, Juhyuk admitted that reaching it within 90 days would be difficult. Whenever he encountered a challenging floor, he spent at least 10 days preparing before moving forward. On top of that, his contract allowed him to climb at his own pace. Gwang Il could only apologize. He knew Juhyuk had signed the contract recently, so he had no excuse for placing such a heavy burden on him. However, the administration was desperate. Seeing the sadness on Gwang Il's face made Juhyuk panic because his resolve was already beginning to weaken. Still, Juhyuk decided to refuse. He did not want to make a promise he could not keep. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open. Nam Ga-eun rushed into the room. After hearing the news from team leader Lee Min-ae, she was deeply concerned. She immediately asked if America had agreed to lend them any light attribute equipment. Gwang Il replied that they had not received an answer yet, as the global supply of light attribute items was extremely limited. Ga-eun apologized and admitted that she was simply desperate. She then noticed that Gwang Il had a guest. The moment such a beautiful woman looked at him, Juhyuk's face turned bright red. Our boy became completely flustered and had no idea how to introduce himself, so he blurted out that he had only come there to sell an item. Gwang Il silently praised him for the smooth excuse. Juyok explained that he had obtained the item recently, and it seemed they were currently short on light attribute equipment. He pulled out the worn-out sword and offered it to Ga-eun. Juyok had heard that it worked well with light attributes. Ga-eun stared at the weapon in shock before asking permission to inspect it. The sword suddenly began to glow. The status window identified it as the tower-exclusive Roland Holy Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. When used against undead enemies, its attack power increased, while Sacred Fire and Steadfast Spirit raised the user's critical hit rate. However, its effects did not work against any enemies other than the undead. Its low durability also meant that it required repairs after every use. Finally, it covered the user's sword and body in a faint radiance. Ga-eun was stunned. A weapon that increased both attack power and critical hit rate against the undead was something she had never even heard of before. Overwhelmed, she grabbed Juyok by the shoulders and asked if she could take it. Ga-eun begged him to lend her the weapon just once. Tears filled her eyes as she pleaded with him, promising to give him anything he wanted in return. And then our freaking MC started his daydreaming. A couple walked down a wedding aisle together. They were revealed to be Juyok and Ga-eun, dressed in wedding attire as they smiled lovingly at each other. The scene then shifted to a peaceful beach at sunset, where they ran along the shore while holding hands. Juyok imagined their future together. He even wondered whether they would have a child and what name they might choose. With flushed cheeks, Ga-eun suggested the unusual name, Holy Sword, causing him to laugh. Juyok leaned closer and closed his eyes, ready to kiss her. The fantasy suddenly came to an end. Back in reality, Juyok stood with his lips awkwardly puckered while Ga-eun repeatedly called out to him. Ga-eun stood before him, holding the holy sword with a bright and excited expression. Juyok began sweating buckets when he realized that he had completely spaced out and imagined their entire married life. Juyok confirmed that she could borrow the weapon and asked her to test it before reporting its performance. Ga-eun thanked him deeply and promised to return the favor whenever he needed her help. In fact, she promised to do anything for him. Filled with fresh determination, Ga-eun prepared to challenge the 62nd floor. Team leader Gwang-il watched her leave and prayed for her safe return. Juyok, however, still doubted whether the weapon was worth much. It would need good reviews before he could sell it for a high price. Then again, he had nearly thrown it away, so he reminded himself not to be greedy. Still, he could not help wondering how much that rusty old sword might be worth. Ga-eun entered the 62nd floor of Korea's Black Tower. Her physical abilities and combat power were adjusted to match her level, while her traits and combat skills became available. Her mission was to defeat 20 dark zombies within 15 hours. Failure would result in death or forfeiture. As far as Ga-eun was concerned, creatures like these should never have been alive in the first place. They were known as the undead. Soon, a grotesque corpse appeared before her, surrounded by an ominous aura. The sight filled Ga-eun with overwhelming dread. No matter how many times she experienced it, she could never get used to that feeling. The disgusting aura made every part of her body scream at her to run. She activated the holy sword, causing it to release a faint white radiance. However, the light was much weaker than she had expected. Even the light attribute items normally provided as support seemed brighter. It made her question whether the sword would actually help. The undead suddenly lunged at her as its dark aura closed in from every direction. Ga-eun decided to test the weapon in a direct clash. She stood her ground instead of running. After all, facing monsters like this was her destiny as a player. Her blade collided with the creature's claw, sending waves of energy bursting through the air. The monster's dark energy continued closing in around her. Ga-eun struggled to remain standing as her body grew unbearably heavy. For a moment, she feared that nothing had changed. She cursed silently as the creature raised its claws to strike her. At that moment, a system notification appeared, announcing that the holy sword had activated its effect, Steadfast Spirit. The monster let out a confused growl as brilliant light erupted from the blade. Ga-eun swung upward with all her strength, completely overpowering the dark aura. Even she was stunned by the result. A notification announced that she had landed a critical hit and the zombie's hand was sliced off. Ga-eun could not believe that the sword had completely canceled its dark aura. She immediately followed with a rapid storm of attacks. Every slash became faster than the last as notifications announced one critical hit after another. The undead released a twisted scream of agony. A final screen confirmed the monster's defeat. Ga-eun was notified that she had defeated one of the 20 required dark zombies. She never expected the battle to be that easy. Back at the administration office, Gwang-il checked his watch. Ga-eun had been inside the tower for 2 hours, and he was starting to worry. Whenever she failed to clear a floor, she usually returned around this time. He anxiously wondered how her attempt had gone. Suddenly, Ga-eun appeared before them. Gwang-il acknowledged how hard she had fought. There was no way she had cleared the floor that quickly, so he assumed she had forfeited. It seemed even the holy sword had not been enough. Before he could say more, Ga-eun asked him to wait while she quickly drank a healing potion. Ju-hyuk told her that he was glad to see her return safely. He then asked if the sword had been useful and encouraged her to give him an honest review. Without warning, Ga-eun rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Ju-hyuk froze in shock, his face turned bright red from the sudden hug. This fucker is enjoying it. Ga-eun also blushed as she thanked him, declaring that his sword was the reason she'd succeeded. At this point, our boy was already thinking about their child attending elementary school. Those words immediately sent Ju-hyuk into another daydream. Ga-eun continued thanking him, saying she would have failed without the sword. Even Gwang-il had not expected such a result. She revealed that she'd successfully cleared the 62nd floor. Ga-eun believed that with the holy sword, she might even reach the 66th floor. Overcome with joy, Gwang-il shouted, "Yes!" and repeatedly pumped his fists through the air. A huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. If Ju-hyuk had brought the sword in a little earlier, it might have ended up in Cheolmin's hands. Just imagining that possibility horrified him. The more Gwang-il learned about Ju-hyuk, the more fascinating he became. First, he was the mysterious holder of the consecutive S++ clear records. Now he had casually brought them an incredible weapon. Gwang-il wondered if one person could truly produce such overwhelming results by himself. On the other hand, in our MC's point of view, he thought he could already die because he already had a good life while Ga-eun was hugging him. Then Ga-eun explained that the sword had performed amazingly, but its blade was badly damaged in several places. Since the weapon had already been a wreck, Ju-hyuk assumed he would need to throw it away after a few more uses. Gwang-il assured them that it could be repaired. Player shops employed skilled craftsmen, and the administration would cover every repair expense. Ga-eun sighed in relief. Ju-hyuk asked if the repairs would be expensive, but Gwang-il repeated that the administration would handle the entire cost. Ju-hyuk offered to sell them the sword since they would need it to continue clearing the floors above 60. However, Gwang-il advised him not to sell it, leaving our protagonist disappointed that the administration did not want to buy it. Instead, Gwang-il suggested renting the sword out. By keeping ownership of the weapon, Ju-hyuk could earn far more money in the long run. He explained that there were hundreds of towers across the world. Few countries had reached the floors above 60, but the others would eventually catch up. Once they did, the administration could rent the sword to those nations. The price would be 10 billion won per session. Ju-hyuk was stunned. Gwang-il explained that the price was reasonable based on global demand and official statistics. When Ju-hyuk remained silent, Gwang-il became nervous and asked him to speak up if he found the offer unsatisfactory. Ju-hyuk's face suddenly lit up as he declared that the deal sounded far too good. A rental business was basically free money. Gwang-il offered to manage the entire process, and Ju-hyuk gratefully accepted. In return, Ju-hyuk offered the administration a discounted rental fee of 1 billion won. Gwang-il told him there was no need to go that far, but Ju-hyuk did not mind since he would earn plenty from other nations anyway. Gwang-il sincerely thanked him. Later, someone prepared a massive meal. It was none other than Ju-hyuk. He could not stop smiling as he imagined earning 10 billion won from a single rental. The whole thing felt unreal. Apparently, the real money was in becoming a holy sword lord, not a landlord. He still could not believe that the item he had almost thrown away had turned into a complete jackpot. He placed a large plate of balsam on the table and called everyone over to eat. John was deeply touched that Ju-hyuk had cooked for him. Even Meatball began crying as he declared that his summoner was the only person who had ever treated him kindly. Ju-hyuk encouraged them to eat as much as they wanted. He finally felt like a wealthy man, and he owed it all to them. That evening, news of Ga-eun's successful clearance of the 62nd floor spread across the country. Reports revealed that her success came from a holy sword with the holy attribute. Because of this, Ga-eun emerged as the country's new hope and confidently declared that she could clear the 66th floor. The public quickly forgot about Cheolmin. The news even claimed that Ju-hyuk's contribution had transformed Korea's crisis into a new opportunity. 10 days later, Ju-hyuk visited a bathhouse. He had spent the past several days repeatedly farming the 28th floor. Now, the cooldown for the random summon he had been waiting for was finally over. Ju-hyuk thoroughly washed himself at the bathhouse, trimmed his nails, and changed into fresh clothes. He had even emptied his stomach by fasting. That left him starving. He wanted to finish the summon quickly so he could finally eat. At last, he prepared the ritual water. Well, it was only water from the purifier, but he figured that still counted. A system window appeared, showing that less than 30 minutes remained until his next random summon. Ju-hyuk knelt, pressed his hands together, and prayed with all his heart for an SSR, also known as a legendary special super rare. Meatball and John waited beside him. John tried to reassure him that this summon would be good, claiming it would not turn out like Meatball. Ju-hyuk immediately silenced him and insisted that there was absolutely nothing wrong with Meatball. He pointed out that Meatball was one of the main reasons they had cleared so many floors with an S++ rank. John quickly clarified that he had only been trying to ease Ju-hyuk's worries. Meatball flashed John a wide, mocking grin. Naturally, the assassin was not amused. Tension began rising between the two summons until Ju-hyuk forced them to pay attention. Our protagonist told them to focus because the time had finally come. He activated Random Summon. A burst of purple light filled the room as a mysterious silhouette formed inside the glow. As the light slowly faded, a woman dressed in traditional clothing appeared. She thanked Ju-hyuk for summoning her. The woman wore a traditional Korean outfit. She knelt gracefully, introduced herself as Gyeon Dalrae, and offered her greetings to her young master. A status window appeared, displaying her name while leaving both her rank and type unknown. But after a few more seconds, the status window appeared again, identifying her as Gyeon Dalrae, an S-rank special super rare shaman. The three men in the room stared at her in shock. Ju-hyuk and John could not believe that the new summon was human. Neither of them knew how to react. Two objects suddenly appeared in the air. One was a dagger, while the other was a set of shaman's bells. Dalrae caught both items and humbly pledged her loyalty to the young master. She promised to use all her strength to serve him. Sweat formed on Ju-hyuk's face when he realized that she was a shaman. Suddenly, Dalrae's eyes narrowed. She did not like the way someone was staring at her. She was talking about John. Dalrae accused him of staring at a maiden's body with such sinful eyes and claimed that he needed a harsh beating to restore his senses. John was speechless. He tried explaining that he was only curious, but she immediately ordered him to be quiet. Dalrae warned him that if he held any dark thoughts toward her, he would not escape divine punishment. Ju-hyuk tried to calm them down, but the whole situation made him feel awkward. He became nervous when Dalrae suddenly turned her sharp gaze toward him. Unexpectedly, her expression softened as she told Ju-hyuk that he could look at her as much as he wished. Our protagonist could only wonder why normal was never an option when it came to his summons. Still, he was glad that Dalrae was S rank. She was now on the same level as John after his rank up. When he noticed her still glaring at John, Ju-hyuk began wondering if there was some kind of hierarchy between S-rank summons. The system described Gyeon Dalrae as the strict, serious, and solemn head shaman of the Heavenly Empire's Imperial Shrine. Her manifestation limit was 5 hours, she had no satisfaction rating yet, and her resummon cooldown was 3 hours after being dismissed. Ju-hyuk remembered his summoning ritual and wondered if all his strange preparation had actually influenced the result. Suddenly, he sensed that he was about to enter Dalrae's memories. His consciousness arrived before a grand temple. The sound of shaman's bells echoed around him. Gyeon Dalrae was the daughter of Mujong, Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Since childhood, she had been deeply interested in shamanism, the Empire's state religion. Eventually, the young princess became a shaman of the Imperial Shrine. After her father's death, her younger brother took the throne. However, their uncle murdered him shortly afterward and stole the imperial crown. This filled Dalrae with rage. She swore to take bloody revenge and began performing a dangerous death hex ritual. Her uncle had prepared for her revenge. He placed magical arrays throughout the palace and even arranged for a scapegoat to receive the death hex in his place. However, Dalrae had served the Empire's chief deity since childhood, making her the greatest shaman of her generation. Dalrae performed the death curse with all her might. Nothing could stand against her power, and it succeeded. However, using a death hex for personal revenge went against the will of heaven. Dalrae succeeded in killing her uncle, but the curse rebounded onto her. And just like that, her short life came to an end. Ju-hyuk remarked that her overwhelming charisma did not seem to match her strict and serious personality, but after witnessing her past, everything finally made sense. Even so, a bitter feeling remained in his heart. When Ju-hyuk returned to reality, he wanted to ask Dalray something. She encouraged him to speak without hesitation, so he asked for the name of the person who had founded the Heavenly Empire. Dalray identified him as the Great Emperor Gyeonhwan. She described him as a magnificent ruler who defeated the wicked Wang and Kim clans before expanding his empire into the lands of ancient Goryeo. Eventually, he changed the kingdom's name from Baekje to the Heavenly Empire. Ju-hyuk was stunned. He could not believe that she was talking about Gyeonhwan, the founder of later Baekje. Dalray confirmed that he was correct. Ju-hyuk realized that she came from a parallel universe. In her world, Baekje had united the three kingdoms instead of Goryeo. He also remembered John mentioning that he once worked in a world similar to modern Earth. As Ju-hyuk listened, he learned that Dalray's history matched his own, until it changed during the later Three Kingdoms period. Ju-hyuk was fascinated. Now that he knew Dalray was a princess, her powerful presence made perfect sense. Suddenly, his stomach growled, reminding him that he had been fasting since yesterday for the summoning ritual. He decided to cook ramen for everyone. John requested a mild flavor, while Meatball happily agreed to eat whatever ramen was served. When Ju-hyuk asked what Dalray wanted, she replied that being picky about food was improper. Ju-hyuk headed into the kitchen to start cooking while John showered him with praise. Meatball even became emotional over his kindness. However, Dalray looked horrified by what she was seeing. She scolded the two men and called them insolent fools. How could mere summons act so proud and shameless before their master? In her eyes, they deserved a harsh beating. Dalray raised her voice, furious that they were sitting around while the young master prepared their meal. She ordered both of them to stand up immediately. John felt that she was looking down on them far too much, especially when they were both special super rare summons. His refusal to recognize his place only made Dalray angrier. Deciding that words were not enough, she threatened to cast Yangbap, a curse, on them. John immediately panicked because he absolutely hated curses. He quickly offered to handle the cooking instead. Dalray then ordered Meatball to help him. Ju-hyuk realized that even this lunatic assassin and fearless savage warrior had something they were terrified of. After they finished eating, Ju-hyuk asked Dalray if she would accompany them into the tower. She swore to serve him with absolute loyalty, meaning she would follow his every command. A screen confirmed that the group had entered the 30th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Ju-hyuk thought about the benefits of having Dalray with them, especially since she kept John under control. If she could manage the assassin, Ju-hyuk hoped she could stop him from stealing every kill. This time, our protagonist planned to defeat at least 10 enemies himself. He asked if everyone was ready. John drew his daggers and declared that he would wipe out every enemy, while Meatball vowed to protect Ju-hyuk at all costs. Dalray seemed amused by them. At first, she had viewed them as lowly peasants who knew nothing about proper manners. However, she now realized that their hearts were in the right place. John blushed at her praise, while Ju-hyuk noticed that her authority within the group was already growing. On the 30th floor, their mission was to defeat 80 trolls and one twin-headed troll within 13 hours. Soon, massive green trolls emerged from the forest. Ju-hyuk wondered how a shaman would fight. He assumed Dalray would cast curses, perhaps even using a death hex against the monsters. Dalray suddenly pulled out an object. Ju-hyuk stared in disbelief when he realized that it was a portable speaker. Embarrassed, Dalray explained that her rituals required a steady rhythm. She normally relied on a master drummer to keep the beat, but since she traveled alone, she had prepared the device as a last resort. Ju-hyuk told her to do whatever made her comfortable, so Dalray began. As a deafening roar echoed through the forest, John and Meatball charged forward. Dalray pressed the play button. The moment the rhythm began, something awakened inside the two warriors. Their eyes lit up with power. Dalray raised her sword and began the ritual. She called upon the gods for their blessing and ordered the evil spirits to leave. Light swirled around her as waves of energy spread across the area. Ju-hyuk could hardly believe he was witnessing a shamanic ritual inside the Black Tower. The medallion around Dalray's neck began to glow. It released a powerful wave of magic that flashed across the entire battlefield. Ju-hyuk felt a strange energy wrap around his body. Before his eyes, Meatball's body grew even larger. His skin hardened like steel, allowing him to block the troll's attacks with ease. On top of that, his strength surged dramatically. John also tore through the trolls with ease, amazed by the power flowing through him. The assassin was thrilled to discover that all his senses had become sharper. Juhyuk had assumed Dalray could only weaken enemies, but he now realized that she could strengthen her allies as well. He also noticed that the trolls had become slower. That meant Dalray could apply buffs and debuffs at the same time. Juhyuk had never seen anything like it. Filled with excitement, he rushed forward to join the battle. His fighting spirit boiled over, and he could no longer hold himself back. With Dalray's support, he finally felt confident that he could accomplish something. Suddenly, he was pulled to a stop. Dalray had grabbed the back of his clothes. She advised the young master to remain somewhere safe and allow his subordinates to handle the battle. At that moment, Juhyuk sensed that something had gone terribly wrong. He promised that he would only defeat a few monsters before pulling back. Dalray questioned why someone of his status would stand beside such lowly creatures. Juhyuk argued that he was lowly too since he was only a beta male, but she declared that such a claim was completely absurd. Refusing to miss the hunt, Juhyuk ordered her to release him. However, Dalray firmly declined. Juhyuk feared that the mission would end before he could defeat even one monster. And sure enough, he was already too late. Before he could do anything, a status window announced that the 30th floor had been cleared and that his level had increased. Our protagonist was crushed. He had not defeated a single enemy. He regretted not breaking free from Dalray and charging ahead anyway. However, his frustration disappeared when he noticed her trembling. Juhyuk turned pale when he saw tears streaming down Dalray's face. He could not believe what he was seeing. Juhyuk realized that when absolute obedience clashed with Clause 3 of the laws of summoning, Dalray's first reaction was to cry. Still, he never expected an SSR summon to bawl her eyes out. Through her tears, Dalray confessed that she feared losing him because everyone she cared about always disappeared. Juhyuk realized what an idiot he had been. Dalray had lost her father at a young age and then suffered her uncle's betrayal. She had watched her younger brother die, and despite knowing it would cost her life, she still cast the death hex to take revenge. Juhyuk could only imagine what she must have felt. It was likely a mixture of fear and despair. He finally understood that Dalray was just a young woman who had lost everyone precious to her. Summoned beings were not tools that could be judged only by their ranks. They were people with emotions, memories, and reasons for acting the way they did. Juhyuk realized that her usual strength was likely an act she used to hide her weakness. He gently patted her head and promised that he would not place himself in danger. Dalray replied that she was honored by his words. Not long afterward, John and Meatball rushed back. John proudly announced that they had cleared the mission in style before asking why Juhyuk had sat out the entire battle. John was stunned when he saw the princess crying. He asked if Juhyuk had scolded her for treating him so harshly earlier. Juhyuk replied that he would never do such a thing and that John had deserved the scolding anyway. Dalray ordered John to step back. He quickly obeyed and asked her to put away the bells. Soon afterward, the group exited Korea's Black Tower. Juhyuk received a special perk for collecting 30 platinum badges. He immediately wondered what it would be. The reward was an item called the Skill Cooldown Reset Ticket. Our protagonist considered it a jackpot because it would let him use random summon one more time. For a moment, he wondered if he should activate it immediately. However, using it now would be a waste since his party already had plenty of firepower. He decided to save it for a truly hopeless situation. Honestly, he doubted that such a moment would ever come. Meanwhile, after conquering the 62nd floor, Ga-eun successfully cleared the 63rd floor as well. Footage from Nam Ga-eun's body camera was broadcast nationwide. Administrator Park Kyung-soo explained that Ga-eun had cleared the floor using the Holy Sword. It neutralized the dark aura, making the undead no more dangerous than ordinary monsters. A reporter asked how he planned to handle the 66th floor's deadline now that Cheol-min had become a Japanese citizen. Administrator Park Kyung-soo addressed the public with firm confidence, promising that the 66th floor would be conquered within 1 month. He also announced their plan to rent the Holy Sword to other nations, except any country connected to Cheol-min. As Cheol-min watched the news, his anger exploded. He hurled a glass at the television, shattering the screen. He screamed that they should have given him the sword from the beginning. If they had, he would have cleared the tower for them himself. Soon afterward, a visitor entered the room. The suited man was surprised by the ruined lounge and asked what had happened. Cheol-min claimed it was nothing before asking why he had suddenly come to visit. The man wanted to know when Cheol-min planned to clear the 57th floor. Cheol-min was confused since Japan had originally told him that he could climb at his own pace. The visitor explained that Japan could no longer rely on the Holy Sword. Because of this, the higher-ups expected Chaelman to begin clearing floors ahead of schedule. Chaelman declared that he would clear the 57th floor tomorrow. The man smiled, saying that Prime Minister Kawaguchi would be delighted. He also suggested broadcasting the raid live, as it would improve Chaelman's public image throughout Japan. Chaelman agreed. Before leaving, the man promised that they would replace the broken television. Chaelman struggled to control his anger. He muttered that both Japan and Korea were pissing him off. More than anything, he wanted to know who had found the holy sword and what he could do once he finally got his hands on it. Back at the apartment, Juhyuk scrolled through his phone. News about the tower and the holy sword filled every page. Namgayun's name appeared repeatedly as people praised her achievements. Everyone was also desperate to learn the identity of the sword's owner. He skimmed through the comments, which were mostly positive. A shy smile formed on his face now that the entire country was unknowingly talking about him. His 3 summons stared at him strangely. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the delivery Juhyuk had been waiting for. His order of 10 tubs had arrived. Since the package was quite heavy, the delivery man offered to carry it inside, but Juhyuk declined his help. 10 tubs of premium ice cream soon lined the counter. In the past, Juhyuk could only stare and drool over them whenever he visited the supermarket. But now, he had casually bought 10 whole tubs. With 10 billion won about to enter his bank account, this little treat was nothing. Juhyuk proudly reminded himself that he had come a long way. One thing had changed since Dalrei's arrival. His summons now refused to eat until he took the first bite. Once Juhyuk had tasted the ice cream, he allowed them to begin eating as well. Meatball cried tears of joy the moment he tasted it. He messily licked the ice cream straight from the tub, while John loudly declared that it was delicious. Dalrei remarked that the rude words and actions of these low-born men had reached an entirely new level. She believed that a person should always control their emotions no matter how excited they became. That was proper etiquette. John told her to relax, warning that holding everything in might give her indigestion. Dalrei finally took a bite. Her eyes widened as pure joy broke through her calm expression. John immediately pointed out how shamelessly excited she had looked. Dalrei quickly regained her composure and explained that her palate was simply experiencing a rare luxury. She had never tasted anything so sweet, not even inside the Imperial Palace. Meatball pointed out that she was clearly changing the subject. Dalrei lowered her head and formally thanked Juhyuk for the ice cream. He responded with a thumbs up and promised to buy more in the future. Our protagonist made a mental note that she absolutely loved ice cream. Before her summon ended, Dalrei offered to grant him a blessing, good fortune, or protection. She then asked if anything had been troubling him. John remembered that there was indeed one problem. John brought up the incident involving Chaelman. Dalrei became furious. She called Chaelman a wretch who deserved death. In her eyes, those blessed with great power should devote their entire lives to serving their nation and protecting its people, and even that would barely be enough. She could not believe that he had endangered his homeland before pledging himself to the Japanese invaders. Unable to accept such betrayal, Dalrei vowed to make him pay the price. John immediately supported her plan and encouraged her anger. She asked Juhyuk if they could obtain an item that Chaelman had used. Juhyuk told her to forget about it. He did not want to become involved, especially since Chaelman was already Japanese. Dalrei could not believe his response. Chaelman had abandoned all human decency, and if someone like him remained unpunished, injustice would spread freely. Juhyuk understood her anger, but he was worried about her. Casting a death hex caused the curse to rebound onto its user, and he refused to let Dalrei suffer just to deal with trash like Chaelman. John agreed with Juhyuk and continued praising him for his kindness. Touched by his concern, Dalrei explained that the ritual she planned to perform was completely different. She wanted to cast karma. Juhyuk had no idea what that meant. Karma was a power that sped up a person's punishment according to the weight of their actions. Good deeds invited fortune, while evil deeds brought ruin. Both fortune and misfortune would be decided by the laws of the gods of heaven and earth. Dalrei assured him that the ritual would cause her no harm. After hearing that, Juhyuk realized there was no reason to refuse. The preparations for the ritual soon began. John returned, and Juhyuk immediately asked if he had succeeded. The assassin proudly presented a television remote that had once been used by that traitorous bastard, Chaelman. Juhyuk made sure that he had not been caught. John proudly reminded him that he was a specialist in stealth, earning some praise from his summoner. Obtaining an item that Cheol-min had used was not difficult. John had obtained his former address through Gwangil. It seemed that Cheol-min had abandoned many of his belongings during his hurried escape from Korea. Dalray drew her blade and began casting Karma. With one swift motion, she cut her hand. Blood sprayed from the wound, causing Juhyok to worry. Dalray called upon the gods of heaven and earth before reciting her spell. Strange symbols appeared across the remote and began glowing as she called upon the scales of heaven and earth to weigh Cheol-min's burden. The glowing symbols completely wrapped around the remote. Then, the energy grew even stronger. Finally, the remote dropped heavily onto the floor. Dalray announced that the ritual was complete. Now, they only had to leave the result to the will of the heavens. If Cheol-min's sins were light, he would suffer only a small misfortune. Meanwhile, Cheol-min appeared before the public during a live broadcast. But if his sins were heavy, a terrible disaster would befall him. At that moment, the host introduced Cheol-min to the cheering crowd. Naoko-san was the reporter interviewing Cheol-min. She addressed him by his Japanese name, Ryu-san, and thanked him for agreeing to the interview. Cheol-min replied that it was no trouble. Naoko brought up his plan to clear the tower's 57th floor, noting that plenty of time remained before the deadline. Cheol-min confidently agreed that he could afford to take his time. However, he wanted to send a message of hope to the Japanese citizens who had fallen into despair after recent events. The audience was deeply touched by his thoughtful words. Naoko appreciated his concern, but reminded him to protect himself as well. She explained that before Cheol-min became a Japanese citizen, Japan had lost its top player. Hearing this, Cheol-min boasted that he had once cleared the 57th floor in only 8 hours. Since then, he had climbed all the way to the 66th floor. This time, he was confident that he could finish the mission within 5 hours. He had no doubt that he could pull it off. Cheol-min promised to protect Japan and declared that he would immediately prove his strength. With that, he left for the tower. Cheol-min entered the 57th floor of the Black Tower. His physical abilities were enhanced, and his combat skills became available. He stood firmly and studied his surroundings, noting that it had been a long time since his last visit. His mission was to hunt 15 fire wyverns within 14 hours. Massive red creatures soared through the sky. Wyverns fed on ogres and were practically the kings of the sky, second only to dragons. After countless attempts, Cheol-min had completely memorized every pattern on the 57th floor. At this point, failing would be stranger than succeeding. It was finally time to begin. Unexpectedly, Cheol-min sensed something strange. An unnatural chill bothered him, making him wonder if he was in poor condition that day. He decided to finish the mission quickly so he could rest. Then, he pulled out his crossbow. Since climbing the tower was basically a solo task, creating one-on-one fights was extremely important. No matter how high a player's level was, getting surrounded by several giant monsters was dangerous. Cheol-min focused and released an arrow. His strategy was to hunt the isolated wyverns one at a time. He fired several bolts at another flying creature. The wyvern screeched before diving toward him. Instead of retreating like someone with an archer trait normally would, Cheol-min stood his ground. After all, he could wield many different weapons. If a monster closed the distance, he only needed to switch to a melee weapon. For now, he decided to keep firing. However, the arrows suddenly curved away from their target, and because the arrow bounced, it hit another wyvern accidentally. Cheol-min was caught off guard when his perfect calculations failed. He immediately changed tactics and drew a sword and shield. 2 wyverns charged toward him. Cheol-min braced himself, confident that he could handle both at once. A few minutes later, the wyverns crashed into the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Cheol-min was exhausted and frustrated that none of his attacks had landed a critical hit. He switched back to his crossbow and promised himself that he would not lower his guard again. Cheol-min carefully aimed. But just as he prepared to fire, he suddenly sneezed. His finger accidentally pulled the trigger. A bolt flew forward at high speed, alerting the nearby wyverns. 3 wyverns began circling above him. Even Cheol-min felt pressured by the thought of fighting all 3. If he left the tower, he would immediately return to the live studio. But after making such bold claims in front of the entire country, he could not simply forfeit. The wyverns opened their mouths and unleashed streams of fire. Fire breath was a skill they rarely used because it placed a massive burden on their bodies. Cheol-min could not believe that all 3 had activated it at the same time. This was no time to worry about cooldowns. Cheol-min decided to unleash every ultimate skill he possessed. Purple energy exploded from his body as he activated them all at once. The overwhelming force defeated the wyverns, but Cheol-min was left completely exhausted. He had been unlucky, but he tried looking at the bright side. By fighting the monsters as a group, he had already defeated nearly 5 within an hour. He could also tell that the nearby wyvern would fall after a single clean hit. Cheol-min began considering whether he could finish the floor within 4 hours. That would create an even greater impact than his original promise. The wyvern roared as it prepared to breathe fire. Cheol-min mocked the creature, confident that such a weak attack would never hit him. His plan was simple: step backward and counterattack. However, his foot suddenly landed on something. When he looked down, he discovered a nest filled with baby wyverns breaking out of their eggs. Cheol-min's face turned pale. The eggs had completely hatched. Wyverns normally built their nests in high places, but with Cheol-min's terrible luck, he had found one built on the ground. Worse yet, he had stepped on an egg just as it was about to hatch. Naturally, the entire nearby flock heard the baby's cries at that exact moment. Then there was the ridiculous chance of fighting for an entire hour without landing a single critical hit. Cheol-min was furious. He could not understand what was happening. He counted every misfortune he had suffered and thought about how unbelievably terrible the odds were. In the end, Cheol-min chose humiliation over death and escaped the tower. He had forfeited the mission, which meant he had failed. Outside the tower, a group of idols performed on a brightly lit stage as they cheered for their hero, Ryu-san. Suddenly, Cheol-min appeared with his face planted against the floor. He quickly drank a healing potion. Naoko-san announced his return and encouraged the audience to welcome him with a huge round of applause. Since plenty of time remained in the schedule, she asked whether he had successfully cleared the floor. Cheol-min responded with a loud curse before storming off the stage. News of his failure quickly spread, and people began calling him a fraud. Cheol-min was furious. Everyone was mocking him, while also praising the mysterious player with consecutive S++ clear ranks. To make matters worse, Ga-eun had cleared the 64th floor's dark spheres in only 3 hours. Meanwhile, at the United States Department of Homeland Security, an official announced their intention to borrow the Holy Sword because player Gerald insisted on testing it. His boss clicked his tongue and complained that Gerald was obsessed with items again. The official explained that Gerald wanted to examine it because it was the only known item with a sacred attribute. The boss pointed out that they still had plenty of time before the 67th floor's deadline, so he could not understand the rush. However, Gerald apparently wanted to farm the 66th floor repeatedly for research. The man behind the desk was Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan. He agreed to submit a formal request through diplomatic channels. Antonio, the director of Tower Strategy, also informed him that the Japanese Prime Minister's office had contacted them. Japan had made an informal request about temporarily granting citizenship to one of their department's players. Macmillan immediately realized that Japan's newly naturalized player had failed to meet their expectations. Antonio agreed that their situation appeared serious. Macmillan instructed him to say that temporary naturalization was entirely possible. Antonio then asked what conditions they should demand. Macmillan grinned and revealed his plan to squeeze everything they could out of Japan while also charging a massive rental fee. He intended to drag out the negotiations until Japan's tower approached its collapse deadline. Once the country became truly desperate, they could bleed it dry. An international news broadcast reported that Yu Cheol-min's repeated failures had shocked experts. Public anger in Japan had become so intense that he could barely leave his home. Juyak and his summons watched the report from inside his apartment. He remarked that Cheol-min was finally facing the consequences of his actions. Still, he wondered whether the bad luck would follow him forever. Dalray replied that, unfortunately, Cheol-min's misfortune would not last forever. The effect would disappear once his karma returned to its original state. Juyak almost felt sorry for him. However, considering Cheol-min's fake public image and habit of relying on others, this was nothing more than the karma he had brought upon himself. Our protagonist reminded everyone that they would challenge the 32nd floor that day. John declared that his body was starting to feel stiff from the lack of action. Meatball was ready to hunt everything in sight, while Dalray calmly stated that she was prepared as always. Before entering the tower, Juyak asked to speak with Dalray in private. He presented her with a tub of ice cream, immediately bringing tears of joy to her eyes. John recognized it as the month's 5th most popular flavor, while Meatball was already drooling. Juhyuk ordered both of them to leave the ice cream alone and wait outside. John became suspicious that Juhyuk and Dalray planned to eat the entire tub by themselves. Juhyuk promised to buy them something delicious later. John and Meatball dramatically asked if their loyalty was still not enough. Our protagonist quickly offered to buy them beef instead. The two summons immediately left the room. Dalray was deeply touched by Juhyuk's kindness. She declared that the young master was a nobleman destined to bring peace to the world. Before she could take the ice cream, Juhyuk stopped her. He argued that it made no sense for such a great nobleman to be unable to defeat even one monster. Then, he confidently declared that he would slay 5 monsters on every floor. Tempted by the ice cream, Dalray allowed him to kill one. Juhyuk negotiated for 3 instead. Dalray accepted the deal as she happily took her first bite. The group entered the 32nd floor of Korea's Black Tower. Their mission was to defeat 20 Tier 2 Minotaurs. The 31st through 35th floors formed a Minotaur zone, with the same basic monsters and environment appearing throughout. Since this zone was meant for massive monsters, their bodies grew larger with each floor. A Minotaur king stood around 6 meters tall, while even Meatball was only 3 meters. The Tier 2 Minotaurs on the 32nd floor were already 4 meters tall. Standing directly before one, Juhyuk felt overwhelmed by its massive size. But after all the trouble he had gone through to convince Dalray, backing out now would be far too embarrassing. The Minotaur suddenly looked confused after sensing something strange. As promised, Dalray was supporting Juhyuk with buffs while weakening the monster with debuffs. Meatball had already cleared the surrounding area. Meanwhile, John waited nearby in case anything unexpected happened. Juhyuk smiled. With this much support behind him, failing would be far stranger than winning. Our protagonist charged forward. The Minotaur roared, but Juhyuk continued approaching. He prepared a technique he had fully mastered through countless farming missions. It was the third and final form of the primordial thunderclap staff, Thunderbolt Flash. True to its name, the attack moved at incredible speed. Its power matched its speed, making the force of the impact absolutely electrifying. Juhyuk was sweating bullets, but he safely managed to defeat all 3 Minotaurs. Afterward, the strengthened Meatball and John quickly wiped out the remaining monsters. A system notification confirmed that they had achieved an S++ clear rank on the 32nd floor of Korea's Black Tower. As an additional reward, they received another platinum badge. The next day, Minhwa acknowledged how hard Ga-eun had worked. She warmly congratulated Ga-eun on her efforts. Ga-eun admitted that the 65th floor had been difficult. Minhwa told her that she could always try again and reminded her not to push herself too hard. However, Ga-eun clarified that she had only said the floor was difficult, not that she had failed. When Minhwa asked how the raid had ended, Ga-eun proudly announced that she had succeeded. She then declared that the 66th floor raid would begin as scheduled in 3 days. Although the mood in Korea had improved after Cheol-min's failure, the public's fear had not completely disappeared. After a long debate, the National Assembly decided to clear the 66th floor early and secure another 6-month grace period. Inside his office, Gwang-il excitedly told Minhwa that Juhyuk could easily reach the floors above 60 within that time. However, Minhwa still felt uneasy. She worried about what would happen if the Holy Sword did not last until then. The craftsmen were carefully maintaining it, so a complete breakdown was unlikely. Even so, she could not stop worrying. Gwang-il laughed and reminded her that even Cheol-min had reached the 65th floor without the Holy Sword. America's Gerald Watson had reached the 66th floor as well. He confidently asked if she truly believed Juhyuk was less talented than either of them. Minhwa admitted that she did not. Gwang-il declared that Juhyuk was a complete anomaly. Even if the Holy Sword broke, there was no reason to worry. After all, Juhyuk already held the unmatched record of 32 consecutive S++ clears. Minhwa told him that he was wrong. The record had just been updated. Juhyuk had achieved another S++ clear on the 33rd floor, extending his streak to 33 consecutive S++ clears. Minhwa remarked that this only proved Gwang-il's point. Juhyuk truly was an anomaly. Back to our MC. Juhyuk examined the item in his hand and discovered that it was a perception-blocking talisman. Dalray explained that people would still recognize the bearer as human, but they would be unable to see their true identity. To everyone else, the bearer would simply look like an ordinary passerby. She added that the late emperor had often used these talismans as well. With this talisman, Juhyuk's summons could finally walk around outside with him. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. Another payment of 1 billion won had entered his account as a rental fee for the Holy Sword. The message mentioned that Ga-eun was currently challenging the 65th floor. Ju-hyuk had allowed her to use the weapon for free on the 62nd floor, meaning he had now received payment for 3 floors. Ju-hyuk celebrated the fact that he had already earned 3 billion won. He looked forward to the day when he could properly show off his wealth, but for now, treating his summons to a meal came first. Later that evening, Ju-hyuk walked through the crowded streets with Dalray, John, and Meatball. A woman passing by suddenly stared directly at Meatball, making Ju-hyuk nervous. To his surprise, the woman smiled and called Meatball cute. Our protagonist could not help wondering what Meatball looked like to ordinary people under the talisman's effect. Since nobody was screaming at the sight of a 3-meter giant, the talisman was clearly working. Ju-hyuk praised his summons for helping him clear both the 32nd and 33rd floors. As their reward, he excitedly announced that they were going to eat beef. John worried about the cost and promised to read the room so he would not overeat. However, Ju-hyuk encouraged everyone to order as much as they wanted. John asked if that was truly safe with Meatball's appetite, but Ju-hyuk told him not to worry. In the end, John decided to trust his summoner. The following day, Ju-hyuk summoned everyone to his apartment. Meatball, Dalray, and John enthusiastically greeted him before John asked how much their beef dinner had cost. Ju-hyuk refused to answer. He silently suffered while remembering the 12 million won bill. Then, he warned them that they would need to work hard if they ever wanted to eat beef again. Soon afterward, Ju-hyuk entered the 34th floor of Korea's Black Tower. His mission was to defeat 20 Tier 4 Minotaurs. The moment he came face to face with his target, Ju-hyuk turned pale. A massive Minotaur nearly 6 meters tall stood before him. Its overwhelming size intimidated our protagonist. Ju-hyuk planned to focus his attacks on the creature's lower body and finish it off once it fell. John asked if the cow's head was simply too high for him to reach. Ju-hyuk admitted that he had reached his limit. The assassin offered to solve the problem, but only if Ju-hyuk promised to defeat at least one Minotaur himself. Ju-hyuk accepted the deal, and John praised him for making such a quick decision. John then turned toward Meatball and reminded him that he needed to earn his keep after eating the most beef. He instructed Meatball to interlock his fingers. Meatball tried, but the pose looked more cute than useful, forcing John to show him the proper way. Meatball squatted and held his interlocked hands in front of him with his palms facing upward. John explained that Meatball would use them to launch Ju-hyuk. Our protagonist sprinted toward Meatball while nervously asking if this would really work. Meatball remained focused on giving him the strongest lift possible. Ju-hyuk stepped onto Meatball's interlocked hands. Then the warrior launched him high into the air. Ju-hyuk stared down in shock as the ground rapidly moved farther away. He began panicking when he realized that he was still rising. Just how high had Meatball thrown him? Our boy knew he was completely screwed. Then, he began falling. The speed of his descent terrified him, but he forced himself to remain calm. Ju-hyuk reminded himself that his level was high enough to survive the impact. While falling through the air, he considered using Shadow Step. He remembered how he could sometimes step on the air whenever he entered a state of complete focus. It felt as if powerful rockets had been attached to his feet. Ju-hyuk pictured the movement in his mind and felt a strange energy gathering beneath his feet. At that moment, he realized that the energy was mana. Our protagonist became thrilled as he successfully stepped on thin air. Ju-hyuk descended gracefully by stepping through the air with Shadow Step. Dalray, Meatball, and John watched in complete shock. Dalray never expected to witness the legendary art of void stepping. Meatball was amazed that Ju-hyuk could walk through the sky. Even John was speechless after seeing Shadow Step used in mid-air. He remembered his former boss once claiming that Shadow Step could eventually allow its user to walk on air. Back then, John had thought it was complete nonsense. But now, he knew it was possible. He praised Ju-hyuk's overwhelming talent. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk worried that he was moving too quickly to aim his attack properly. Still, he decided to trust himself and unleash the third form of the primordial thunderclap staff. Thunderbolt Flash! The Minotaur tried to counterattack, but Ju-hyuk's strike landed first. The powerful impact sent the monster flying backward. Ju-hyuk then used the recoil to land safely on the ground. Our protagonist nearly wet himself. John loudly praised Ju-hyuk's magnificent and blinding talent, admitting that even he could never perform such a move. Meatball declared that their summoner had earned the title of a true warrior. Even Dalray humbly admitted that Ju-hyuk's immense talent had terrified her and begged him to show some restraint. John agreed, admitting that even his hair had stood on end. Ju-hyuk confessed that he had panicked as well, but somehow everything had worked out. John declared that they would quickly wipe out the remaining enemies. Soon afterward, system notifications announced that the 34th floor had been successfully cleared. Ju-hyuk leveled up and received a 3.4 kilogram magic stone, along with a rare summoned entity rank-up rune. Our protagonist gasped in shock. He He could not believe that such a high-tier rank-up rune had appeared as a standard reward instead of a special perk. He had gotten unbelievably lucky. More notifications confirmed that he had achieved another S++ clear rank, earned a platinum badge, and unlocked the 35th floor. The group safely exited Korea's Black Tower. Joo-hyuk praised everyone for their hard work. He then asked John if a summoned entity rank-up rune could raise a summon from SSR to LSSR. John immediately said no, and explained that rune enhancements only worked up to SSR rank. Meatball happily asked if they would go outside for beef again. John scolded him and asked if he had any idea how expensive their last meal had been. Dalray added that nobody would willingly keep a servant with such an enormous appetite. Meatball quickly promised to eat less next time. John and Dalray smacked Meatball while continuing to lecture him. John complained that Meatball would probably eat another 100 servings anyway, while Dalray ordered him to learn some self-control. To Joo-hyuk, their scolding looked more painful than clearing the tower. He could not help feeling sorry for Meatball, so our protagonist stepped forward and handed him something. Meatball immediately promised that he would not eat it. Then, Meatball froze when he saw what Joo-hyuk had given him. It was the summoned entity rank-up rune, and Joo-hyuk told him to use it. Tears began falling onto the floor. Meatball emotionally thanked his summoner. Confused, Joo-hyuk asked why he was crying. Before Joo-hyuk could tell him to stop, Meatball pulled him into a crushing hug. Our protagonist panicked as the warrior's thick hair filled his mouth. Meanwhile, inside the Chinese Special Intelligence Bureau, an officer arrived after being summoned by the deputy director. The deputy director demanded to know why there had been no progress on clearing the 59th floor. The officer explained that more than half of the players they had forcibly naturalized had disappeared inside the tower. He added that several had even taken their own lives. The deputy director dismissed them as useless bastards. He slammed a folder onto the desk. It contained information on South Korea's elite team. The man behind the desk was Xiao Jun, deputy director of the Chinese Special Intelligence Bureau. The officer was shocked and asked where he had obtained the files. Deputy Director Xiao coldly questioned why that mattered. The officer immediately apologized. Deputy Director Xiao ordered him to select a suitable target and bring them to China. However, he warned the officer not to choose anyone too famous, as that would cause unnecessary trouble. As always, he instructed them to leave no evidence behind, ensuring that the motherland would never be forced to deny their actions. The officer saluted and vowed to complete the mission for the sake of the nation. Once the officer left, Deputy Director Xiao mocked Japan for publicly forcing players to change their citizenship and making themselves look foolish. After all, they could simply kidnap whichever player they wanted. 2 days later, at Joo-hyuk's apartment, Joo-hyuk suggested ordering delivery, but John insisted that they eat ramen for at least 5 days to save money. John then asked if Joo-hyuk truly was not going to eat any. Our protagonist replied that eating ramen for 3 days straight was already too much. Joo-hyuk stared at Meatball's status screen, which still displayed summon unavailable. He could not understand what was taking so long. John explained that rank-up reinforcement was dangerous because it strengthened the summoned soul itself. If the process failed, the soul could be completely destroyed. Joo-hyuk was horrified. Dalray reassured him that if Meatball's soul had truly been destroyed, his name would have disappeared from the summon list. She then scolded John for frightening their young master, forcing the assassin to explain himself. Since Meatball's name remained on the list, Dalray believed there had to be another reason for the delay. She explained that in extremely rare cases, summons could jump 2 or more ranks during reinforcement. When that happened, they became temporarily unavailable for several days. John agreed. Meatball's soul was so pure that he could easily imagine the warrior happily running through a field of flowers. He assured Joo-hyuk that Meatball was perfectly fine. Deep inside, Joo-hyuk was still annoyed that John had scared him so badly. Joo-hyuk then realized that if Meatball successfully jumped 2 ranks, he would reach the same SSR rank as John. The assassin immediately froze. Seeing John's shoulders slump, Joo-hyuk laughed. John was depressed that he might soon share the same rank as that buffoon. To cheer him up, Joo-hyuk suggested going out for drinks and dessert after they finished their ramen. Meanwhile, our protagonist wondered if Meatball would return even larger than before. Now that Dalra was staying with them as well, they needed another room. Joo-hyuk had only just moved in, yet he was already worried that he might need to find a larger home. Inside a cafe, people excitedly discussed the upcoming raid on the 66th floor. One customer confidently predicted another easy victory because Korea possessed the Holy Sword. A fan loudly gushed over Ga-eun and wished that he could hold her hand. His friend quickly scolded him, asking if he had no shame making such rude comments about a national hero. John returned with trays full of drinks and cakes. Dalrei's eyes lit up at the sight of the desserts, while Juhyok happily thanked him. Just as Juhyok took a sip of his drink, his phone rang. Team leader Gwang-il was calling him. Gwang-il congratulated Juhyok on achieving 34 consecutive S++ clears. Juhyok replied that it was all thanks to the support and arrangements Gwang-il had provided. Gwang-il then admitted that he had something important to discuss. He brought up the penthouse where Cheol-min had once lived. Juhyok immediately became nervous, wondering if Gwang-il had somehow discovered that John had broken into the place. Instead, Gwang-il explained that the administration wanted to transfer ownership of the penthouse to Juhyok. Our protagonist was stunned. Juhyok asked if they were giving it to him for free, and Gwang-il confirmed it. Since Juhyok had rented out the Holy Sword at such a low price, the penthouse was simply a gift from the Awakener Management Administration. Juhyok thanked him and promised to consider the offer. After the call ended, John asked what they had discussed. Juhyok explained the penthouse offer and reminded them that John had already visited the property. John admitted that the place was so enormous that it had taken his breath away. It even had a rooftop garden where they could grow lettuce and hold barbecues. Dalrei agreed that such a grand residence suited their young master. Juhyok explained that the administration wanted to give them the penthouse for free and asked for their opinions. John strongly opposed the idea. In a capitalist world, nothing was truly free, and they would eventually be forced to pay the price somehow. Dalrei disagreed and believed they should accept the gift. Compared to everything Juhyok had already done for the administration, a penthouse was merely a small reward. Their opposing views left Juhyok conflicted. If he accepted such a massive favor, refusing the administration's future requests would become much harder. Once he owed them something, saying no would no longer be easy. Finally, Juhyok reached a decision. He declared that he would buy the penthouse instead. Accepting it for free would only create problems later. Our protagonist proudly announced that he would pay for it with his own money. Dalrei and John praised his wise decision. Juhyok checked the property's price on his phone, expecting it to cost around 2 billion won. He felt confident about the purchase. Another billion won would enter his account soon, bringing his total savings to 4 billion won. Then, he saw the actual price. After counting the long row of zeros, he realized that the penthouse cost 20 billion won. Juhyok was utterly speechless. John noticed his pale face and asked what was wrong. Juhyok quickly suggested that they finish eating and return home. As they walked back together, Juhyok casually asked if they truly needed such a massive apartment. John assured him that any home was fine as long as everyone remained together. Juhyok added that large houses were difficult to clean, expensive to maintain, and full of annoying bugs from the garden. Even having the bathroom too far away would be inconvenient at night. Impressed by his wisdom, John praised his incredible foresight. As they passed two men near the entrance, John sensed something suspicious. He turned and studied them carefully. A thick scent of blood clung to the men, and scars covered their hands. John also detected the faint smell of gunpowder, confirming that they were carrying firearms. He recognized them as the same kind of person he once was, killers who earned a living by taking lives. John estimated that each man had killed at least dozens of people. He became deeply suspicious of why such dangerous men were wandering so close to Juhyok's office. John secretly activated Mark of Pursuit. Blue energy appeared and marked both targets. Juhyok noticed that John had fallen behind and called out, asking why he was not following them. John quickly replied that he was already coming. For now, the assassin decided not to tell Juhyok about the suspicious men. Inside the Awakener Management Administration, Ga-eun sat in deep meditation. The Holy Sword was essential for neutralizing the undead's dark aura. However, she knew that she could not depend on it forever. Inside her mind, an endless army of undead monsters charged toward her. She pictured herself cutting through dark mummies, dark zombies, dark skeletons, and dark ghouls one after another. After imagining countless battles against the undead legion, Ga-eun finally completed her image training. She rose to her feet and announced that she was ready to leave. Director Park and Min-ae wished her luck as the teleportation gate activated around her. Ga-eun arrived on the 66th floor of Korea's Black Tower and immediately drew the Holy Sword. Several wraiths appeared before her. Without hesitation, Ga-eun charged forward. 10 hours later, Ga-eun returned from the raid. Min-ae immediately rushed toward her. Ga-eun smiled and raised her thumb. A system notification confirmed that the 66th floor of Korea's Black Tower had been successfully cleared. The record showed that she had advanced to the 67th floor, with 71 days remaining from the original 180-day limit. Minhwa excitedly announced their success. Director Park and Gwang-il erupted into cheers. Director Park immediately ordered the team to release the news to the media. Breaking news quickly spread throughout the country. Online communities overflowed with praise for Nam Ga-eun. Citizens celebrated her as the nation's true hero, comparing her loyalty to Cheol-min's betrayal. Celebrations filled the city as banners were raised to honor the historic achievement. During a live broadcast, Ga-eun humbly stated that the victory belonged to every citizen who had supported her. She also thanked the mysterious owner who had lent her the holy sword. Juhyok had known that she would succeed. Now that Korea had secured another 6 months, he could climb the tower at a much more comfortable pace. As he continued watching television, Juhyok suddenly became restless and eager for action. He wanted to enter the 35th floor immediately, but Meatball was still unavailable. However, when he opened his summon catalog, he noticed something shocking. The cannot summon restriction icon had completely disappeared. Juhyok immediately summoned Meatball. A brilliant wave of light filled the room as our protagonist eagerly waited to see the result of the rank up. Juhyok welcomed Meatball back. Then, he froze in disbelief. He asked the stranger who he was. A much leaner but muscular warrior covered in tattoos stood silently before him. The warrior expressed his deep gratitude to Juhyok for summoning him, relieved that he could finally return. A system screen identified Meatball as an SSR rank savage warrior from the Great Plains tribe. His manifestation limit had increased to 7 hours, while his resummon cooldown remained 3 hours. Dalray was summoned next. The moment she appeared, she asked Juhyok who the unfamiliar man was. Right afterward, John was summoned into the room. He was just as shocked by what he saw. John whispered to Juhyok and asked if he had decided to reveal their existence to another person. When Juhyok said no, John nervously asked if this strange man had secretly been watching them the entire time. Juhyok introduced the man as Meatball. John stared at him in disbelief. So Juhyok repeated that the man truly was Meatball. He admitted that he could barely believe it himself. He congratulated Meatball on successfully completing his reinforcement, explaining that his appearance had changed because he had jumped 2 entire ranks. Juhyok then demanded that he recite the 3 laws of summons. Meatball confidently declared that he could do it. The warrior struggled through the first law before completely forgetting the other 2. At that moment, Juhyok became certain that this man truly was Meatball. With Meatball finally back, Juhyok excitedly suggested entering the tower to farm. Dalray and John agreed. The group entered the 34th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Massive minotaurs waited inside the stone corridor. Meatball confidently stepped forward and declared that he would take the lead. He instructed the others to remain beside Juhyok. Meatball had once stood over 3 meters tall, but now he was only around 190 centimeters. Juhyok worried that his smaller body could no longer serve as a proper tank. He advised Meatball to fight beside John and receive Dalray's buffs first. Dalray immediately began preparing her support magic. However, Meatball stopped her. He wanted to test the evolved strength of his new body alone without receiving anyone's help. Meatball knelt before Juhyok and asked his summoner to trust him. Juhyok reluctantly granted him permission. He then whispered to John, ordering him to remain alert and step in if anything went wrong. The assassin assured him that he could count on him. Meatball stood firmly before the minotaurs. A massive golden aura exploded from his body as he roared and unleashed his full power. The roar immediately drew every minotaur's attention. Juhyok panicked and questioned why Meatball was provoking all the enemies at once instead of hunting them one by one. Then, Meatball's body suddenly began expanding. At first, Juhyok was surprised to see him return to his original size. However, John's jaw dropped when Meatball continued growing even larger. Juhyok watched in amazement as Meatball became nearly as tall as the minotaurs. He finally understood that Meatball had not truly become smaller. In fact, his body was now even sturdier than before. Meatball charged straight toward the minotaurs. He skillfully dodged the first attack. Then he delivered a crushing kick while avoiding another minotaur's strike. The monster was caught off guard, allowing Meatball to smash his knee into its face. John noticed that Meatball's new fighting style did not look foolish at all. Even Juhyok thought it was incredible. As he watched Meatball fight, Juhyok wished he had brought popcorn. Now he knew that giving Meatball the rank-up rune had been the right decision. John, however, looked annoyed. He complained that the result was completely broken and unfair. Despite using the same kind of reinforcement, Meatball's rune effect had somehow been doubled. Furious about the ridiculous difference, John demanded that the skill be cancelled. Dalray harshly scolded him for speaking such vulgar thoughts in front of their young master. She ordered him to reflect on his behavior, especially during such a joyous occasion when their young master had become much safer. John humbly lowered his head and apologized. Juyak then comforted John. He asked Dalray not to speak so harshly since John always treated her with respect. Constantly calling him a cur was going too far. Juyak also admitted that her shouting had startled him. Embarrassed, Dalray apologized and accepted responsibility for disturbing his peace. He suggested that she speak more politely to John from now on. Dalray hesitated. Eventually, Dalray apologized to John for treating him too harshly and promised to be more careful. John happily accepted her apology. Juyak sighed in relief, admitting that his heart always sank whenever those two argued. Meanwhile, Meatball continued fighting the Minotaurs alone. Juyak suddenly realized that their argument had made him completely forget about Meatball. Then, the warrior released a thunderous roar. Meatball unleashed a non-stop storm of powerful punches against the Minotaurs. Juyak was amazed. Meatball's durability, destructive power, and overall performance were completely insane. Soon, a notification confirmed that they had successfully cleared the 34th floor. Meatball's body returned to its smaller form. He proudly declared that the 34th floor had been far too easy for an SSR rank warrior like him. Meatball expressed his desire to fight endlessly against even stronger enemies. Juhyok happily cheered him on. With Meatball's new strength, achieving S++ clears would become much easier from now on. Our protagonist became determined to climb to even greater heights. The group relaxed in the living room while eating ice cream together. With his improved firepower and more compact body, the new SSR rank Meatball was a highly satisfying upgrade for Juyak in many ways. Meatball's tongue spun like a propeller as he devoured his ice cream. Juyak quickly realized that his personality had not changed at all. Meatball splattered food everywhere, causing Juyak to complain. Meanwhile, John leaned against a nearby window. The assassin's gaze locked onto something below. Juyak noticed him and asked why he was not eating. John claimed that it was nothing and admitted that he simply had a few things on his mind. Dalray accused John of being jealous, pointing out how obvious he was making it in front of their young master. John denied it. Meatball becoming stronger only made their summoner safer, so he was happy about the upgrade as well. Juyak quietly told him not to underestimate Meatball just because he had become smaller. In fact, the warrior's appetite had grown even larger. He then secretly handed John a separate cup of ice cream that he had saved for him, deeply touching the assassin. Juyak asked if John needed anything else. John explained that his manifestation limit was nearly over and asked to be summoned again around midnight. A system notification stated that a designated summon required a 3-hour cooldown after reaching its manifestation limit. When Juyak asked why he needed to return so late, John casually explained that an overseas soccer match would air that night. Juyak was confused and asked if John had always loved soccer. The assassin replied that he was a huge fan and absolutely had to watch the match live. Juyak agreed to summon him later, earning John's gratitude. He then announced that he would visit the Awakener Management Administration because he had collected too many magic stones. All 3 summons insisted on accompanying him for protection. Meatball blocked his path, John clung to his leg, and Dalray grabbed the edge of his shirt. Despite their desperate pleas, Juyak firmly refused. They could not enter the facility because none of them were registered players. At the Awakener Management Administration building, a luxurious car stopped in front of the entrance. Team leader Gwangil greeted Juyak outside and thanked him for coming. Juyak replied that it was no trouble since they always sent a car to collect him. Deep inside, however, he remembered the exhausting struggle of escaping his clingy summons just to leave the apartment. He added that a regular sedan would have been perfectly fine since he still could not get used to riding in a limousine. Gwangil laughed and told him not to feel burdened. It was the least the administration could do. He then escorted Juyak inside. Inside the office, Gwangil informed Juyak that his magic stones weighed exactly 54 kilograms. The payment of 27 million won had already been deposited into his account. Juyak thanked him. He then congratulated them on clearing the 66th floor and praised Gaun's incredible achievement. However, Gwangil stressed that the victory had only been possible because Juhyok lent them the holy sword. Gwangil asked whether he had reconsidered accepting the penthouse. Juhyok awkwardly admitted that receiving such an expensive property for free felt too burdensome. He would rather earn enough money to purchase one himself someday. Gwangil assured him that the offer would remain open if he ever changed his mind. Juhyok felt both overwhelmed and guilty that the administration was going through so much trouble for him. Aside from that, Gwang-il had an important matter to discuss. He revealed that the American player Gerald Watson was scheduled to visit Korea in a few days. Everyone knew Gerald Watson. He was a world-famous magic swordsman and held the highest player level in the world. Ju-hyuk did not understand why Gwang-il was telling him this. Gwang-il explained that Gerald's main reason for visiting Korea was to rent the holy sword. The proposed rental fee was 10 million per use. Ju-hyuk stared at him in shock and asked if he meant dollars. Gwang-il confirmed that the offer was $10 million, equal to roughly 13 billion won. Ju-hyuk nearly lost control of his expression. Unfortunately, Gwang-il misunderstood his reaction. He muttered that the amount was hardly enough when the sword would prevent an entire national economy from collapsing. He confidently planned to delay the negotiations once the American team arrived before rejecting their pathetic $10 million offer. Ju-hyuk panicked internally. Why was Gwang-il saying something so insane? The administration was being far too prideful, and another holy sword might appear if they dragged things out too long. This was a rare request from one of their global partners, so they had to seize the opportunity. Ju-hyuk quickly insisted that $10 million was perfectly reasonable and asked Gwang-il to accept the offer and lend them the sword. Back at his apartment. The moment Ju-hyuk stepped through the door, he dropped to his knees. Our protagonist happily realized that his annual salary of 2 billion won now felt like pocket change. Feeling hungry, he considered ordering fried chicken, pig's trotters, beef tartare, and tuna sashimi. For a moment, he even thought about ordering everything at once. In the end, he settled for ramen. Ju-hyuk decided to save the tuna sashimi for later so he could share it with his summons. For now, he was already happy with a simple bowl of ramen. The clock struck midnight. Ju-hyuk summoned John. He explained that he was exhausted and planned to sleep early, so he would not be awake to dismiss him later. John praised his summoner for all his hard work. Ju-hyuk told him to enjoy the soccer match. John happily settled onto the couch. Then he turned on the television. However, while the match played, John teleported somewhere else. The assassin appeared at the edge of a tall rooftop. The mark of pursuit had no physical form. It was a tiny piece of magic power that ordinary humans on Earth could neither detect nor remove. The previous day, John had secretly placed the mark of pursuit on the two suspicious men. Throughout the day, he sensed both marks lingering near Ju-hyuk's office tel. It was clear that the men were spying on his summoner. John focused and traced their exact location. The marks led him to a shop. Inside an old building. A man had just finished a phone call. A meeting was taking place inside the room. One man reported on Kim Min-ji, a 32-year-old woman who had signed an elite team contract 3 months ago. They estimated that she had reached at least the floors above 30. The man sitting at the head of the table listened before asking for the next profile. The next target introduced was Jang Dong-soo. Then came Bong Ju-hyuk. The agent reported that it had been slightly over 2 months since Ju-hyuk signed his elite team contract. According to their information, he had reached the late 20th floor range. Their leader reminded everyone that they could only carry out this operation once, so they needed to capture as many targets as possible. The man leading the operation was Captain Deng Guanlin of the Chinese People's Liberation Army's Northeast Special Operations Brigade. He ordered the operation to begin within the hour. Suddenly, a severed head rolled across the floor. Everyone froze in shock. Chaos erupted as the agents realized that an intruder had entered the building. They grabbed their weapons and ordered everyone to hunt him down. While his men searched the building, Captain Guanlin hurriedly gathered the documents. Suddenly, someone behind him remarked that their summoner looked quite dashing in his photograph. Guanlin froze, wondering when the intruder had entered the room. He spun around and swung his knife. John caught the blade between his fingertips. Then he snapped it. He threw the broken blade back, driving it through Guanlin's wrist. The captain screamed in agony, causing his men to rush into the room. Guanlin ordered them to shoot the bastard immediately. The agents opened fire. John calmly told them there was no need to rush since every last one of them was going to die anyway. After all, they had chosen to mess with someone they never should have touched. The men shouted for everyone to open fire and kill John, raining bullets down on him. John dodged every shot and charged forward at incredible speed. In an instant, he tore through their ranks. As he swung his blade, one of the men ordered the others to grab his arms. But John easily sliced off their hands. As the men screamed in pain, he pointed out that they no longer had any hands to hold him with. Guanlin watched in disbelief as John treated the elite assassin agents like helpless children. At first, he wondered if John was a Korean intelligence agent or an HID special operations soldier, but he quickly dismissed both ideas. He had only ever seen such inhuman strength in footage from Black Tower raids. That man was a complete monster. Realizing John was a player, Guanlin wondered how he could use his powers outside the tower. John casually finished off the last man. Then, he turned toward Guanlin. In the blink of an eye, John pressed his blade against Guanlin's neck. He asked if he spoke Korean and ordered him to say, "I'm sorry." If he did, John promised to spare his life. Just as Guanlin was about to apologize, John suddenly cut off his head. He scoffed at the thought of forgiving him, especially after seeing who he had dared to mess with. John placed the severed head on the table and tied his signature red ribbon around it. Then, he walked away. But a moment later, he suddenly rushed back inside. John panicked. He knew Ju-Yok would be furious if he found out, but he also couldn't abandon the signature style he had used his entire life. He remembered Ju-Yok angrily scolding him for killing people on his own. He had even threatened to get rid of any party member he couldn't keep under control. Terrified of being kicked out, John quickly untied the ribbon. The next day, Ju-Yok asked John if he had fun yesterday. John happily replied that he had a great time. Ju-Yok then asked why he hadn't touched any of the snacks stocked inside the fridge. John hesitated before claiming that he had gotten too invested in the soccer match and forgot to eat. Ju-Yok found that strange since it was nothing like him. Still, he assumed the match must have been amazing and offered to let him do it again sometime. Ju-Hyuk then confirmed that they would climb the 35th floor today, the final Minotaur floor. Meatball declared that he was always ready to slaughter them all. Dalray also promised to support everyone. Ju-Hyuk announced that it was time to hunt the cow-headed king. The system announced that they had entered the 35th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Their mission was to eliminate 80 Minotaurs of any type and one Minotaur king within 13 hours. All around them, countless Minotaurs roared. Ju-Hyuk immediately called for Dalray's buffs. She began performing a ritual dance to activate her support skill. Meatball let out a mighty roar as his body grew larger and a golden aura surrounded him. He immediately charged toward the battlefield, but before he could take the lead, John rushed past him and shouted that he would go first. After being outshined by Meatball on the previous floor, John was determined to show everyone what a real SSR could do. He leaped toward a Minotaur, pushing himself to move even faster. With one swift strike, he sliced straight through the monster. Confused by his sudden enthusiasm, Ju-Hyuk wondered what had gotten into John. Meatball told John to stay behind him and fight safely, but John told him to shut up and cut down the monster. He insisted that he could fight too. With Meatball and John going all out, their clearing speed was insane. Ju-Hyuk decided to join the fun and take down a few monsters himself. Ju-Hyuk sprinted forward and activated Shadow Step. After successfully using Shadow Step in midair, he felt like a true prodigy. He struck a Minotaur with lightning and shouted for it to die. However, his wimp trait was exposed once again. Our boy always talked big while secretly targeting the weakest enemies. Suddenly, the Minotaur King let out a deafening roar. Ju-Hyuk stared in shock. They had barely started, yet the boss had already appeared. Meatball immediately charged at it. He slammed into the Minotaur King with his full strength and sent the giant beast flying high into the sky. Ju-Hyuk praised the amazing move and wondered how Meatball's power could be so broken. Meanwhile, John sank into despair. He had wanted to defeat the boss and prove his worth. The system announced that Ju-Hyuk had achieved an S++ clear rank on the 35th floor of the Black Tower in Korea and awarded him a platinum badge. Outside the tower, police officers stood guard around the taped-off crime scene. Evidence markers had been placed beside the abandoned weapons. Gwang-il entered the crime scene. He and Minna showed their IDs, introducing themselves as Gwang-il and Section Chief Lee Min-ae from the Awakening Management Department. They explained that they had come as soon as they received the call. An officer thanked them for arriving so quickly despite their busy schedules. He then guided them inside. Gwang-il asked about the photos scattered across the floor. The officer confirmed that the people shown in them were registered Management Department personnel. He crouched down to examine the photos. After confirming they were real, he wondered how such sensitive information had been leaked. Then, something caught his eye. It was a photo of Ju-Hyuk. Even his personal information had been leaked. Gwang-il immediately ordered Min-ah to call an emergency meeting with every executive-level official. Min-ae quickly got to work. Back to our MC! Ju-Hyuk was excited to finally claim his reward for collecting 35 platinum badges. Before opening it, John suggested getting purified water from the dispenser. He explained that they needed to pray before making a pull. Juyak agreed that it was better to be safe than sorry. However, Dalray informed him that the water from the dispenser was far from pure. She warned that praying with defiled water could bring misfortune instead. Juyak froze. He suddenly remembered that he had used water from that very dispenser when he randomly summoned Dalray. Noticing his strange expression, Dalray asked if there was something on her face, but Juyak decided to take that secret to his grave. He then checked his perks. The system announced that perks were being awarded for collecting 35 platinum badges. With the satisfaction rating coming up, John prayed for a trait enhancement. The system announced that 2 items, the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn and the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, had been sent to Juyak's tower-exclusive inventory. He was surprised to receive 2 items at once. The Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn was an indestructible shield that enhanced concentration, released a blinding flash, increased physical and magical defense, and had a chance to reflect attacks after a successful block. It also kept its user calm under any circumstance. The Golden Mace of Cold Twilight was an indestructible weapon that increased attack speed, froze targets, extended attack range, and had a chance to create an ice field upon impact. It also guided enemies toward Twilight's Rest. Juyuk was thrilled by the incredible effects. As Juyuk celebrated, John whispered to Dalray that he was grinning from ear to ear. He feared their master would become even bolder now. Dalray replied that they would have to cling to his pant legs and cry if necessary. John wondered if that trick would even work a second time. John regretted not offering a prayer. Dalray replied that praying with water from the dispenser probably wouldn't have changed anything. In fact, it might have summoned something even more terrifying. But Meatball remembered something. Juyak had used the dispenser water to pray before activating the satisfaction rating, and that was when Princess Gyan Dalray appeared. Dalray immediately froze before claiming that Meatball had become smart enough to make jokes. Meatball replied that he never lied or joked. John confirmed that he was telling the truth, leaving Dalray completely speechless. She awkwardly laughed it off, claiming that the dispenser must have been extraordinary. After all, it had somehow turned ordinary tap water into purified water and summoned someone as incredible as her. John pointed out that it was just a normal dispenser. Dalray glared at him and insisted that if she said it was extraordinary, then it was. Intimidated, John reluctantly agreed. Meatball then pointed out that the next satisfaction rating wasn't far away. He knew Juhyok would soon summon someone new, and when that happened, the number of summons would increase to 4. Since no trait enhancement had appeared that day, their 3-person system would remain in place for now. Dalray and John both agreed. However, they worried about what would happen if someone more useful than them got summoned. One of the 3 could end up being replaced. Meatball excelled at both tanking and dealing damage. Dalray possessed incredibly powerful support abilities. Compared to them, John realized that an assassin's role was rather vague. Our assassin then felt the pressure, because out of the 3, he's the one who's likely to be replaced. Meatball asked which one of them would have to leave if Juyak summoned someone more useful. Dalray replied that if a servant was no longer needed, they should step aside on their own and make room for someone more useful. Meatball agreed, saying that would be best for Juyak. John slumped in his seat. Deep down, he thought they were pathetic for believing their positions were safe. He knew reality was harsh, but there had to be another way. Then an idea came to him. If they reached the 40th floor, they might unlock a trait enhancement. He suggested clearing it before Juyak used the random summon, but before he could finish, Dalray cut him off. She reminded him that conquering the uncleared upper floors was entirely up to Juyak. Then she asked if he could truly be at peace, knowing Juyak had exhausted himself for a servant like him. Flustered, John insisted that wasn't what he meant. With a heavy sigh, he accepted his fate. He declared that he would leave with dignity. Just then, Juyak asked who had told John to leave. Meatball quickly blurted out that he hadn't said anything. Dalray explained that they were only discussing a possible situation. Juyak then asked Meatball if he would leave too if a knight with a perfect shield appeared. Meatball immediately panicked. Next, he asked Dalray if she would leave if he summoned a saint or priest. Dalray could only pout. Juyak declared that since he had decided to conquer the tower, no one would be left behind. They would remain together until the final day of their climb. Deep down, he hoped that sounded cool. John burst into tears. Juyak admitted that he had no idea John had been carrying such worries and apologized to him. He decided they would continue clearing the floors one by one until they unlocked the enhancement that allowed 4 summons at once. John appreciated his concern, but insisted that Juyak shouldn't push himself too hard for his sake. Juyak then offered another solution. He would stay in the back and not kill a single monster until they unlocked the enhancement. That way he wouldn't overwork himself. He then asked if anyone had a problem with that plan. Dalray promised to support him with all her strength. Meatball vowed to protect him and earn another S++ clear. Juyak then asked if John was with them. Still crying his eyes out, John repeatedly shouted that he was. At the Awakening Management Bureau in Hanam-dong, Seoul, inside the underground briefing room, Gwang-il declared that the incident was no simple murder. He explained that it had been an attempted kidnapping targeting elite team members who carried the fate of the entire country. Although they appeared to be victims, they were far from ordinary civilians. NIS Director Park Il-jung added that the NIS investigation had confirmed this. The autopsy revealed that all 8 bodies belonged to high-class mercenaries. Director Park stressed that the true owner of the Holy Sword had also been one of their targets. If they had lost him, the country would have suffered a massive blow. He demanded that they uncover who was behind the attack. Director Il-jung understood his concern. However, he reminded everyone that they had no solid evidence because everyone involved had been killed. Just as he began sharing their suspicions, someone interrupted him. Gwang-il declared that China was their main suspect. He explained that China's kidnapping of talented players from around the world had long been an open secret. He added that they needed to discover how the kidnappers had entered Korea. If anyone connected to them was still alive, they also had to investigate the organization's activities. He considered them lucky that the kidnapping had failed. In fact, he almost felt grateful to the killer. The next day, Juyak and his summons entered the 36th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Juyak asked if everyone was ready to keep grinding until they unlocked the next perk. John, Meatball, and Dalray eagerly shouted that they were. The 36th through 40th floors were filled with massive humanoid monsters known as ogres. Although they were smaller than minotaurs, they made up for it with incredible speed. But even so, Meatball easily caught up to one. After his upgrade, Meatball had become much faster and stronger. He effortlessly grabbed the ogre and slammed it into the ground. At that point, Juyak could no longer call him a little meatball. He had become a full-sized meatball. With Dalray's mass debuff, and John becoming more ferocious with every battle, they achieved an S++ clear rank on the 36th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Juyak was determined to keep that momentum going until they obtained the trait enhancement. The next day, they reached the 37th floor, where the ogres moved at the speed of light. One day later, they challenged the 38th floor. The ogres there had incredible jumping power and attacked from high above. However, Meatball was still faster and stronger. He leaped into the air and crushed every airborne ogre. And the day after that, they finally arrived on the 39th floor. Meatball grabbed an ogre by the neck. The ogres on that floor were the fastest and most cunning yet. They used hit-and-run tactics to waste as much time as possible. Even so, Meatball remained faster and stronger. In an instant, he appeared behind one of the ogres. Before it could even react, Meatball unleashed a devastating attack that blasted every ogre into the air. A series of system notifications confirmed that Juyak had earned S++ clear ranks from the 35th through the 39th floors of the Black Tower in Korea. Our boy had completed 5 straight days of lightning-fast S++ clears. Online users were stunned by his unbelievable pace. Some debated who was stronger between Ga-eun and the player who held the record with 39 consecutive S++ clears. Others couldn't believe Juyak's team had continued clearing floors for 4 days straight. The next day, security around the apartment complex had become much tighter, and the number of guards had increased sharply. Juyak found it a little creepy. However, before challenging the 40th floor, he needed to stop somewhere first. Leaving at 4 in the morning made Juyak nervous since it could look suspicious. When he made eye contact with the security guard at the front desk, he awkwardly greeted him, but the guard paid him no attention and simply let him pass. Juyak sighed in relief. He reminded himself that the identity-concealing talisman didn't just block facial recognition. It also lowered the suspicion of anyone nearby. Confident that no one would notice him, he hailed a taxi. Inside the cab, Ju-hyuk asked the driver to take him to Gongju Traditional Market in Cheongnam. He also requested that they drive a little faster. The driver hesitated after hearing how far away the destination was, but the moment Ju-hyuk offered him 500,000 won in cash, the driver immediately told him to fasten his seatbelt. By the time they reached Gongju Traditional Market, Ju-hyuk felt sick from the wild ride. He used designated summon to call John. After apologizing for summoning him in the middle of using the toilet, Ju-hyuk handed him an identity-concealing talisman. John gratefully accepted it and pledged his loyalty. The two walked through the crowded market. Ju-hyuk explained that they needed to buy a lot of supplies. With that, they began their shopping spree. They browsed stalls filled with fresh fruit, street food, and all kinds of goods. Ju-hyuk handled the shopping while John followed behind and carried everything. Next, they headed to Gyeongsan National Park. Upon arriving, Ju-hyuk announced that they had reached their destination. He then used designated summon to call Meatball and Dalray. Dalray greeted him and said that she had been waiting. Meatball offered to carry their supplies. Dalray marveled at the mountains. Although they were in a different world, the area looked strangely familiar. She was certain that the place she had mentioned was somewhere nearby. She told everyone to follow her before leading the group down a forest path. Eventually, Dalray announced that they had arrived. Ju-hyuk looked around the forest in amazement. He never knew such a beautiful place existed beyond the tourist trail. Dalray then asked Meatball to move a large stone. He easily lifted the massive rock off the ground. A hidden altar was revealed beneath it. Dalray instructed everyone to thoroughly wash the stone using the stream water they had collected. They immediately got to work. Dalray then began sharpening her sword against the wet stone. Watching a woman dressed in white mourning clothes sharpen her blade made Ju-hyuk uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if she was still holding a grudge over his earlier complaints. Soon, they prepared an altar table with ritual offerings, including fruit and a pig's head. Dalray announced that she would begin. Ju-hyuk, John, and Meatball quickly took their places. She began calling upon the gods of heaven and earth. She prayed for the gods to look kindly upon Ju-hyuk and bless him with great fortune. Clasping his hands together, Ju-hyuk desperately prayed for a trait enhancement. He continued praying with all his heart. When he finally opened his eyes, they were burning with determination. The system displayed the mission for the 40th floor. They had to defeat 80 ogres of any type and one two-headed ogre within 13 hours. Meatball immediately charged into battle and crushed several ogres at once. At that point, ordinary ogres were no match for them. The moment the two-headed ogre appeared, the group defeated it at incredible speed. They achieved an S++ clear rank on the 40th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. They also received another platinum badge. The system then began granting perks for collecting 40 platinum badges. Ju-hyuk desperately hoped that a trait enhancement would finally appear. John playfully copied the sound of Dalray's ritual bells. Ju-hyuk immediately told him to stop. Dalray also warned him not to ruin their luck. John quickly apologized. Ju-hyuk decided to check his inventory. The system announced that a single-use roulette ticket had been sent to his inventory. Using it would activate the roulette, but the opportunity would disappear if he failed to use it within 1 hour. A roulette wheel appeared before him. Ju-hyuk couldn't believe the system had added a roulette. He immediately searched the wheel for the trait enhancement. It was there, but its section was as narrow as the eye of a needle. Seeing Ju-hyuk's gloomy face, John asked if they were doomed. Ju-hyuk explained that he had to spin the roulette. When John asked if that spinning wheel was the roulette, Ju-hyuk confirmed it. He added that the trait enhancement was on the wheel, but its section was painfully narrow. When John asked just how narrow it was, Ju-hyuk replied that it was about as wide as a needle. He then asked if anyone else wanted to use the ticket for him. All 3 summons immediately made excuses to escape the responsibility. Meatball claimed he urgently needed to use the restroom. John awkwardly looked away. Meanwhile, Dalray pretended to search for a missing talisman. Ju-hyuk called them out for suddenly acting busy. In the end, he decided to trust their luck. After all, they had gone through an entire ritual for this moment. He then made everyone promise not to swear if they won nothing. The 3 immediately agreed. Ju-hyuk activated the roulette ticket. As the roulette wheel spun, he desperately prayed for the enhancement that would allow 4 simultaneous summons. As the wheel continued spinning, he wondered why it was taking so long. Watching it made him dizzy. Soon, it felt like his head was spinning along with the wheel, and everything around him became blurry. Eventually, the dizziness became unbearable. Then, the roulette finally began slowing down. Juhyuk watched with rising excitement. After all, they had even performed an entire shamanic ritual for this. His eyes remained locked on the pointer as he begged it to move just a little farther to the right. Afraid it might stop too soon, he desperately blew on the screen. The pointer landed on trait enhancement. Juhyuk burst into cheers when the reward dropped. As expected, it had been a piece of cake. John cried tears of joy while Dalray praised Juhyuk's greatness. The system announced that Juhyuk's awakened trait had been enhanced. His simultaneous summon limit had increased to 4. Since the summon cooldown would take 1 week, Juhyuk suggested that they rest and order some fried chicken. Meatball immediately agreed. Dalray said she didn't mind. Meanwhile, John continued celebrating. At Incheon International Airport, a group hurried through the terminal. Someone urged Antonio to move faster, but Antonio couldn't understand why they were in such a rush. One man sprinted ahead, declaring that he had waited a long time to take revenge on the Dark Specters. He was Gerald Watson, the world's #1 player from the United States. Gerald was a magic swordsman who had reached the 67th floor of the Black Tower in the USA. Antonio tried to calm him down, reminding Gerald that he had already dealt with the Dark Specters. However, Gerald pointed out that the Korean player Nam Ga-eun had cleared them in only 14 hours. He insisted that he needed to achieve at least the same result for it to count as revenge. Antonio could only marvel at the man's strange way of thinking. Still, Antonio worried about Gerald's reckless personality. Gerald told everyone to stop standing around and start running. Antonio hurried after him while shouting that he was coming. At the Awakening Management Department, Gwang-il welcomed Gerald Watson and director Antonio. He then introduced himself as Jeon Gwang-il. Gerald quickly introduced himself before demanding to see the Holy Sword. Amused by his impatience, Gwang-il led the way. He scanned his palm to unlock the entrance. A massive vault door slowly opened. Gwang-il explained that the Holy Sword was stored inside and invited them to enter. Gerald stared ahead in awe. He immediately asked if he could enter the tower. Gwang-il chuckled and told him to go ahead, but first reminded him to pay the rental fee. He added that the payment had to be exact to prevent any problems later. Gerald urged Antonio to hurry. Antonio confirmed that he had transferred $10 million. After checking the payment, Gwang-il realized just how impatient Gerald truly was. Gwang-il reminded Gerald to follow every term written in the contract. Gerald assured him that there was nothing to worry about because he would never allow that to happen. The system announced that Gerald had entered the 66th floor of the Black Tower in America. His mission was to eliminate 10 Dark Specters within 15 hours. Inside the tower, Gerald raised the Holy Sword and admired its brilliant white glow. He declared that he would avenge his fallen comrades one by one before charging at a Dark Specter. 20 minutes later, Gerald was stunned by how quickly he had defeated them. He even wondered if he was truly on the 66th floor. He immediately decided that he would rent the weapon again. Although testing the Holy Sword had cost him $20 million, Gerald believed it had been worth every penny. 5 days later, a Do Not Disturb sign hung on Juhyuk's door. Inside, Juhyuk lay quietly on his bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling. At last, Random Summon Day had arrived. Dalray reminded him that the heavens did not favor those blinded by greed. Since the prayer ritual had already brought him great fortune, she advised him to keep his mind calm. Following the advice of Gyeon Dalray, the high shaman of the Cheon Empire, Juhyuk rolled out of bed and waited for the random summon while casting aside all worldly desires. He had even told Gwang-il and his family that he would be lying low for a while. Although he had enough money to eat anything he wanted, Juhyuk settled for instant noodles. At that moment, he felt as though he had even freed himself from the sin of gluttony. That day, he would finally see the fruits of all his hard work. The system confirmed the designated summons of John Cossack, the Mad Assassin, Meatball, the Savage Warrior, and Gyeon Dalray, the High Shaman. Juhyuk welcomed all 3 of them. However, after noticing their gloomy expressions, he suspected they were worried that the new summon might steal their roles. Since there was no point in delaying it, he decided to get it over with. Juhyuk activated Random Summon. The system announced that Random Summon had been triggered. However, the light that appeared was much weaker than usual. Then, a tiny explosion followed. A small animal wearing a hard hat appeared, its little ears twitching. It also had an adorable little nose. The tiny creature cheerfully greeted Juhyok. The system identified it as Razix, an R-rank beastman and a diligent, highly rated labyrinth worker. It had a summon duration of 10 hours and a cooldown of 3 hours. Juhyok froze. His brand new summon was a hamster. To make matters worse, it was only R-rank. He honestly felt like he had pulled a complete dud. Meanwhile, Meatball, John, and Dal Ray were already fawning over the small, round creature. Razix timidly asked if he should leave. Juhyok apologized and promised to summon him again later. Then, he canceled the summon. He felt a little guilty. However, since the summon was far too ordinary, he tore up a skill cooldown reset ticket. Dal Ray offered a prayer to drive away their bad luck. John reminded him that they needed someone who could help Juhyok conquer the tower. Meatball confidently declared that it would work this time. Juhyok thanked them and decided to try again. The system triggered random summon. A brilliant light flooded the entire room. It was unlike anything Juhyok had ever seen. He wondered if someone truly special was about to appear. The system announced that he had completed an achievement by summoning his first SSR character. It then granted him an achievement reward. Juhyok had unlocked the ability to enter the tower twice per day. Juhyok celebrated his incredible luck. Not only had he pulled an SSR character, but he could now enter the tower twice every day. A red robe fluttered within the light. An old warrior with long silver hair appeared. Juhyok wondered if he had summoned a Taoist immortal. The system catalog identified him as Guanma, the Mad Demon. He was known as the greatest of all, the enemy of the entire Murim, the most ominous figure in Jianghu, and the monster responsible for mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was an SSR Murim warrior, with a summon duration of 3 hours. Juhyok couldn't help but find that description a little disturbing. Guanma politely greeted Juhyok and said it was an honor to meet such a noble person. Relieved by the old man's respectful behavior, Juhyok introduced himself as Bong Juhyok. Suddenly, Juhyok felt a strange sensation. A vision of Guanma's past began unfolding before his eyes. In an era when the country had fallen into chaos because of the greed of those in power, the government and the Murim followed one unspoken rule: never interfere in each other's affairs. However, the first Murim warrior to break that taboo was the Mad Demon, Guanma. Guanma beheaded the emperor and displayed his severed head in the town square. As a result, the Murim Alliance, the unorthodox faction, and even the demonic cult declared him a public enemy. After 7 days and 7 nights of brutal fighting, Guanma finally died at the hands of the combined forces of the Murim Alliance leader, the ruler of the unorthodox Emperor City, and the head of the demonic cult. Juhyok found the story brutal. However, he realized that Guanma must have been unbelievably powerful in battle. Guanma looked toward John, Meatball, and Dal Ray, recognizing them as Juhyok's current companions. Juhyok confirmed it and asked everyone to greet him. But when they all remained frozen, an awkward silence filled the room. Turning away, Guanma declared that he had no desire to exchange words with such lowly creatures. He then asked Juhyok how many towers had already fallen in that world. Juhyok replied that only one had fallen. Guanma found that somewhat reassuring. He then asked about the highest floor humanity had cleared. Juhyok answered that it was the 67th floor, where the undead appeared. Guanma now understood why only one tower had fallen. He explained that once people advanced beyond the 77th floor, towers around the world would begin to fall. He stated that the fall of a tower was an omen of destruction. A fallen tower would drive itself deep into the earth like a giant nail and slowly change the world. Fortunately, only one had fallen so far, so they were not in immediate danger. Guanma then asked if Juhyok knew the greatest problem with conquering the towers. Juhyok admitted that he didn't. Guanma answered that it was the national restrictions on entering towers. He criticized the rule that only allowed the awakened to conquer towers within their own countries. In his eyes, it was a terrible mistake. He then assured Juhyok that his country would remain safe. As long as Guanma was around, Juhyok could simply throw away his other summons. However, he added that protecting only one country was meaningless. If the towers in other nations fell, the entire world would still perish. Since Guanma had no desire to witness the end of another world, he offered to help Juhyok. Juhyok cautiously asked what he meant by that. A sinister smile spread across Guanma's face. He declared that he would help Juhyok conquer the world. Guanma vowed to place every nation at his feet. He would dirty his own hands with blood so that Juhyok could become the sole emperor of the world. Terrified, Juhyok realized that Guanma was a complete psychopath. He immediately ordered him not to do anything like that. But Guanma refused. He insisted that it was necessary to save both Juhyok and his world. He declared that this was his third principle and promised to return. First, he would wipe out the nation's politicians. Then, he would place Juhyok at the very top of the country. John, Meatball, and Dalray quickly tried to stop him. That old man had completely lost his mind. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Guanma. He asked how they dared to wish for his death. He declared that he would tear one of them apart as an example. Juhyok shouted his name. He finally understood. Guanma eagerly asked if Juhyok had realized his true intentions. Juhyok had understood one thing perfectly. Guanma was far too dangerous. Without hesitation, he canceled the summon. As Guanma dissolved into light, he cursed in frustration. 3 hours later, the four of them happily tossed Razix into the air while cheering his name. Razix could only stare at them, confused by the sudden celebration. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Gwang-il expressed his happiness that director Antonio had enjoyed using the Holy Sword. Antonio claimed that he hadn't liked it that much. Gwang-il looked confused. Antonio then explained that despite renting it twice, he still hadn't received a discount. Gwang-il laughed it off, but inwardly scoffed at his attempt to lower the rental fee. Antonio then shared some good news. He had heard that Gwang-il was being considered for a promotion. John was surprised by how quickly the United States had obtained that information. Antonio congratulated him and said that the next time they met, Gwang-il would probably be deputy commissioner. Gwang-il politely thanked him as they shook hands. Antonio then asked whether someone could obtain an item like the Holy Sword by achieving an S++ clear rank. Gwang-il replied that he didn't know since the Holy Sword's owner wasn't an S++ record holder. Deep down, he wished Antonio would stop fishing for information. Gwang-il wished Antonio a safe journey home. The United States was currently challenging the 67th floor, where the undead Phantom Reaper appeared. Since they still had plenty of time, Gwang-il assumed they would make several more attempts before returning to rent the Holy Sword again. A bright smile spread across his face. That single visit had earned them $20 million, or 26 billion won. He was certain Juhyok would be thrilled by the news. Meanwhile, Razix ran around the room with a cleaning rag. He told everyone to lift their feet. Startled, John quickly jumped aside as Razix zipped past him. Razix wiped away the dust from every corner. He also cleared out the trash and organized the entire room. Amazed, Juhyok wondered if the objects returning to their proper places on their own was some kind of skill. Razix gathered the laundry and started the washing machine. Finally, he washed the dishes and even removed every water stain. All kinds of dishes and utensils flew through the air. Razix caught each one and packed them inside his backpack. Juhyok praised him for being incredible. John was impressed that Razix had even cleaned up Meatball's mess. Dalray hugged the tiny beastman and suggested making him the head servant. Juhyok told Razix to rest before handing him a jar of nuts and inviting him to eat as much as he wanted. Razix squealed with delight. While Razix happily enjoyed his snack, Juhyok quietly gathered John, Meatball, and Dalray. He asked what they thought about their newest companion, pointing out that Razix seemed surprisingly useful. Meatball admitted that Razix was great at cleaning, but far too weak to help them conquer the tower. Dalray simply thought he was adorable. John suggested keeping him for the next 30 days until random summon came off cooldown. After that, they could replace him. Suddenly, Razix appeared directly behind them. Everyone froze. Juhyok nervously asked if he had already finished all the peanuts. Juhyok awkwardly suggested celebrating their newest member by clearing the 41st floor. Razix thought that sounded wonderful. Relieved, Juhyok believed the little beastman hadn't overheard their conversation. The system announced that they had entered the 41st floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Their mission was to defeat 15 ironclad basilisks. Starting from the 41st floor, giant land beasts began to appear. The ironclad basilisk was a giant reptilian monster that looked like a mix between a crocodile and a lizard. Each one measured around 7 to 8 meters long. If a human made eye contact with one, their body would instantly freeze. This was caused by its paralysis ray. The moment someone was hit, they would lose any chance of escaping. Fortunately, special items existed to counter it. However, Juyak didn't need to avoid the basilisk's eyes or prepare any countermeasure items, because his 3 SSR heroes would handle everything. They easily overwhelmed the basilisks, treating the giant beasts like helpless punching bags. Juyak suggested finishing the mission quickly and having a team dinner afterward. He planned to hunt 3 basilisks himself, but John immediately stopped him. Annoyed, Juyak asked why. John replied that someone needed to protect Razix. He pointed out just how small and adorable the little beastman was. He added that if a basilisk caught Razix, the poor guy would disappear into its mouth with a single bite. Deep down, Juyak was genuinely worried. He remembered how pitiful Razix had looked when a monster ate him in his past life. A memory from Razix's life surfaced in Juyak's mind. Among labyrinth adventurers, Razix had always been known as the #1 worker. He excelled at cooking, laundry, construction, gathering herbs, mining, tanning hides, and repairing weapons. He was an all-rounder who could handle almost any job. Simply having him around reduced the difficulty of exploring a labyrinth by more than half. Unfortunately, a worker was still only treated as a worker. While gathering resources far away from the adventurers, Razix was eventually eaten by the underground labyrinth's boss, the giant snake Apophis. Since Razix was only a weak hamster servant, Juyak decided it would be better to let his other summons protect him. Dalray began her ritual and declared that she would bind the lizard's legs. Meatball slammed a basilisk into the ground, causing it to cry out in pain. John then sliced through it with his daggers. Seeing everyone busy fighting, Juyak decided to focus on protecting Razix. He turned around and told Razix to remain beside him, but the spot was completely empty. Juyak froze. Razix had vanished even though he had been standing there only moments earlier. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Looking over, Juyak wondered how Razix had already gotten so far away. Determined to save him, Juyak hurried over, but by the time he arrived, Razix had disappeared again. Juyak spotted him beneath a tree and wondered what the little beast man was doing there. Razix then moved toward a rock. Juyak couldn't believe someone with such short legs could move so quickly. Then, Razix curled himself into a ball and rolled across the ground. Juyak had to admit that it looked adorable. Suddenly, several system notifications appeared. The system announced that all 15 ironclad basilisks had been defeated. Juyak had successfully completed the 41st floor mission. He leveled up and received 4.1 kilograms of magic stones. He also achieved an S++ clear rank and obtained another platinum badge. Juyak could only sigh. The mission had ended while he was busy chasing Razix around. John, Dalray, and Meatball praised Juyak for his hard work. Juyak scoffed since he hadn't even drawn his weapon. Razix suddenly dropped to the ground and began crying loudly. Juyak wondered why he had burst into tears. He asked if Razix was hurt, but Razix shook his head. Confused, Juyak asked why he was crying. Razix sobbed that they had cleared the floor too quickly. Juyak thought finishing quickly was supposed to be a good thing. Razix apologized because he had only managed to gather that much. John immediately recognized the bundles of herbs spilling from Razix's backpack. Next came several pieces of basilisk leather. Then came an enormous pile of magic stones. Juyak estimated that they weighed at least 20 kilograms. Juyak stared in disbelief. He wondered if Razix had gathered every one of those items inside the tower. Was something like that even possible? But Juyak quickly doubted it. If people could gather resources inside the tower, there wouldn't be such a massive shortage of materials. During the early days of the Black Tower, people had tried countless ways to bring tower items outside. They placed them inside their inventories. Some even attempted to leave while holding the items in their hands. However, every method failed. Until now, they could only bring out items randomly dropped by defeated monsters. Yet Razix had carried all those tower materials outside in his backpack as if it were perfectly normal. Juyak asked if Razix had truly gathered and brought out every one of those items. Dalray squished Razix's cheeks while he apologized again for not collecting more. He explained that he had never seen anyone hunt monsters so quickly. Juyak asked if Razix could gather more materials if they hunted slower. Razix replied that he could gather 10 times as much. Juyak was stunned. The thought of earning 10 times more money immediately filled him with excitement. He quickly asked Razix if he wanted to enter the tower again. Razix wondered if he meant tomorrow, but Juyak replied that he meant right now. Razix was confused since players could normally enter only once per day. Juyak explained that he could now enter twice a day. Razix was amazed. A system notification confirmed that Juyak could now enter the tower twice daily. It was the sweet reward he had received for summoning an SSR character, the Mad Demon. They entered the 41st floor of the Black Tower once again. Juyak felt guilty for trying to replace Razix simply because of his low combat power. He now realized that Razix's ability to gather resources inside the tower was even more valuable than an SSR character. The meatball palanquin soon appeared. Juyak held Meatball's legs while John carried his arms. Meanwhile, Dalray and Razix rode comfortably on his back. Juyak declared that they were setting out to chase even more money. He quickly corrected himself. They were setting out to escort Razix. They entered the 41st floor of the Black Tower in Korea once again. Since this was a repeat clear, Juyak instructed everyone to clear the floor as slowly as possible so Razix could work comfortably. John agreed to drag out each fight. Meatball was determined to kill the monsters as slowly as possible. Meanwhile, Dalray promised to stay beside Razix. Thin plumes now decorated Razix's yellow hard hat. Juyak proudly announced the arrival of their money rat. He quickly corrected himself and announced Razix's arrival instead, telling everyone to make way as they entered the forest. An ironclad basilisk appeared. It released a deafening roar. Meatball's body grew larger as energy surged around him. He grabbed the basilisk by its tail. Then he repeatedly smashed its face into the ground until it cried out in pain. Meatball proudly presented the defeated basilisk to Razix. But Razix suddenly burst into tears. John and Dalray immediately scolded Meatball for frightening the small and helpless Razix. Meatball was completely confused. All he had done was catch the basilisk. Still crying, Razix explained that killing it that way had ruined the leather, making it useless. Juyak realized that Meatball had damaged the hide by smashing the monster too violently. Then, another idea came to him. He equipped the indestructible, tower-exclusive golden mace of Cold Twilight. It increased his attack speed during combat, froze targets, extended his attack range, and had a chance to create an ice field after a successful strike. Juyak decided it was finally time to test it. Juyak volunteered to capture the next basilisk cleanly without damaging its leather. However, Razix quickly warned him that striking it with the mace would freeze the leather and cause it to crack. He told Juyak that there was no need for him to help. Our boy felt crushed. Each of his summons had found a different way to stop him from hunting, and now even Razix had joined them. In the end, they created a new hunting strategy. First, Dalray would inflict confusion on the basilisk. Then, Meatball would break its legs and stop it from moving. Finally, John would finish it cleanly with his dagger. The plan worked perfectly. They defeated the basilisk without leaving a single scratch on its hide. Juyak wondered how someone so tiny planned to skin such a massive beast. Razix immediately rushed forward with his tool. He struck the basilisk again and again at incredible speed. Glowing ropes wrapped around the monster. Razix curled into a ball, rolled across the ground, and instantly pulled off the entire skin. Juyak couldn't believe that such an adorable creature could skin a monster so brutally. Although he had no idea what skill Razix had used, he was amazed that they had obtained the basilisk's complete leather. Dalray, Meatball, and John cheered for Razix. They continued working, skinning the second basilisk, then the third, and eventually the seventh. At last, Razix announced that he was finished. Juyak was surprised, but Razix explained that his bag was already full. Juyak realized that Razix's backpack also had a limit, which made sense considering how large a complete basilisk hide was. Monster leather was an extremely rare and expensive material. It was usually used to craft armor made exclusively for players, including Juhyak's own basilisk leather combat boots. Companies also made products for the general public. However, due to the material's rarity, they could charge almost any price they wanted. Even celebrities and chibols struggled to buy a single monster leather product because so few were released into the market no matter how much money they had. Suddenly, a thought crossed Juhyak's mind. If he gave Razix a summon grade increase rune, he might create the greatest worker in history. After leaving the tower, Juhyuk thanked everyone for their hard work. He then asked them to clear the living room so he could inspect everything they had brought back. Their haul included 7 pieces of complete basilisk leather, 1 piece of damaged basilisk leather, 50 kilograms of magic stones worth 25 million won, and freshly picked herbs instead of the dried herbs normally given as tower rewards. Juhyuk stared in awe at the massive pile of items they had collected. This wasn't 10 times more. It looked closer to 100 times more. He transferred everything into his inventory and gasped when the hall instantly filled half of the available space. However, his inventory wasn't the only problem. His apartment was also becoming packed. Dalray scolded Meatball for making a mess while Razix quietly cleaned everything. Juhyuk realized that his home had become far too small and crowded. He knew he couldn't delay moving any longer. A decent large apartment would cost around 5 to 10 billion won. He began browsing through listings, but even the apartments worth 10 billion won no longer impressed him. After seeing the penthouse Gwang-il had shown him, Juhyuk's standards had risen far too high. Juhyuk decided to message Gwang-il and ask how the Holy Sword rental had gone. He received an immediate reply. He learned that the United States had rented it twice, earning him $20 million or 26 billion won. Juhyuk was stunned. With that much money, he could actually afford the penthouse. A wave of pure happiness washed over him. He dropped to his knees and praised America and Gerald from the bottom of his heart for saving him. Clapping his hands, Juhyuk gathered everyone for an important announcement. John, Meatball, and Dalray eagerly waited to hear what he had to say. Juhyuk showed them a picture of the penthouse and announced that they would be moving there. Dalray asked if it was the palace they had seen before. Meatball was deeply moved by how spacious it looked. However, John reminded Juhyuk that he had always avoided large houses because they were difficult to maintain. John then asked who would clean such a massive home. At that exact moment, Razix suddenly told everyone to lift their feet. Watching Razix clean the room with incredible speed, John realized that maintaining the penthouse wouldn't be a problem after all. Juhyuk then asked Razix if there was anything he wanted to eat. Razix requested a carrot. Dalray volunteered to feed him, and Juhyuk gladly left the task to her. Juhyuk reflected on what a crazy day it had been. What he expected to be average turned out to be a jackpot, while what he believed was a jackpot ended up being average. The entire situation felt absurd. At that point, he felt that he didn't even need an SSR character. After all, he already had a treasure like Razix. The next day, Juhyuk arrived at his family's home. His father excitedly called him over and explained that he had recently gone fishing in Incheon. He proudly showed Juhyuk a picture of the 80-centimeter Red Sea bream he had caught. Juhyuk was genuinely impressed. After seeing the huge catch, Juhyuk asked if his father's hip joint had fully recovered. His father laughed and boasted that he was now the healthiest among all his friends. Juhyuk remembered giving his family luck and health talismans. He figured this must be their effect. A new air purifier caught his attention. He mentioned that he had planned to buy one for them and was surprised that they had purchased such an expensive model. His mother explained that they hadn't bought it. They had won both the air purifier and a massage chair through 2 prize draws at a newly opened mart. Juhyuk realized Dalray's talismans were working even better than he had expected. Just then, Minhyuk walked in and asked when he had arrived. Juhyuk asked his brother if anything good had happened to him lately. Minhyuk wondered why he was suddenly asking such a strange question. Minhyuk proudly claimed that he had been destroying everyone in FPS games recently and had climbed several tiers. But Juhyuk clarified that he meant unexpected good luck. Minhyuk looked confused. Minhyuk then remembered being short on change while buying coffee from a vending machine at the library. But the moment he turned around, he spotted a 501 coin beside a trash can. Juhyuk found the story painfully ordinary, but he still flatly replied that it was nice. Still, he was glad that his family was doing well. His mother invited him to stay and eat before leaving. However, Juhyuk politely declined because he had another appointment. Minhyuk decided to walk out with him since he was heading to the convenience store anyway. As they walked outside, Juhyuk received a call saying that his ride had arrived. Minhyuk assumed he had called a taxi, but Juhyuk replied that it wasn't one. A limousine pulled up in front of them. Juhyuk waved goodbye and promised to visit again. Minhyuk stood frozen in disbelief. He wondered if elite players really had personal chauffeurs. At that point, he realized he would never get used to Juhyuk's new lifestyle. Inside the limousine, Juhyuk said that he could have traveled alone instead of making Gwang-il pick him up personally. Gwang-il claimed that he had been passing by anyway, and remembered Juhyuk mentioning that he would visit his family. Deep down, Gwang-il had been worried about Juhyuk after that incident. Seeing him safe and healthy finally put his mind at ease. Gwang-il recalled that Juhyuk had requested a spacious location. Juhyuk confirmed it and explained that the materials he wanted to show him would take up quite a lot of room. Gwang-il informed him that they were heading to the Management Bureau's special material warehouse. Inside the enormous warehouse, Juhyuk warned Gwang-il that he might be surprised before preparing to take out the materials. Gwang-il chuckled and told him not to worry. He encouraged Juhyuk to take them out freely. Despite how he looked, Gwang-il had seen almost every material in existence. It would take something truly incredible to surprise him. A massive ironclad basilisk hide suddenly materialized before his eyes. Gwang-il thought it was an actual monster. He screamed and fell backward. The massive hide continued appearing before crashing onto the floor with a heavy thud. Juhyuk apologized and reminded Gwang-il that he had warned him. Gwang-il stared at it in disbelief and asked if it was the hide of an ironclad basilisk. Juhyuk was impressed that he had recognized it so quickly. He proudly explained that it was a complete basilisk hide removed in one piece, just like shed skin. Juhyuk then announced that he would take out the rest. Gwang-il froze and asked what he meant by the rest. Juhyuk casually replied that he still had 6 more. Gwang-il was stunned that 6 more complete hides existed. He could only wonder who Juhyuk truly was. Juhyuk showed Gwang-il all the basilisk hides, magic stones, and herbs he had gathered from the tower. Gwang-il noticed that most of the herbs were ones he had never seen before. Unlike the usual dried herbs given as tower rewards, these were completely fresh. What surprised him even more was the complete basilisk hide, which looked like it had just been skinned. A single hide contained more leather than the Awakening Management Bureau normally purchased in an entire month. He had never heard of rewards like these before. It made him wonder how Juhyuk had even brought them out of the tower. Juhyuk shyly asked how much everything was worth, hoping he did not sound too greedy. Gwang-il apologized and asked for more time. Juhyuk understood since pricing items like these would not be easy. Gwang-il explained that they needed to price everything quickly, but there was no past record they could use. After examining the hide more closely, he realized its quality was far better than the leather they normally purchased. He then asked if all of this had come from a single clear. Juhyuk confirmed that it had. Gwang-il assumed it was only a one-time reward. However, Juhyuk revealed that he could bring back even more than this. Gwang-il was stunned. Our boy added that he could even provide a steady supply if they needed it, leaving Gwang-il even more shocked. Gwang-il decided not to ask any more questions. As the holder of an S++ clear record, Juhyuk must have had his own methods. It was better to accept the situation than ask unnecessary questions and risk driving him away. He then offered to buy all the herbs for twice the price of similar ones. After all, these fresh herbs could prove extremely useful for research. As for the complete basilisk hides, he suggested selling them to private buyers instead. Juhyuk liked the idea of selling them on the open market and quickly agreed. He then asked if the Management Bureau could also handle the private sales. Gwang-il confirmed that they could act as his agent, and Juhyuk thanked him. Juhyuk even offered them 1 complete hide as commission. However, Gwang-il refused, assuring him that they were not helping just to receive such a huge fee. Juhyuk then asked if he could also arrange the penthouse they had discussed before. Gwang-il was surprised that he had finally made up his mind. He offered to transfer the property into Juhyuk's name that very day, but Juhyuk insisted on paying for it himself. Gwang-il said the bureau could handle everything, including the commission, free of charge. Juhyuk appreciated the offer, but owing them a favor would only bother him later. He politely declined and asked for every payment to be properly settled. With that, he suggested deducting the penthouse's price from the money he earned by renting out the Holy Sword. After that meeting, they were back at our MC's house. John introduced himself as the person in charge of the briefing. He proudly declared himself Juhyuk's first summon, right-hand man, and most trusted confidant. The other 4 applauded as John prepared to explain their missions for floors 42 through 45. John showed them an image of the monster on the 42nd floor. While the 41st floor had the ironclad basilisk, this floor had the long-tailed basilisk. Its tail blade was the only thing they needed to watch out for. Razix raised his hand, earning 1 motivation point from John. Razix asked if they should skin the long-tailed basilisk. John said yes, but only during their second clear. Their top priority for the first clear was earning another S++ rank. John continued the briefing. They would also skin the Ironjaw basilisk on the 43rd floor. However, they would skip the Thornscale basilisk on the 44th floor. Its sharp thorns were difficult to remove and could easily damage the leather. John then asked if anyone had questions before moving on. The screen switched to the main target, the Rainbow Basilisk. John explained that it was the boss of the 45th floor. Their plan was to stay on that floor and repeatedly farm it. Dalray interrupted and asked why they were focusing on the 45th floor. John immediately scolded her for speaking without permission. Of course, Dalray was not happy about it. He reminded her that Juhyuk had placed him in charge of the briefing. Even if she was a princess, she still had to respect his authority. Dalray grumbled before raising her hand properly. This time, John immediately allowed her to speak. She asked again why they needed to stay on the 45th floor. Wouldn't gathering materials become even more efficient as they climbed higher? In response, John clicked the remote again. An image of a scorpion monster from the 46th floor appeared on the screen. John pointed out that it had no leather. Its exoskeleton might be useful, but taking it apart would take far too much time. Razix agreed. John then happily revealed that all kinds of basilisks appeared on the 45th floor. On top of that, the rainbow basilisk boss would bring in some serious money. He added that Juyak was now broke after buying a house on impulse. Juyak quickly denied it, but still appreciated the concern. However, there was one problem. Killing the boss would immediately complete the floor and force them out of the tower. That meant they had to skin it before time ran out. John turned to Razix and asked if he could do it. Razix cheered with confidence. Juyak was impressed by how easily John had raised his morale. It was clear that John had put a lot of effort into the briefing. John then summed up the plan. They would rush straight to the 45th floor and farm as much leather as possible. This time, they were going to make some serious money. The next day, inside a high-rise building, a sales report for the brand Wildflower was placed on a desk. Go Yanha, the CEO of HG Fashion, stared at the terrible results in frustration. She had risked everything on the brand, yet its sales were far worse than expected. HG Fashion was already the smallest company in the HG group. This failure only made them look even more pathetic. Just then, an employee entered with an official document from the Awakening Management Bureau. It was about a public-private collaboration project. Yanha dismissed it, asking if something like that really needed to be reported directly to her. Executive Director Park could handle it instead. However, the employee explained that the Bureau specifically requested the CEO's attendance. She told him to send the Vice President instead. That should be sincere enough. The employee bowed and turned to leave. However, Yonha suddenly fell into deep thought. Before he could leave, she stopped him. She apologized for snapping at him, explaining that Wildflower had put her on edge. She then asked him to leave the documents behind. In the end, Yonha decided to attend personally. She was not expecting much, but ignoring the Bureau's request did not sit right with her. A system notification announced their entry into the 42nd floor of Korea's Black Tower. Their mission was to defeat 15 long-tailed basilisks. Juyak burst into flames as he equipped a golden shield and mace. Dalray called out to him, while John sighed and said the wild horse was acting up again. The golden aegis of Warm Dawn increased concentration, physical defense, and magical defense. It also granted a chance to reflect attacks as long as the user remained calm. Meanwhile, the golden mace of Cold Twilight increased attack speed and range, froze enemies, and had a chance to create an ice field. Dalray warned him to control himself. However, Juyak brushed off her concern and declared that he would not back down. Ignoring everyone's warnings, our boy charged straight into battle. After going so long without hunting, there was no stopping him now. A long-tailed basilisk swung its bladed tail at Juyak. However, Juyak's shadow step had already reached the master level. He dodged every attack with ease. He moved so quickly that it almost looked like he was creating clones. The basilisk froze in shock when Juyak suddenly appeared above it. Juyak unleashed Thunderbolt Flash and slammed his mace into the monster. A system notification announced that he had achieved an S++ clear on the 42nd floor of Korea's Black Tower and received a platinum badge. Juyak was confused. Why had the clear ended when he had only killed one monster? Well, the answer was obvious. When he looked around, he saw Meatball and John standing on a mountain of dead basilisks. His summons had hunted like maniacs just to stop him from stealing more kills. Still, Juyak was happy that he had managed to defeat at least one. After returning home, they ate some snacks and rested for a while. Then they entered the 42nd floor once again. During their repeat clears, they focused only on collecting leather. They continued hunting until Razik's backpack held 7 complete hides. A system notification confirmed that all 15 long-tailed basilisks had been defeated. The mission was complete, and they received 4.2 kilograms of magic stones. The next day, they cleared the 43rd floor and hunted the Ironjaw basilisk. The day after that, they cleared the 44th floor by defeating the Thorn-scale basilisk. However, since its thorn-covered leather was practically useless, they chose to repeat the 43rd floor instead. Finally, the team reached the long-awaited 45th floor. They entered the tower wearing sunglasses like the coolest team alive. A system notification revealed their mission. They had to defeat 60 basilisks of any type and 1 rainbow basilisk within 13 hours. The rainbow basilisk's leather was extremely rare. Because of that, they planned to collect it during both their first and second clears. If everything went well, they would obtain 2 complete rainbow hides that day. Dalray cast her buffs. Meatball drew the monster's attention, while John dealt massive damage. With the entire team in a state of super concentration, their kill count rose at an insane speed. A system notification confirmed that they had defeated 60 out of 60 basilisks. Now, only the boss remained. The rainbow basilisk appeared with a thunderous roar. Meatball and John immediately charged at it. Meatball tried to hold it down, but its body was too smooth to grab. John quickly told him to grab its jaw instead. Juyak realized that killing the boss was not the hard part. Capturing it without leaving a single scratch was the real challenge. Razix waited nearby, ready to move at any moment. They had practiced skinning the boss as soon as it died, but he still failed once every 3 attempts. John delivered the finishing blow. The moment he gave the signal, Razix sprang into action. He spun through the air toward the rainbow basilisk. Glowing threads spread across its body and hooked beneath the leather. With one final pull, Razix peeled off the entire hide and stuffed it into his bag. They had successfully collected the complete hide. The entire team burst into cheers and tossed Razix into the air. Everyone praised him for pulling it off. The key was to skin the boss before they were kicked out of the tower. Juyak admitted that he had been worried after they failed several times during practice. Fortunately, they succeeded during both the first and repeat clears, earning 2 rainbow basilisk leathers in a single day. The second attempt went even more smoothly than expected. Juyak realized that Razix was the type who improved through real experience. His summons had even created their own chant. Juyak watched as they formed a circle and hyped Razix up. Their teamwork was slowly becoming perfect, so future repeat clears would only get easier. Juyak decided to open the system. It was time to check his next perk reward. His inventory showed that he had collected 45 platinum badges. Juyak worried that the system might give him something terrible. After noticing his troubled expression, Dalray asked what was wrong. Juyak admitted that he was afraid of receiving another weird perk. Dalray comforted him, saying that even if he did not get what he wanted, it might become a blessing that led to even greater luck next time. Meatball added that he would always believe in Juyak, while Razix loudly cheered him on. Their support deeply moved our boy. Meanwhile, his self-proclaimed right-hand man, John, was relaxing on the couch. He casually told Juyak to pull without worrying. Juyak could only think that the guy was hopeless. With his summons cheering him on, Juyak decided to check the perk right away. The system announced that he had earned a perk after collecting 45 platinum badges. Juyak begged the system not to give him another random box or roulette. This time, he just wanted the reward directly. The system then announced that a single-use, multinational tower access ticket had been added to his inventory. It allowed him to enter any tower, regardless of nationality, but he could not enter floors higher than his current level. Juyak was surprised. John asked if he had received something good. He hoped it was a trait enhancement. Juyak held up the ticket and said it was nowhere close to a trait enhancement. He complained that it was another weird reward. The system could have at least given him a rune to increase his summons ranks. He decided that before claiming the perk from the 50th floor, they would definitely perform a shamanic ritual. Dalray promised to prepare for it with everything she had. Still frustrated, Juyak suggested having a team dinner. John offered to pick up some food, but Juyak decided they should simply order delivery. Before long, a massive feast covered the table. They had ordered everything they wanted to eat. Juyak opened a bottle of soda. Still gloomy over his disappointing pull, Juyak declared that they should go wild for the day. He invited John to drink with them, but John hesitated because drinking while on duty felt wrong. Juyak urged him to relax, asking when else they would drink if not on a day like this. In the end, John gave in and agreed to have just 1 glass. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Management Bureau, a woman guided Go Yeonha, the CEO of HG Fashion, toward the conference room. As she entered, Kim Seok-jin, the executive director of Ilseong Apparel, introduced himself. Yeonha greeted him and asked why CEO Jong had not come. Seok-jin explained that he was attending a fashion show in New York. Next, Yang Sejun, the executive director of Daehyun C&T, introduced himself. Yeonha greeted him as well. However, she soon realized that she was the only CEO who had attended. Now, it looked like she had more free time than everyone else. She even considered making an excuse about urgent business and leaving. Just then, the door opened. The newcomer apologized for arriving late. Gwang-il introduced himself as the deputy director of the Awakening Management Bureau. Yeonha was shocked that the deputy director had come in person. Gwang-il was known as the true power behind the Awakening Management Bureau. He had led the Elite Team Player project and played a huge role in turning South Korea into an advanced nation in tower climbing strategy. Rumors even claimed that his full support had helped Nam Ga-eun become a star player. Thanks to his efforts, Korea had also tied with the United States and the number of tower floors cleared. Yeonha never expected John Gwang-il, the man most likely to become the next director, to personally attend the meeting. It seemed coming here had been the right choice after all. Gwang-il first apologized to the representatives from Ilseong Apparel and Daehyun C&T. He asked if they could meet again another time. He explained that the official letter had specifically requested the CEO's attendance, and there was a good reason for it. The two executives immediately offered to call their CEOs. However, Gwang-il apologized once more and explained that it was bureau policy. He then excused himself and said he would continue the meeting with CEO Go Yeonha. The two executives quickly left while calling their CEOs. Yeonha smiled and asked if she had just gotten lucky. Deputy Director Jeon replied that she had only moved a little closer to that luck. Yeonha reached into her bag and said she had prepared something that might help her grab it. She presented a proposal from HG Fashion's head designer. It contained a set of armor designed with player Nam Ga-eun as its main inspiration. Yeonha confidently claimed that HG Fashion would be the perfect partner for any fashion-related project the Bureau had planned. She invited him to share his honest opinion. Gwang-il was surprised by how well prepared and proactive she was. He then suggested moving somewhere else because he had something to show her. Together, they took the elevator down to basement floor 8. Yeonha looked around as she followed Deputy Director Jeon into one of the Bureau's tower material warehouses. It was where materials purchased from players were stored, so she finally understood why the security was so strict. He handed her a thick winter coat and told her to put it on because the warehouse was freezing. The massive doors slowly opened. Wearing their winter coats, the two walked through the dark warehouse. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. Before turning on the lights, Deputy Director Jeon warned her not to be surprised. Yeonha agreed. The lights came on, and Yeonha gasped in disbelief. Complete basilisk hides of many different types were displayed on specially treated frames. Gwang-il explained that they had 36 hides in total, with 34 stored inside that warehouse. Yeonha could only stare in awe. She did not know much about the tower, but even she knew the names Wyvern and Basilisk. Their hides were considered the highest quality leather materials on Earth. The problem was that they could only be obtained inside the tower. To the fashion industry, they were dream materials that were nearly impossible to obtain. Gwang-il explained that they planned to supply the leather to private companies. Instead of only turning it into armor, they wanted it to be used for everyday products. Yeonha was stunned that private companies would be allowed to use tower materials. She asked if HG Fashion was being considered for the supply contract. Gwang-il replied that their chances were extremely high. Yeonha could barely contain her excitement. She imagined stamping the Wildflower brand onto such rare leather and revealing it to the entire world. Just thinking about it sent chills through her body. Yeonha then asked where the other two hides were since Gwang-il had said there were 36 in total. Gwang-il admitted that he had been waiting for her to ask. A nearby container slowly opened. Inside was another basilisk hide glowing with brilliant light. Yeonha's eyes widened in shock. The light was so bright that she had to close her eyes. The hide also gave off overwhelming life energy, making it seem like it was still alive and moving. She could not believe how beautiful it was. Even in its raw state, it already looked like a work of art. Eager to secure the supply, Yeonha insisted that HG Fashion should receive both the first and second batches. Since she was the only CEO who had attended the meeting, she hoped her company would continue receiving priority. Gwang-il suggested discussing that one step at a time. However, he had one condition first. He asked her to keep everything secret until the leather was ready for sale. Yeonha promised to make her workers sign non-disclosure agreements, ensuring that nothing would leak. She then brought up the most important matter, the price. Gwang-il admitted that setting a price was their biggest problem. Even cushion-sized scraps of basilisk leather were currently sold for 10 million won each. Those scraps had broken patterns, damaged designs, and faded colors. Yet because they were so rare, even those poor quality pieces were valuable in the civilian market. Yeonha pointed out that the difference in quality was far too great. Guang-il offered to prepare a separate sample so HG Fashion's leather experts could properly examine it. He gave her a warm smile. Yona studied him with interest, realizing that this man was no ordinary official. Meanwhile, at Seoul's Cheongdam Ark Hill apartment, Jaehyuk rode inside a glass elevator with a real estate agent. He pressed his face against the glass and admired the breathtaking night view. The property transfer was already complete. The agent guided him inside the apartment, which was officially the first home Jaehyuk had ever owned. The agent welcomed him to his new home. Jaehyuk stared in awe at the massive entrance. She handed him a key card for the private elevator, told him to call if he had any questions, and wished him a comfortable stay. Jaehyuk had originally planned to spend only one night there to celebrate. However, the place was so incredible that he immediately decided never to return to his office, Tell. Filled with excitement, he ran through the massive apartment. John gasped as he tried to give his usual loyal greeting. Meatball was amazed by how wide, tall, and comfortable everything was. Dalray called it a magnificent palace, while Razix cheered in delight. Jaehyuk proudly announced that this was their new home and told everyone to explore. John even declared that the toilet was a work of art, and using it to poop would be a sin. Dalray happily rode the indoor elevator. The apartment was 990 square meters wide and had 10 rooms. It was so massive that it even needed its own elevator. Meatball was thrilled by the high ceiling. Even in his giant form, he could jump as much as he wanted. John immediately scolded him for endangering the home Jaehyuk had earned through blood and sweat. Jaehyuk then discovered a private movie theater filled with the latest game consoles. He was even more shocked to find 8 refrigerators. Then he discovered that the apartment had 11 bathrooms. When he spotted a remote control, he wondered what it was for. The moment he pressed a button, the automatic curtains slowly opened. Dalray stopped beside him. Together, Jaehyuk and his summons admired the beautiful city skyline. John declared that this world must never perish and vowed to protect it. Meatball also promised to defend their summoner's world no matter what. Dalray followed by pledging herself to the same cause. Jaehyuk became emotional after hearing their loyal promises. He told them to continue doing their best together. Guang-il assured Jaehyuk that the penthouse had been fully remodeled, removing every trace of enrollment. He also explained that a full-service moving company working with the management bureau would handle the entire move. And just like that, everything was moved in. They had gone from an office Tell, smaller than 66 square meters, to a penthouse larger than 990 square meters. That alone was insane. On top of that, the quality and features were unbelievable. Jaehyuk and his summons happily celebrated their new home by relaxing in the pool. Jaehyuk leaned back in the heated water. This truly was paradise. He could only hope that it was not all a dream. Nearby, John whispered something to Meatball, while Dalray quietly read a book on a lounge chair. Without warning, John and Meatball lifted Dalray, chair and all. She ordered them to put her down, but John claimed that sitting and reading all day was bad for her waist. According to him, they were only helping her exercise. The two troublemakers threw her straight into the pool. Dalray screamed. She glared at them, rang her bells, and began chanting a curse. John and Meatball suddenly grabbed their stomachs in pain. Meatball shouted that he needed a bathroom first. John reminded him that they had plenty of bathrooms, so there was no need to fight over one. Watching the disaster unfold, Jaehyuk made a mental note never to mess with Princess Gyeon Dalray. Jaehyuk then asked where Razix was since he had not seen him in a while. Meanwhile, Razix was facing the greatest crisis of his career. An automatic robot vacuum came to life and began cleaning. Razix trembled as a showdown began between the electronic servant and the chief servant. The robot vacuum activated its pro-AI cleaning mode and swiftly cleaned the floor. Razix declared that he was the true worker of the house and desperately cleaned beside it. Jaehyuk could not help feeling sorry for Razix. The poor guy was fighting a lonely battle because he feared losing his job. Meatball finally left the bathroom looking completely drained. Jaehyuk quickly called him over. He leaned closer and whispered something into Meatball's ear. Meatball immediately understood. Meatball picked up the robot vacuum. It repeatedly ordered him to place it back on the floor. Instead, Meatball smashed it into pieces. Razix gasped as the electronic servant was publicly executed. With his rival gone, Razix smiled with pure relief. 4 days after moving in, Jaehyuk continued clearing the 45th floor twice a day to collect basilisk leather. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Each entry gave them 6 regular hides and 1 boss hide, making 7 in total. That meant they gathered a whopping 14 basilisk hides every day. Min-ae visited once every 2 days to collect the leather and complete the delivery. She admitted that the amount shocked her every time. Ju-hyuk brushed it off, though he secretly thought meeting manager Min-ah was harder than gathering the leather itself. Then Min-ae revealed that she had something important to tell him. She asked Ju-hyuk to stop gathering leather for the time being. The request had come from Gwang-il. Surprised, Ju-hyuk asked why, and Min-ae began to explain. There were 2 reasons. First, the facilities and equipment needed to process the leather were not ready yet. Second, releasing too much leather at once would lower its rarity and value. After hearing that, Ju-hyuk had no reason to object. The next day, John groaned as everyone confronted him and asked how he was supposed to take responsibility. Dalray angrily reminded him that he had promised the money would keep pouring in. But now, no one knew when the leather would actually be sold. In the end, the only one who had suffered from his plan was their worker, Razix. She scolded John for acting so confident during the briefing when he knew nothing about production, distribution, or sales. They would have been better off mining and selling magic stones instead. Dalray demanded to know how he planned to fix the situation. As Ju-hyuk watched, he realized that John's little power trip during the briefing had come back to bite him. Still, John had not really done anything wrong. They would receive the money eventually. Feeling sorry for him, Ju-hyuk stepped in. He suggested forgetting the past and charging straight toward the 50th floor. John immediately agreed. Ju-hyuk declared that they would begin clearing the 46th floor the next day. Dalray, Meatball, and Razix all agreed. The next day, Ju-hyuk and his group entered the 46th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. The system gave them a mission to defeat 15 paralyzing scorpions within 13 hours. Failure would result in death or forfeiting the mission. Giant scorpions lived on floors 46 through 50. The higher they climbed, the more dangerous the scorpions became. Different types could cause paralysis, bleeding, or hallucinations, while the boss carried all 3 poisons. Because of this, players used more healing potions here than anywhere else. A raid's success depended entirely on how many potions the team could bring. Well, that was only true for ordinary players. Meatball pinned down a scorpion and ripped off its limbs. Meatball then wore its pincers like a pair of gloves. Using the pincers, he gave the scorpions a taste of their own medicine while drawing all their attention. John finished them off with clean strikes. He leaped down from above and crushed the scorpions with heavy blows, while Dalray supported everyone with reliable buffs from the rear. Ju-hyuk gave a sneaky grin. While everyone was distracted, our boy had a plan of his own. However, something suddenly caught his attention. Near the rocky cliffs, Razix was working hard to mine something. The moment Razix entered the 46th floor, he smelled a strong metallic scent. Certain that ore was nearby, he hoped Ju-hyuk would be pleased if he mined it and brought it back. A painful memory surfaced. In the past, people had only barked orders at Razix and called him horrible names. But now, Ju-hyuk always praised him for working hard. Razix finally felt like he belonged somewhere, and he wanted to stay with his family forever. However, Razix believed he was currently no help to the family. Desperate to find another way to earn money, he quickly discovered the ore and began mining as fast as he could. Afraid of being abandoned, Razix desperately tried to fill his entire backpack and make Ju-hyuk happy. The system announced that Ju-hyuk had achieved an S++ clear rank on the 46th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. He received a platinum badge, and the 47th floor was unlocked. The group was then forced out of the tower. As soon as they exited, Razix panicked because he had failed to collect all the ore. Ju-hyuk realized that he had been so focused on watching Razix work that he missed the entire hunt. Razix burst into tears and apologized. Confused, Ju-hyuk asked if he was really crying just because he could not fill his backpack. Dalray assured him that this was normal. During the first clear, they had to rush for an S++ record, so there was no time to fill the bag. John agreed that the chief servant had done nothing wrong. Ju-hyuk told Razix to take the rest of the day off and skip the cleaning. However, Razix panicked and asked if they no longer needed him. Dalray assured him that their business would fall apart without their carefully trained Razix, unlike John. Meatball agreed that he would be heartbroken if Razix disappeared, unlike a certain assassin. John cried out in frustration as everyone continued picking on him. Ju-hyuk assured Razix that he was the most valuable member of their group. Meanwhile, the others continued roasting John in the background. Overjoyed by Ju-hyuk's words, Razix burst into tears again. During their repeat clears of the 46th floor, they filled their bags with ore every time. Soon, Razik's cheerful expression returned as well. 10 days later, the Awakening Management Bureau discussed classified information that the United Arab Emirates had shared with the National Intelligence Service. Gwang-il read a report stating that a terrorist attack had occurred in Abu Dhabi 3 days earlier. Director Park explained that the UAE government had controlled the press, preventing the incident from reaching the news. Gwang-il was shocked to learn that Karim Zahid, the UAE's top state-supported player, had also died. Director Park called it a tragedy. The explosion had also killed around 10 high-level players above level 50. Gwang-il pointed out that the UAE had only about 20 days left to clear the 60th floor of its Black Tower. Even worse, the Black Tower stood near an oil field. If it collapsed, the damage would be catastrophic. Director Park revealed that Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah was urgently traveling to South Korea. Once he arrived, they would meet with the president to discuss his request. Back to our MC. A massive pile of ore poured into the room. After 10 days of gathering, one of the spare rooms had become an ore warehouse. Looking at the enormous pile, Ju-hyuk estimated that it weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. He even worried that it might break through the floor of his expensive new home. Ju-hyuk called Meatball and asked him to turn giant and scoop up the ore. Meatball happily agreed. Ju-hyuk planned to organize the ore inside his inventory before selling it to the Awakening Management Bureau. However, he quickly learned that the entire process was manual. Every piece had to be placed inside his inventory one at a time. Once he finished, the exhausted Ju-hyuk told his summons that he was heading out and that they should rest. Meatball promised to guard the house, Dalray wished him luck, and Razix told him to get the best price possible. Since his summons knew that someone from the bureau always came to pick him up, they no longer insisted on following him everywhere. A white limousine traveled down the road. Ju-hyuk remarked that having Gwang-il pick him up every time made him feel like he was ordering him around. Gwang-il laughed and told him not to worry. Meeting with Ju-hyuk was extremely important. Besides, there was something he needed to discuss with him. First, he explained that Norway had submitted a request to reserve the Holy Sword. Its players were currently attempting to clear the 66th floor. Ju-hyuk asked if Norway was the only country interested. Gwang-il explained that most countries could still reach the 65th floor using light attribute equipment. Because of that, there were not many reservations yet. However, he assured Ju-hyuk that the requests would soon start pouring in. Ju-hyuk calculated that each rental would earn him $10 million, or around 15 billion won. There was no reason to worry about money anymore. Once the payments came in, he planned to buy several pieces of land and become a farmer after retiring. He imagined what their farm would look like. John would chase away water deer and wild boars. Dalray would pray for a good harvest, while Razix planted seeds on Meatball's back as if he were riding an ox. Ju-hyuk smiled. His team was perfectly built for farming. Gwang-il then said there was another matter Ju-hyuk needed to know about. Recently, the situation surrounding the Black Towers had become extremely chaotic. Japan, for example. After failing several clears in a row, Yu Chaelman had become a complete wreck. His fear had grown so severe that he trembled and refused to enter even low-level floors. Japan eventually took away every benefit he had received through naturalization and sent him and his family to a small city. In the end, Japan signed a temporary player naturalization contract with the United States. Rumor had it that they paid an unbelievable price for a contract lasting only 1 month. China's situation was even worse. After failing to clear the 59th floor, fear spread across the country and brought society to a stop. China eventually begged Russia for help. In return, they had to pay an enormous amount of money and hand over parts of Heilongjiang province. Even if they survived the crisis, it would remain a national humiliation. Most recently, the UAE had also lost several powerful players in a terrorist bombing. Because of that, the UAE's crown prince had come to South Korea. He wanted to temporarily naturalize one of the country's 2 strongest players. Ju-hyuk gasped in surprise. He asked if they meant Ga-eun and Cheolman, but Cheolman was no longer Korean. Gwang-il replied that he was referring to neither of them. Instead, he revealed that the player they wanted was Bong Ju-hyuk. Our boy could only stare at him in shock. Panicking, Ju-hyuk asked how they knew about him. Gwang-il assured him that they did not know for certain. However, they seemed to have guessed that the Korean Management Bureau had already found the mysterious S++ record holder. He told Ju-hyuk not to worry. The Bureau would simply play dumb and deny knowing anything. Ju-hyuk thanked him, admitting that revealing his identity to the public still felt too stressful. He then asked why the UAE had not requested help from Saudi Arabia since the two countries were neighbors. Gwang-il explained that their relationship was not very good. Joo-hyuk was surprised since they were both Arab nations. Gwang-il revealed that the rune of trait enhancement was the reason. That immediately caught Joo-hyuk's attention. During the early days of the Black Tower, several runes of trait enhancement appeared on the market. Using their massive oil wealth, the UAE and Saudi Arabia fiercely competed to buy them. In the end, the UAE secured more runes, causing the relationship between the two countries to fall apart. Joo-hyuk asked if he could demand a rune of trait enhancement in exchange for signing a temporary naturalization contract. Gwang-il replied that they would most likely refuse to give one up. From the looks of it, the UAE hoped to solve everything with money. Joo-hyuk considered using his multinational tower access ticket and accepting the mission. However, if a rune of trait enhancement was not included in the deal, he had no interest. The UAE would have to figure things out on its own. At the Bureau's warehouse, Gwang-il showed Joo-hyuk that the basilisk hides were being safely stored. Once the processing facilities were ready, they would immediately begin selling them. Joo-hyuk was impressed by how carefully each hide was stored. Deep down, he urged his precious babies to hurry up and turn into money so they could join the rest of his bank account. Then it was time for the real business. Joo-hyuk asked if he should show Gwang-il the materials he had brought. Gwang-il eagerly agreed. Deep down, Gwang-il hoped the materials were metal ingots since their leather processing equipment was still not ready. Joo-hyuk pulled out a glowing rock. Gwang-il was surprised and wondered if he had expected too much. Still, he asked to examine it more closely, and Joo-hyuk handed it over. Gwang-il was surprised by how heavy it was. He also wondered how a rock could be stored inside a tower-exclusive inventory. He asked if it was raw ore, and Joo-hyuk confirmed it. First, he had brought out complete leather. Now he had returned with unprocessed minerals. At that moment, Deputy Director John realized that these materials were not simply clear rewards. Joo-hyuk could definitely gather items inside the tower and bring them outside. He had avoided asking questions to keep Joo-hyuk comfortable, but now there was no doubt left. He only wished the materials were ingots instead of raw ore. He wondered how much metal they would obtain after refining it. Joo-hyuk asked if he should bring out the rest. When Gwang-il asked how much more there was, Joo-hyuk explained that taking it out one piece at a time would make his arms fall off. He then asked if he could simply dump everything onto the floor. A mountain of glowing ore poured out all at once. Gwang-il could only stare in silence. The massive amount changed the entire situation. Once again, Joo-hyuk had completely crushed their expectations. This was already far beyond common sense. Workers immediately began sorting the different ores into separate containers. Gwang-il explained that ordinary players sometimes received metal ingots as clear rewards. However, this was the first time he had ever seen raw tower ore outside the tower. Even he found it fascinating. He added that player shops purchased adamant ingots, the most common tower metal, for 5 million won per kilogram. Orichalcon was worth 10 million won per kilogram, while sectonium followed the international market price of 20 million won per kilogram. Joo-hyuk smiled. The purchase prices were even higher than he had expected. Gwang-il and one of the workers calculated the estimated value. The adamant was worth 3.7425 billion won, the orichalcon was worth 2.68 billion won, and the sectonium was worth 3.005 billion won. Joo-hyuk listened in shock. The numbers were so huge that they no longer sounded real. Gwang-il explained that the estimate assumed each ore had a metal content of 50%, bringing the total to 9.4275 billion won. Joo-hyuk was completely dumbfounded. He had just earned more than 9.4 billion won. He asked if they had made a mistake. Gwang-il confirmed that they had 1,497 kilograms of adamant, 536 kilograms of orichalcon, and 309 kilograms of sectonium. Altogether, the ore weighed 2,342 kilograms, and the calculation was correct. Gwang-il proposed recalculating the price if they extracted more metal after refining it. Joo-hyuk asked what would happen if they extracted less. Deputy Director John replied that it would be his mistake, so Joo-hyuk would still receive the agreed amount. The two shook hands and sealed the deal. Gwang-il bowed and thanked Joo-hyuk for always selling them such excellent materials. Joo-hyuk told him it was nothing. Deep down, he could not understand why this gentleman kept bowing to him. In response, Ju-hyuk bowed even lower. He believed that he should be the grateful one. Gwang-il quickly begged him to stand back up. With the deal complete, Ju-hyuk happily realized that every transaction he made was now worth billions of won. He laughed to himself, wondering what he could possibly do with all that money. Meanwhile, John relaxed on the couch while eating chips. At the same time, Raziks rolled around on the floor. He picked up every crumb by hand, earning a casual thanks from John. Dalray watched John with growing annoyance. John then urged Meatball to say the first number that came to mind. Meatball admitted that he could not think of one. Calling him a coward, John volunteered to go first and confidently bet 500 million won. Dalray scoffed at his low guess, calling it an insult to Razik's hard work. She bet 1 billion won instead. The group had started a betting game to guess how much the ore would sell for. The winner would get to flick the losers on their foreheads. John made sure everyone had heard Dalray say 1 billion won. He warned her that she could not change her answer later. Dalray snapped back that she did not go back on her word like John. Hearing them, Meatball decided that guessing higher was safer. Meatball announced that he had finally made his choice. John asked for his answer. With complete confidence, Meatball declared 10 billion won. John burst out laughing. Did Meatball seriously believe that pile of ore was worth 10 billion won? He mocked Meatball for having no sense of money when their entire home had cost 20 billion. Meatball immediately asked if he could change his answer, but John refused. He told Meatball to prepare for a poison forehead flick without transforming. Meatball reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, John sensed something. Dalray was surprised when he suddenly dashed across the room. Ju-hyuk announced that he was home. Dalray and Meatball happily welcomed him back. John saluted and asked when Ju-hyuk had arrived. He then pretended that he had been helping Razix vacuum the living room the entire time. Even Razix was shocked by his shameless act. Ju-hyuk praised John for working so hard and even called him the best. Meanwhile, Dalray glared at the fraud. After that, they all gathered in the living room. Ju-hyuk announced that he had earned 9.4 billion won. John instantly froze and asked what he meant. Ju-hyuk clarified that the ore had sold for exactly 9.4275 billion won. He praised Razix for doing an amazing job. Dalray cheered and called Razix the chief servant of a noble household. She suggested tossing him into the air to celebrate, before asking why John was not joining them. John desperately begged Ju-hyuk to unsummon him immediately because he suddenly felt sick. Ju-hyuk pointed out that he had looked perfectly healthy moments earlier. Was John really planning to leave without even joining their team dinner? John continued begging to be unsummoned, claiming that he would die otherwise. Behind him, Meatball began turning giant. John cried out that he was seriously going to die. John reminded Meatball that he had been told not to transform. However, Meatball replied that John had only told him not to transform when getting hit. A warrior never lied. Meatball then prepared his giant finger while John begged for mercy. With one mighty flick, John screamed as he flew across the room and crashed into the wall. He then slammed onto the floor and lost consciousness. Ju-hyuk wondered what kind of forehead flick could sound like a watermelon splitting open. He sincerely hoped John's skull had not actually cracked. The next day, Ju-hyuk happily spoke with Gwang-il over the phone. The refined metal content was higher than expected, so the bureau would send him another payment later. At that moment, Ju-hyuk felt like he and Razix were happily sailing through an ocean of money. Just as Deputy Director John had warned, news of the UAE Crown Prince's visit to South Korea slowly began appearing on television. The UAE officially requested the temporary naturalization of a Korean player, offering every national infrastructure project to Korean companies in return. Still, the Korean public strongly opposed it. Some questioned why the UAE hadn't asked Saudi Arabia, while others refused to lend them Gaiyun. Many also argued that Korea's true strongest player was already on the 49th floor and could reach the 60th within 2 months. Despite the backlash, Crown Prince bin Salah's desperate request remained breaking news for several days. Watching the news, Ju-hyuk realized how desperate the UAE was. Crown Prince bin Salah begged the S++ record holder to clear the 60th floor, promising protection and even a blank check. Online users joked that the UAE wasn't hiding its target anymore and wondered when the Crown Prince would finally go home. Ju-hyuk thought they should have offered the rune of trade enhancement instead. At this point, money no longer interested him that much. Meanwhile, he repeatedly cleared floors 47 through 49 and gathered more ore. After selling everything to the management bureau, he earned over 10 billion won. Nearby, John wore a thick bandage around his forehead. Ju-hyuk asked how his injury was doing. John proudly claimed that a simple forehead flick could never break him. However, Juyok clearly remembered him nearly dying from Meatball's killer flick. Juyok mentioned hearing that John had been the one who started the entire betting game. In other words, he had simply reaped what he sowed. John had no choice but to admit it. Juyok then remembered that it was almost time to welcome another member into their family. He suggested clearing the 50th floor and claiming the perk first. John eagerly agreed. They entered the 50th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. Their mission was to defeat 60 scorpions of any type and 1 king scorpion. The moment the battle began, the scorpions charged toward them. Juyok hid behind a rock with Razix. This time, they would stay safely in the rear. Nothing would be worse than making a mistake at the last moment and losing the platinum badge. Once they gained a new summon, their group would have 6 members. However, with the Mad Demon still missing, they would only have 5 active members. If Juyok failed to receive trait enhancement again, he could still summon only 4 at once, forcing him to leave one of them behind. The King Scorpion fiercely grabbed Meatball. However, Meatball used its strength against it and flipped the King Scorpion onto its back. Their team was completely crushing the battle, but to earn another smooth S++ record, they definitely needed one more damage dealer. John then delivered the finishing blow to the King Scorpion. Juyok watched while silently praying for a good perk. Suddenly, Razix tugged on his sleeve. Juyok realized that Razix was worried about him. He reminded himself not to be impatient. Everything would surely work out. A system notification appeared. Juyok had achieved an S++ clear rank on the 50th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. As a reward, he received another platinum badge. Back at the penthouse, John nervously asked if Juyok was ready to check the perk. Looking around, Juyok noticed that everyone seemed anxious. Juyok reminded himself that he needed to remain strong during moments like this. He then admitted that meeting all of them had completely changed his life. In the past, he had been a coward who had never made a single friend. But after finding the courage to fight inside the tower, he went from struggling through part-time jobs to living in an incredible home. More importantly, he had finally found friends he could open his heart to. Juyok thanked everyone. They had only climbed this far because he trusted each of them. He declared that he would continue believing in them. If necessary, he would even fight to protect every member of the group. Dalray was deeply moved and praised her young master's endless grace. John saluted and desperately begged Juyok to never fight, insisting that they would handle everything for him. Meanwhile, Razix and Meatball burst into tears. Juyok decided to check the reward right away. No matter what perk he received or what kind of person he summoned next, he refused to dwell on the result or show any weakness. The system announced that he had earned a perk after collecting 50 platinum badges. A single-use multinational tower access ticket was added to his inventory. Juyok stood completely frozen as the ticket slowly fluttered to the floor. He had begged the system not to give him that useless thing again. He cried out in pure frustration. Juyok threw himself onto the floor and cursed, declaring that he's done climbing the tower. John asked what was wrong, but then he saw the ticket and froze. Juyok had pulled yet another multinational tower access ticket. Juyok complained about the useless perk. Dalray immediately dropped to the floor and bowed before him. With tears in her eyes, she claimed it was all her fault. She'd failed to bring him good fortune, so she's ready to accept any punishment. Still lying on the floor in defeat, Juyok listened as John suggested aiming for the 55th floor perk instead. However, Juyok pointed out that flying monsters would start appearing on the 51st floor. With their current roster, could they still earn an S++ clear? John suggested performing a random summon and leaving one person behind till they reached the 55th floor. The only question was, who should they drop? John, Meatball, and Juyok slowly turned toward Razix. Juyok asked if they were seriously planning to abandon Razix after he'd already decided to keep their exact roster. He sarcastically added that they might as well abandon everyone and let Ma handle the entire tower alone. They should have just done that from the very beginning. John admitted that he had been short-sighted. Meatball even apologized to Razix for looking at him. Dalray then pointed out that trait enhancement wasn't limited to floor perks. Although the chances were extremely low, it could also appear as a hunting reward or a dropped item. Her words suddenly gave Juyok an idea. He remembered someone who most likely had the rune of trait enhancement. John eagerly volunteered to retrieve it for his master. At the Seoul Ilsong Hotel, Abdul bin Salah had already been staying in Korea for 5 days. He had spread news articles across every Korean media outlet, offered the best possible conditions, and submitted several requests for temporary naturalization. But none of it had worked. He still couldn't contact either Nam Ga-eun or the mysterious S++ record holder. Only 15 days remained before the UAE's tower collapsed. Abdul bin Salah, the crown prince of the United Arab Emirates, wondered if he would really have to depend on Saudi Arabia in the end. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia's demands were outrageous. They wanted the rune of trade enhancement, $1 billion in cash, and ownership of border territory containing a gas field. On top of that, they demanded 10 tons of magic stones, 10 tons of tower metal, and 10,000 pieces of tower leather. Even thieves weren't this shameless. But Abdul had no other choice. If he wanted to prevent the tower from collapsing, he would have to sign that humiliating contract. Any other country would probably make similar demands. So he decided that relying on a neighboring nation was still better than depending on one far away. Staying in Korea any longer would only waste precious time. He planned to return home the next day. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Abdul assumed it was the security team, even though he hadn't called for them. But then a man entered while dragging 2 unconscious bodies behind him. It was John. The moment Abdul saw the intruder, he panicked and tried to escape into the emergency panic room. John immediately activated his skill. But the moment Abdul tried to run, he realized that his body wouldn't move. He trembled as John casually walked past him and headed toward the armchair. After making himself comfortable, John placed his feet on the table and smiled. Then he ordered Abdul to sit. The paralysis suddenly wore off, causing Abdul to collapse onto his knees while gasping for breath. John then held up a piece of paper that read, "Translator Korean." Abdul realized that this was his chance. He politely asked if he could use his phone for a moment. Soon, a group of guards stormed into the room. They aimed their guns at John and ordered him not to move. Even more guards rushed in and surrounded the crown prince. The head guard demanded to know who John was, who had sent him, and how he dared threaten the crown prince. But in the blink of an eye, John sliced off every gun barrel before anyone could react. The severed barrels clattered across the floor, leaving the guards frozen in shock. John warned them that this was their last chance. Then he ordered them to bring him a translator. The head guard couldn't believe it. That monster had done all of that with nothing but a dagger. The head guard trembled beneath John's aura. It felt as if someone were pressing a blade against his neck, a silent warning that the moment anyone moved, they would die. A translator nervously asked who he was, where he'd come from, and what he wanted from Crown Prince bin Salah. John got straight to the point. He wanted the rune of trait enhancement. Abdul grew furious at the absurd demand. He declared that the rune was something he could never give away, even if John killed him. In return, John offered to clear the 60th floor of their tower within 15 days and reach the 61st floor within 6 months. Abdul was stunned. He asked if John planned to become a UAE citizen, but John said there would be no naturalization. Abdul immediately asked if he was making a fool of him. John asked if there was a player in the room. Abdul turned toward Omar Hassan, the UAE's level 27 prospect. He had brought Omar along because he believed the safest place for him was by his side. John asked to speak with Omar. He assured them that he wasn't planning anything and that the guards outside had only been knocked unconscious, but if they kept acting this way, everyone in the room would die. Omar stepped forward, causing Abdul to call out to him. However, Omar assured the crown prince that he would be fine. John handed Omar an item and told him to inspect it before explaining everything to the crown prince. Omar froze in shock. It was a multinational tower access ticket. He read the system message aloud. The ticket allowed its holder to enter any tower, regardless of nationality. Abdul finally realized that a player could enter any tower in the world without becoming naturalized. John then pointed toward the mace and shield, saying that they were gifts to show his friendship. The system displayed 2 items, the golden aegis of warm dawn for tower use and the golden mace of cold twilight for tower use. Their descriptions contained powerful combat effects and several special abilities. Omar excitedly picked up the items. He had never seen equipment like them before. Their options and stacked effects were incredible, making him eager to test them immediately. Abdul asked if they were truly that powerful. Omar explained that these weren't items anyone could find lying around. Abdul quickly realized that someone who could casually give away such powerful equipment was no ordinary person. He asked if John would really clear the UAE's 60th floor in exchange for the rune of trait enhancement. John said yes, and promised that the 60th floor of the UAE's Black Tower would be cleared within 15 days. Abdul still hesitated. How could he make such an important decision based on one man's word? John swore it on his name. When Abdul asked what his name was, John answered, "Meatball." With a smile, he claimed that he was far better at torture than assassination. John warned that he could make Abdul willingly hand over the rune within a minute. Still, it would be wiser not to throw away the deal being offered. Abdul struggled beneath the crushing pressure. He had never encountered anyone capable of using their abilities outside the tower. Could this man be the mysterious S++ record holder? Soon, they brought out a briefcase. Abdul handed over the rune of trait enhancement. John congratulated him, saying that his decision had saved his life. He also assured him that the UAE would be safe. Inside, John celebrated securing the rune while also getting rid of their spare weapons. He asked if Abdul was satisfied with the deal. Since this was such an important matter, both sides needed to walk away happy. Abdul nervously stammered that he was satisfied. John smiled and said that was good. Then he leaped from the balcony, shouting that Abdul would be even more satisfied 15 days later. Abdul stared down from the balcony and placed the fate of his nation's tower in the hands of a man named Meatball. Meanwhile, Juyak paced back and forth, still worried about leaving the negotiations to an assassin. If John failed to obtain the rune and his next summon turned out to be a non-combatant, he could no longer guarantee S++ clears. Unable to sit still, he considered going to check on him. Juyak raised his hand and called forth his designated summon, the Mad Demon. The system confirmed the summon. Guanma appeared before him, surrounded by a dark aura. Juyak secretly hoped that Ma had finally changed his mind. If he had, he could become Juyak's hidden trump card. Guanma greeted him, saying that he was glad to see Juyak again. Juyak welcomed him and invited him to sit. Ma explained that after being banished, he had spent his time reflecting on his actions and trying to understand what he had done wrong. Juyak was pleasantly surprised. Ma had realized that his extreme methods didn't suit this world. Killing people had its limits, took far too much time, and caused too many problems afterward. Juyak couldn't believe how much he had changed. Juyak handed him a drink. When it made his throat tingle, Ma asked if it contained poison. Even so, he drank it without hesitation, saying that he would accept anything his summoner gave him. Juyak quickly explained that it was only carbonated soda. He silently scolded himself for handing it over without warning. Guanma remarked that it had been nearly 1,000 years since he had last tasted food from this world. He admitted that killing everyone in power had been a foolish idea. Juyak replied that it wasn't foolish, just a little too extreme. Ma laughed and agreed. Curious, Ma asked which country held the greatest power in this world. Juyak answered that it was the USA. Ma immediately decided that he only needed to turn the President of the United States into a soulless puppet and force him to obey every command. Juyak had no idea what a soulless puppet was, but it already sounded terrible. Ma explained that there was a technique called the soul-stealing great art. It destroyed a person's mind and turned them into an obedient puppet. The technique consumed so much mental energy that even Ma could only use it on one person. With every word, Juyak grew more disturbed. Ma proudly declared that he simply had to turn the US president into his puppet. Then he would order the president to launch a war of conquest and take over the world. After that, declaring global unification would be easy. Ma couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this brilliant plan sooner. Juyak could only sigh at the Mad Demon's idea of self-reflection. Ma urged him to carry out the plan immediately. He asked where the US president was so they could make their move and begin the war of conquest. Juyak called out his name. Ma calmly asked what was wrong. Juyak told him that he was heading in the wrong direction. Very, very wrong. He ordered Ma to reflect a little longer before unsummoning him. As his body disappeared, Ma demanded to know why Juyak kept doing this to him. The system announced that the Mad Demon's satisfaction rating had been evaluated at 1 point. Just then, John returned with a salute. He proudly introduced himself as Juyak's right-hand man, trusted confidant, and master of negotiation. Juyak was stunned by how quickly he had returned. He anxiously asked how the negotiations had gone. John puffed out his chest and laughed proudly. Juyak excitedly asked if he had obtained the rune of trait enhancement. John revealed the rune and confirmed that he had. As expected, he truly was a master negotiator. The next day, Juyak went to the bathroom, took a bath, trimmed his nails, changed his clothes, and even meditated. Once he had prepared himself, he slowly opened his eyes. He pulled the rune of trait enhancement from his inventory. This was his first time using an item like this, so he could only hope that everything would go well. The system informed him that he simply needed to place the rune inside his mouth and swallow it. Juhyuk placed the rune into his mouth, then he swallowed it. A prompt announced that his awakened trait had been enhanced. He could now summon 5 people at the same time. Juhyuk was thrilled. He could finally have 5 summons active at once. Wanting to share the good news, he immediately designated and summoned John, Meatball, Gyan Dalray, and Razix. Juhyuk gave John a thumbs up and praised him for his work. John proudly declared that he was a master of negotiation. Dalray congratulated Juhyuk and praised John for working so hard. Meatball also complimented him, but John simply laughed it off. Razix then asked if he could stay with them too. John told him that he could stick around like a piece of gum, causing Razix to beam with joy. John then explained that griffins would start appearing from the 51st floor onward. He described them as giant birds. After watching a video of a griffin, Razix asked if they would skin it. John explained that griffins were mostly useless. During their repeated clears, they only needed to mine ore. They would start skinning monsters again once they reached the wyvern section on the 56th floor. Juhyuk praised him for the briefing. Now it was time to keep his promise. Only 14 days remained before the UAE's deadline. He declared that they would summon 1 more person and race toward the 60th floor at full speed. Then he asked if everyone was ready to welcome their newest member. The tension immediately filled the room. Juhyuk desperately hoped for another combatant. He activated Random Summon. A glowing silhouette slowly began to appear. The light gradually took shape. The figure had a long ponytail and wore a beret. Finally, a beautiful woman carrying a massive sniper rifle appeared before them. The system identified her as Veronica Caliber, an SR-grade magic gunner. She was the only female member and sharpshooting magic gunner of the Magic Empire's Ranger unit. Her manifestation time was 6 hours, with a 3-hour resummon cooldown. Juhyuk immediately blushed upon seeing her. Dalray remarked that this was the first time she had seen another woman among their summons. John commented that although they were both women, they were completely different. Flustered, Dalray asked what he meant. John accused her of pretending not to understand, causing her to call him a bastard. Juhyuk was simply relieved that he had summoned another combatant. He was about to welcome Veronica when he realized that she was fast asleep. Meatball pointed out that she was sleeping. Dalray added that Veronica didn't even seem to realize she had been summoned. Razix nervously watched as she slept while standing, complete with a snot bubble. John looked disgusted as she began sucking her drool back in. Veronica suddenly snorted the drool straight back into her mouth. John looked even more disgusted. Juhyuk asked if she had finished sleeping. Startled awake, Veronica quickly looked around. She immediately saluted and reported that Sergeant Veronica Caliber had answered the summoning order. Juhyuk welcomed her and began introducing the other members. But while still saluting, Veronica fell asleep again. Dalray could only remark that she was truly a strange person. John grumbled that he didn't like her. Juhyuk assumed it was because she kept falling asleep, but John said that wasn't the problem. What bothered him was her constant saluting and shouting of slogans. Juhyuk had no clue what he meant. Standing beside Veronica, John saluted and complained that their characters overlapped. After all, he had been the one doing the salutes and slogans first. Juhyuk pointed out that Veronica was an actual soldier who held the rank of sergeant in the Magic Empire's Ranger unit. He then asked if John had ever served in the military. Nervously, John claimed that he had been exempt because of his flat feet. Juhyuk couldn't help but wonder how those flat feet had never stopped him from flying around with Shadow Step. Juhyuk thought about how strange Veronica was for appearing while fast asleep. Did she naturally sleep that much, or had she died from sleep deprivation in her past life? Either way, he knew that he would soon find out. Sergeant Veronica Caliber had been a veteran sniper stationed with the Ranger unit in the northern region of the Magic Empire. Soon, Juhyuk found himself watching her past. Despite the bitter cold and endless battles against monsters, she earned a name for herself as a sharpshooting magic gunner. Then one day, a massive monster wave suddenly appeared. An overwhelming number of monsters gathered outside the border fortress. The monsters attacked without rest, day and night. As a crushing wave of drowsiness swept over Veronica, she stabbed herself just to stay awake. She knew that she was the only one who could keep fighting. If she collapsed, everything would be over. She told herself to endure just a little longer as she aimed her gun toward the sky. But by then, she had already pushed far beyond what any human could endure. After fighting day and night for 100 days, reinforcements finally arrived. Once Veronica confirmed that the support troops had reached the fortress, she finally allowed herself to fall into a peaceful sleep. Juyak was stunned. She really had died from sleep deprivation. John insisted on waking her because they didn't have much time. However, Juhyok suggested letting her rest since she looked so peaceful. John refused to accept that. In his eyes, the newbie had already lost all military discipline. He smacked her hard on the head and shouted at Veronica to fulfill her duty. John immediately panicked. He had accidentally hit her much harder than intended. Veronica glared at him and asked who he was, and whether he wanted to die. A nervous John quickly informed her that he was an SSR grade summon. She pressed the barrel of her gun against his stomach and asked if he thought bullets couldn't pierce an SSR's belly. John froze as magical energy gathered inside the gun. Juyak couldn't help but wonder if any of his summons were normal. He picked up Veronica's hat and handed it back to her. Then he explained that they planned to enter the tower immediately. Veronica saluted and introduced herself as Sergeant Veronica Caliber before asking if this was an operation. Juyak confirmed that they would be hunting flying demonic beasts called griffins. Veronica confidently declared that she would carry out the griffin annihilation operation perfectly. Juyak and his summons entered the 51st floor of South Korea's Black Tower. John immediately noticed that Veronica had already fallen asleep again. Meatball pointed out that she was somehow walking in her sleep. At that point, even Dalray began wondering if she had an actual illness. Juyak tapped Veronica on the shoulder and asked her to start preparing. Still half asleep, she suddenly introduced herself and saluted. A system notification announced their mission for the 51st floor. They had to kill 15 Eagle Claw Griffins within 14 hours. Failure would result in death or forfeiting the mission. At that moment, Eagle Claw Griffins began swooping down from the sky. As Dalray cast her buffs, Veronica praised her for raising the squad's morale. She then asked Juhyok for permission to take command for a moment. Juhyok agreed, realizing that she truly was a soldier. Veronica stepped forward and announced the start of their operation. She ordered the squad to advance down the hill and carry out the mission. John and Meatball immediately slid down behind her. Veronica tightened her grip around her rifle. She aimed toward the sky and fired a powerful beam of magical energy. Several griffins shrieked as the blast tore through them. Veronica announced that she would weaken the monsters and leave the finishing blows to the others. As the wounded griffins crashed toward the ground, John and Meatball continued sliding downhill beside her. Juyak quickly understood her plan. Veronica would shoot them down, then pass them over to John and Meatball. She continued firing, landing one precise shot after another. Veronica called out that she was handing one over. The moment it fell within reach, Meatball smashed the griffin with his massive hand. Veronica handed over the next one. John charged toward the falling griffin and cleanly sliced through its neck. Juyak watched in amazement. Their teamwork was basically a high-speed delivery service. John shouted that their hunting speed was insane. Juyak could tell that he was having the time of his life. They now had a tanker, a melee dealer, a ranged dealer, and Dalray's buffs. Their party was finally complete. Juyak couldn't help but feel proud of his incredible pulls. The system announced that he had achieved an S++ clear on the 51st floor of South Korea's Black Tower. He received a platinum badge, unlocked the 52nd floor, and safely exited the Black Tower. Juyak suggested throwing a welcome party and team dinner for Veronica. He offered to take the beef out of the refrigerator. He told everyone to drink as much beer and soju as they wanted. However, Veronica was already fast asleep on the sofa. John was surprised that she had fallen asleep the moment they left the tower. Since she was probably still exhausted from her past life, he decided to let her rest peacefully. Juyak was about to suggest waking her up to eat, but John warned him not to disturb her for no reason. He reminded him how she had reacted earlier. Of course, Juyak knew that only happened because John had smacked her on the back of the head. Soon, the meat began sizzling on the grill. Dalray insisted that Juhyok take the first bite. Meatball, John, Dalray, and Razix happily stuffed themselves. Juhyok realized that succeeding as a player felt great, but spending time with his companions felt far more precious. It was amazing to see them getting along so well, even though they bickered every single day. He wondered if Veronica would fit in with the group. Then he turned toward the sofa, but Veronica had disappeared. Meatball pointed under the table and announced that the female sergeant was down there. Juyak was shocked that she had moved while sleeping. Razix was equally surprised, while Dalray guessed that the smell of grilled meat had drawn her over. Juyak decided that they should wake her up and give her something to eat, but John asked him to wait because he wanted to test something. He held a piece of meat beneath Veronica's nose. Without opening her eyes, Veronica suddenly snatched it with her tongue. John burst out laughing. He couldn't believe that she could eat while sleeping. Juhyok stared at her in disbelief, wondering if chewing meat in her sleep was some kind of hidden skill. Meatball fed her another piece, saying that she needed to eat if she wanted to stay strong. Razix told Veronica that she also needed to eat her vegetables. Then he held out a piece of carrot. With a bright smile, he explained that carrots would also make her strong. Veronica immediately spat out the carrot, sending it flying straight into Razix's face. Everyone burst into laughter. Juhyok asked if Razix was okay, but deep down he realized that Veronica had already fit right in. Meanwhile, only 13 days remained before the UAE's tower collapsed. The usage condition for the multinational tower access ticket was simple. The user could not enter a floor higher than their current level. To enter the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower, Juhyok first had to reach the same level. A system notification confirmed his entry into the 52nd floor of the South Korean Black Tower. His physical abilities increased according to his level, while his traits and combat skills became available. Bong Juhyok had reached level 52. Juhyok was impressed by his increased physical strength at level 52. He now had enough mana to use Shadow Step all day. When he flexed, his veins started popping out. However, his motivation dropped when he saw his weaker equipment. Since John had taken his other weapon for the negotiations, he had to return to his old one. John then asked if Sergeant Veronica would take command again that day. Veronica confirmed that she was ready to command any operation at any time under the captain's orders. Then she suddenly froze in shock. Juhyok asked if something was wrong. Veronica apologized and explained that she had run out of ammunition after failing to resupply. She normally restocked by extracting magic stones from monster corpses, but yesterday's battle had ended far too quickly. She explained that her magic gun used magic stones as live ammunition. Razix immediately beamed. He told her that they had plenty. Veronica's eyes lit up as she gathered a handful of magic stones. She saluted Razix, called him their supply officer, and thanked him. Razix looked surprised by his new title. Everyone applauded as Juhyok announced that they would be counting on Razix as their supply officer from then on. Razix was thrilled. Juhyok instructed him to refill Veronica's ammunition whenever she ran out. Veronica then explained that she would raise her left arm whenever she needed more ammunition from supply officer Razix. Juhyok told her to shoot as much as she wanted, since they had an endless supply of magic stones. The system announced the 52nd floor mission. They had to defeat 15 steel-beak pitch-black griffins within 14 hours. Failure meant death or forfeiting the mission. Several griffins were already circling in the sky. Veronica confirmed the long-range targets and looked through her scope. She secured a clear line of sight. She ignited her maneuver gear. Juhyok couldn't help but think that the devices looked insanely cool with their cyberpunk-like design. Veronica sprang into action and asked how many targets she could hand over to her squad members at once. Meatball replied that even 15 at the same time would be no problem. Veronica acknowledged his answer and wished him luck. Since the aggro might shift, she also warned Dalray to be careful. Dalray told her not to worry. Veronica fired her weapon, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts into the sky. Meatball told her to step back and leave the rest to the warriors. However, Veronica asked them to wait. She would first hit the monsters with a heavy bullet, then they could finish off any survivors. Meanwhile, Juhyok's hands were already itching to join the battle. Eager to get a taste of the action, Juhyok stepped forward to help. Veronica immediately stopped him, warning that it was too dangerous for the captain to move forward. Juhyok asked why. He felt slightly hurt that even Veronica was holding him back now. Her weapon finished loading the heavy bullet, and she fired. The monsters were completely obliterated. Juhyok stared in shock at the heavy bullet's power. If that thing ever hit him, not even his bones would remain. Veronica continued, explaining that even in war, soldiers were more likely to die from an ally's stray bullet. Although he never got to join the fight, Juhyok realized just how reliable Veronica was. The raids had become far easier since she joined them. Right then, the system announced that he had achieved an S++ clear on the 52nd floor of the South Korean Black Tower. The next day, he earned another S++ clear on the 53rd floor. And the day after that, he achieved an S++ clear on the 54th floor. They were charging straight toward the 60th floor. At Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah's residence in the UAE, Abdul found himself in serious trouble. The royal family was discussing banning him from outside activities and even stripping him of his position as crown prince. The situation had grown far worse than he expected. He remembered the royal court berating him for handing the Rune of Trait Enhancement, their key bargaining chip for securing a temporary naturalization contract with Saudi Arabia, to an unidentified and mysterious man. Abdul feared that if he lost his title, he would be exiled from the UAE and assassinated soon after. Just then, a breaking news alert appeared on his phone. The 54th floor of the South Korean Black Tower had been cleared with an S++ grade. After seeing 4 consecutive S++ clears from the 51st to the 54th floor, he finally realized something. At first, he thought he had been deceived, but now he was becoming more certain by the second. It was definitely Meatball climbing the tower to fulfill his promise. If Meatball truly cleared the 60th floor, Abdul planned to visit Korea immediately with a huge bundle of gifts. No matter what happened, he was determined to meet Meatball again and build a long-term relationship with him. Only 10 days remained before the UAE tower collapsed. A system notification announced the mission for the 55th floor. They had to defeat 50 griffins of any kind and 1 peacock featherstorm griffin within 12 hours. Juyak and his summons looked up at the swarm of griffins circling overhead. They only needed to kill 50 before the boss appeared. However, if they pulled the wrong aggro, hundreds of griffins could attack them at once. Veronica immediately unleashed rapid fire. Juyak panicked when he saw that she wasn't being careful at all. She continued firing without hesitation. The griffins dove straight toward them. Her reckless attack had drawn the aggro of the entire flock, sending Juyak into an internal panic. Behind him, Dalray began her ritual. Juyak realized that her debuffs could bring the griffins down. Once the griffins could no longer fly, they were nothing more than a flock of oversized pigeons. Juyak realized that their combo with Dalray was incredible. Meatball grabbed the griffins by their necks while John rapidly cut them down. They wiped out the monsters. Then a deafening screech suddenly rang through the sky. The peacock feather storm griffin had appeared. Juyak looked up in shock as the boss arrived. He remembered John's warning that its ultimate attack possessed terrifying power and had already caused countless casualties. The boss shrieked before unleashing a storm of razor-sharp feathers from the sky. Meatball stood his ground and tanked the attack. At the same time, Veronica fired a heavy bullet. It pierced straight through the boss. Juyak realized that against their party, even the infamous boss Griffin was nothing more than a giant pigeon. The griffin crashed to the ground and was quickly surrounded. Desperate to survive, it pecked at the ground and pretended to be an ordinary pigeon. As if that would work. Meatball snapped its neck, John delivered the finishing slash, and Veronica fired another blast. A system notification announced that they had achieved an S++ clear on the 55th floor of the South Korean Black Tower and received a platinum badge. Juyak decided to check his new perk immediately. John eagerly cheered him on. He hoped to receive a summoned entity rank enhancement rune so he could promote Razix to SR rank. With high expectations, he tapped the confirmation button. A system notification announced that he had received a perk for accumulating 55 platinum badges. The perk allowed him to copy 1 skill possessed by a summoned entity. The target selection list opened, displaying John Kosak, Barbarian Meatshield, Guyon Dalray, Razix, Mad Demon, and Veronica Caliber. Juyak realized that it had been a long time since he last used skill copy. John exclaimed that it was an amazing perk. Dalray congratulated him, while Razix squeaked excitedly. Juyak agreed that the perk was great, but there were far too many choices. He struggled to choose which skill he should copy from the 5 summoned entities. Of course, his summons immediately saw their chance. Dalray recommended the Bell of Encouragement, Bell of Weakness, Bell of Confusion, Drum of Fighting Spirit, and Talisman Arts. She promised that those skills would help him foresee and prepare for future crises. John quickly objected. He insisted that Juyak should learn Stealth, Invisibility, Polymorph, Despicable Sneak Attack, or Disruption. In his opinion, Juyak needed to increase his chances of escaping and surviving. Meatball disagreed and recommended Diamond Skin, Rapid Regeneration, Gigantification, Steelhead, or Unwavering Soul. He insisted that becoming sturdier was the most important part of staying alive. As Dalray boasted about her useful skills, John and Meatball argued that they also had plenty of valuable skills to offer. Dalray proudly continued her list with Blade Riding, Divination, Death Curse, Karma Curse, Dignity, and Scolding. John countered with Blade Explosion, Shock Break, Lockpicking, Undeniable Threat, Poison Dagger, Pickpocketing, Mugging, and Safe Cracking. Meatball then added Roar of Mockery, Silent Provocation, Final Fighting Spirit, and Shockwave. Their non-stop recommendations completely overwhelmed Juhyuk. He begged them to stop. Then he noticed a small system window hiding in the back. It belonged to Mad Demon. The system explained that Mad Demon had the lowest star rating, leaving only one available skill, Blood Jade Astral Aura. Since Juhyuk had only summoned Mad Demon twice and given him a 1-star rating, there was only one skill available to choose. Juhyuk actually considered it. While the others continued arguing over their recommendations, Juhyuk raised his hand to silence them. He finally announced that he had made his decision. His summons immediately fell silent. John asked which skill he had learned. Juhyuk answered that he had learned Blood Jade Astral Aura from Mad Demon. His summons stared at him in complete shock. Juhyuk was curious to discover what kind of skill it was. He wanted to hurry back inside the tower and test it out. The system displayed the description of Blood Jade Astral Aura. The skill emitted an intangible energy that turned the user's physical body into a weapon. Its power increased according to the user's mana level. As his proficiency improved, the range of the aura covering his body would also expand. At the penthouse, Juhyuk lay on his bed with his phone in hand. He wondered if he should check what people were saying about him online. The headlines praised his unprecedented streak of S++ clears up to the 55th floor. Others talked about how easily he had passed the Griffin section and entered the Wyvern section. One even speculated that South Korea's strongest player had been someone else all along. An exclusive interview with Ga-eun caught his attention. She humbly stated that comparing her to the S++ record holder made no sense. She still had a long way to go before reaching that level. Juhyuk was thrilled that Ga-eun had mentioned him. However, he quickly shook off his delusions and told himself to wake up. As always, the public's praise also came with suspicion. Furthermore, starting from the Wyvern section on the 56th floor, clearing the tower without government support became extremely difficult. Because of that, the suspicion grew even stronger than usual. Online users questioned whether he could truly make it through the Wyvern section, but no matter what they said, Juhyuk knew he couldn't do anything about it. A prompt announced that he had achieved an S++ clear on the 56th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Only 9 days remained until the United Arab Emirates Tower collapsed. Juhyuk resolved to keep moving forward. With 8 days remaining, he cut down a Wyvern and cleared the 57th floor with an S++ grade. With 7 days remaining, he defeated an Ice Wyvern and cleared the 58th floor with another S++. With 6 days remaining, another Wyvern fell before him, securing an S++ clear on the 59th floor. The system then announced that he could challenge the 60th floor. After exiting the South Korean Black Tower, Juhyuk returned to his penthouse with John, Razix, Dalray, Veronica, and Meatball. He collapsed onto the floor and struggled to catch his breath. The non-stop climb had completely drained him. Still, he looked forward to finally challenging the 60th floor tomorrow. John praised him for his hard work. Dalray said she was deeply impressed by his spirit of sacrifice, while Razix happily squeaked in agreement. Juhyuk opened his status window. He had reached level 60 and could now summon 5 entities at the same time. As he looked over his growing collection of summons and skills, he felt proud of how packed his status window had become. He once again realized how valuable his ability to enter the tower twice a day truly was. He used one entry to clear the upper floors and the other to farm previous stages. In the Wyvern section, he mainly gathered magic stones with Razix. He also collected one hide from each type of Wyvern as samples. However, they encountered a small problem with the sample hides. As the party's supply officer, Razix scolded Veronica for filling the sample hide with bullet holes instead of aiming only for the head. Veronica immediately apologized. Razix expressed how disappointed he was in her that day. As punishment, he ordered her to perform lying windshield wipers while saying 1 for correction and 2 for I will do it. Veronica obeyed immediately. Juhyuk found it hilarious that even a soldier from another world feared the supply officer. After all, making the person who supplied her magic stone ammunition angry would only make life in the party harder. The next day was the long-awaited day of clearing the 60th floor. Juhyuk reviewed the information provided by the Awakening Management Bureau. He had researched the 60th floor, the final stage of the Wyvern section, in advance. Although this applied to the entire Flying Monster section, the 60th floor was impossible to clear without national support. Players normally relied on long-range lure weapons, anti-air harpoons, and various potions. This was why ordinary players who farmed the tower for a living only climbed up to the 40th floor and below. The objective of the 60th floor was to defeat the boss monster, the Wyvern Lord. However, the real threat was a bizarre monster called the Poison Wyvern that appeared alongside it. In terms of attack power, they were the weakest wyverns encountered so far. These poison wyverns acted like the Wyvern Lord's summoned beasts. Their defenses were weak and their movements were slow. Even a light tap could kill them. But the real problem began after they died. Fallen poison wyverns created poison puddles on the ground. Even if nobody attacked them, they would deliberately crash into the ground to create more. Since the battlefield was inside a narrow canyon, avoiding every poison puddle was impossible. That was why players needed full national support, including poison resistance items, to clear the floor. Juhyok felt that he had researched enough. It was time to summon everyone and begin the real fight. John, Veronica, and Razix immediately saluted. Juhyok noticed that even Razix had picked up the habit. Meatball greeted him while Dalray politely asked if he had rested well. Juhyok felt relieved that those two were still acting normally. He informed them that they would clear the 60th floor that day. However, they would clear the UAE tower first. John stepped forward and asked if he could make a suggestion. Juhyok asked what it was. John announced that he had prepared a tactical briefing for Juhyok's review and approval. A moment later, Juhyok asked if John was serious, whether his plan was even possible, and if everyone had already agreed to it. John cheerfully answered yes to every question. It drove Juhyok crazy. They weren't filming some transforming and combining robot show. He asked if they could simply melt everything with firepower like usual. John replied that it was possible, but he dramatically declared that such a plan would only get all of them hurt. Pointing at Meatball, he argued that it would be better if only one person got hurt instead. Meatball announced that he was ready. John insisted that he wasn't only thinking about his own safety. Their lovely supply worker could fall into a poison pit while running supplies. Juhyok immediately realized that he couldn't allow Razix to face such danger. Since everyone had already agreed, Juhyok decided to follow the briefing and prepared to enter. He used a multinational tower access ticket. The system asked him to state the country and floor he wished to enter, so he selected the 60th floor of the United Arab Emirates. The system confirmed that he had met the entry conditions and asked if he wanted to enter. Juhyok accepted. Juhyok entered the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower. A system prompt announced the mission. They had to defeat the Wyvern Lord within 12 hours. Veronica immediately declared the start of the Wyvern Lord annihilation operation. Her scope detected a life reaction and warned them that the Wyvern Lord was approaching. Meatball declared that he would protect everyone before using gigantification. The combination sequence began. At stage 1, John latched onto Meatball's right arm. At stage 2, Veronica attached herself to Meatball's left arm. Then at stage 3, Meatball retracted his head into his body. Finally, at stage 4, Razix leaped into the air and latched onto the top of Meatball's head. This was the summon's complete 4-stage transformation combination. They called the final form Rabang the Basak. Juhyok was speechless. Meatball carried them to a small cliff. John told Juhyok and Dalray to remain somewhere safe. Dalray told them to take good care of themselves as well. Since things had already gone this far, Juhyok decided that he might as well cheer them on. Veronica opened fire with her gun and shouted for the Wyvern Lord to take her attacks. The core of the entire raid was Meatball. Instead of clashing directly with the Wyvern Lord, he ignored the poison puddles and continuously drew its aggro using his endless taunt skills. His body, hardened by diamond skin, blocked the poison. Even if some poison got through, his insane regeneration instantly healed the damage. Meatball had already reached the stage known as Mandok Balshim, meaning he was practically immune to poison. Veronica suddenly reported that she had run out of magic stones. Razix instructed her to bring her left arm closer to her head before tossing magic stones toward her gun. Veronica thanked the supply officer. She quickly reloaded her weapon with the magic stones. Veronica reported that she had cleared the small fry surrounding the Wyvern Lord. John gave the signal. Meatball launched John high into the air toward the Wyvern Lord. John shot across the sky and plunged straight toward the boss, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Juhyok watched in amazement. John looked like a complete idiot, but somehow he was still cool. System notifications announced that the Wyvern Lord had been defeated and that Juhyok had successfully completed the 60-floor mission. His level increased, and he received 6 kilograms of magic stones as a reward. Another notification announced that he had achieved an S++ clear grade on the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower. He also received a platinum badge as the S++ clear reward. Juhyok was surprised to learn that towers in other countries awarded platinum badges too. A formal hearing took place inside a government building in the United Arab Emirates. At the Supreme Federal Council, an official announced that they would proceed with the final verdict. The seated official declared that he would ask one last time. He sternly brought up Abdul's crime of handing over the rune of trade enhancement without an official contract. He also accused him of putting the United Arab Emirates Tower in danger of collapsing because of it. He asked whether Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah admitted to his crimes. Abdul sat before them in handcuffs. Abdul answered that he could not admit to them. The official called him arrogant. Another official asked if he planned to insist that he had done nothing wrong until the very end. Abdul replied that everything he had done was merely out of loyalty to his country. The official slammed his fist onto the desk and called him a fool. Murmurs spread throughout the hall, forcing the official to order everyone to remain silent. He remarked that Abdul had made the verdict easy for them. He then announced that he would deliver the sentence based on everyone's consensus. Abdul remembered Meatball's promise to clear the 60th floor of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower within 15 days. Since Abdul had chosen to trust Meatball, he silently pleaded for his promise to come true. The official declared that Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah had leaked a precious national asset outside the country. He pressed his seal into the ink and called it a despicable crime equal to treason against the state. Abdul gritted his teeth and held on to his final hope. The official raised the seal and declared that Abdul bin Salah would be exiled from the United Arab Emirates. Just as he was about to stamp the document, Omar suddenly shouted. The official angrily demanded to know why Omar had interrupted a sacred verdict. Another official threatened to charge him with intentional obstruction. Omar announced that the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower had just been cleared with an S++ grade. He added that the global notification had only just appeared. The officials froze in shock. They demanded to know what on earth he was talking about as murmurs once again spread throughout the hall. A bead of sweat rolled down the official's face. Abdul mocked them by asking what crime they had just accused him of committing. Breaking news spread across the country after the UAE Black Tower's 60th floor was cleared with an S++ grade, surpassing South Korea's highest clear record on the 59th floor. Rumors claimed that South Korea's top player had naturalized to the UAE, though nobody knew if it was temporary or permanent. Public outrage exploded, and criticism poured down on the government and the Awakening Management Bureau. A live news broadcast reported that Director Park had canceled all his external schedules and was returning to the Awakening Management Bureau headquarters. The moment Director Park stepped out of his car, reporters surrounded him as cameras flashed non-stop. They bombarded him with questions, asking whether South Korea's S++ record holder had naturalized and if the government had secretly made a deal with the UAE. Director Park ignored the reporters and hurried into the building. He burst through the doors and asked if Gwang-il had confirmed what happened. Min-ae quietly gestured toward Gwang-il, who was currently on the phone with Joo-hyuk. Gwang-il told Director Park not to worry because it wasn't a naturalization. Director Park asked if he was certain. Gwang-il confirmed that he had personally verified it over the phone. Player Bong Joo-hyuk was resting at his penthouse and planned to clear South Korea's 60th floor that day. Director Park sighed in relief, saying the scare had taken 10 years off his life. However, he couldn't understand how the UAE had achieved an S++ clear after desperately requesting a temporary naturalization only a few days earlier. Gwang-il pointed out that nobody in the UAE, or even the entire world, was capable of pulling off such a feat. Given the circumstances, the only logical conclusion was that Joo-hyuk had cleared it for them. Director Park asked if Joo-hyuk had said anything else. Gwang-il explained that Joo-hyuk denied it at first, so he chose not to press the matter. Director Park said he had made the right choice. Joo-hyuk must have had his reasons for keeping quiet. Besides, he was a timid guy, so they shouldn't pry into every little detail. Min-ae pointed out that public opinion was extremely volatile and asked if they should do something to calm everyone down. Deputy Director Jeon suggested leaving it alone. Once South Korea's own S++ clear on floor 60 appeared, the public outrage would quickly blow over. Min-ae then explained that she was already scheduled to collect the wyvern leather samples that day. She would stop by the penthouse and confirm with her own eyes that Joo-hyuk was safe. At the penthouse, Min-ae praised Joo-hyuk for processing the wyvern leather so well. She also informed him that basilisk leather had entered full-scale production. If he waited a little longer, it would soon begin generating profits. Joo-hyuk agreed. Min-ae wished him luck with clearing floor 60 before saying goodbye. Joo-hyuk laughed awkwardly and said that he planned to finish it within an hour. After she left, Joo-hyuk groaned and thought that talking to a real human woman was much harder than clearing the tower. Meanwhile, Min-ae felt relieved after confirming with her own eyes that he was safely at home. Satisfied, she headed back to make her report. Once the bureau employee left, Joo-hyuk cleared his throat and told his summons to continue where they had left off. The multinational badge from clearing the UAE's 60th floor granted Juyak a one-use ghost leg ticket. He had 1 hour to choose from 7 rewards, so he copied the board onto a whiteboard. John then checked if it perfectly matched the system's display. Juyak replied that he had drawn it exactly as he saw it. He then asked everyone which number they should pick and told them to speak up if they had any opinions. John recommended number 7 simply because it was lucky 7. Juyak couldn't believe how simple-minded he was. Meatball declared that real men picked number 1. Juyak shamelessly agreed that he was an alpha male. Dalray pointed out that the rune of trait enhancement Juyak wanted was directly below number 8. She suggested that it might be a trap where the path went straight down without crossing a single horizontal line. Juyak wondered if it was actually a fake-out. Razix looked like he didn't want to recommend anything. Meanwhile, Veronica was fast asleep on the couch. Juyak summarized everyone's suggestions. Real men picked number 1, lucky people picked number 7, and intuition favored number 8. His brain nearly short-circuited from overthinking it. Finally, Juyak made his choice. He reached out and selected number 3. If he chose 1, 7, or 8 and ended up receiving useless magic stones, the others would crucify whoever had suggested that number. He was thinking like a true leader. Then confusion hit him. The digital ghost leg board suddenly expanded like crazy. A prompt confirmed that number 3 had been selected, and the ghost leg minigame began. John asked if the line was moving downward. Juyak nervously confirmed that it had started, while Dalray's heart pounded with suspense. They watched as the glowing line traced its path. Juyak urged it to move right, then panicked when it kept going left. The path moved dangerously close to magic stones, summon rank enhancement, and sectonium. Juyak shouted that he would flip the table if he received magic stones. He desperately begged for the trait enhancement. At last, the glowing line reached the rune of summon rank enhancement. Juyak announced that they had received the rune of summony rank enhancement. John and Meatball celebrated the great pull. Although it wasn't the absolute best reward, Dalray called it a magnificent second choice. Juyak realized that since it was a summony rank enhancement, there was only one choice. Veronica suddenly woke up and called out her own name and rank before realizing she had misheard them. Startled, Juyak told her to go back to sleep because nobody had called her. She thanked him and immediately fell asleep again. Juyak turned toward Razix and asked if he was ready for a promotion. Razix became emotional and saluted him. Juyak looked forward to seeing Razix completely transformed. However, he reminded Razix that they first needed to clear the 60th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. Razix agreed to enter immediately. They entered the 60th floor of South Korea's Black Tower. Flying monsters swarmed across the sky. The summoned beings combined into their perfect form, Rabang the Basak. Juyak remembered that although this tower belonged to a different country, he had already cleared the same floor with an S++ rank and received its badge. He wondered if clearing it again here would grant him another S++ rating and another badge. Regardless, he decided that he would never return to this floor again. Even Meatball had to feel some pain, and the Wyvern Lord was nothing more than a massive brute covered in ugly, completely useless leather. The raid went smoothly. Veronica fired 2 giant anti-materiel magic bullets at the boss. John followed them with his sprinkle ending. He charged forward with a storm of slashes and finished off the boss. Juyak wondered if the system would recognize the badge. The system announced that he had achieved an S++ clear grade on the 60th floor of South Korea's Black Tower and awarded him a platinum badge. Juyak was thrilled that duplicate badges counted. He now had 61 platinum badges, and his next perk would unlock after the 64th floor. They exited the tower. Juyak handed Razix the glowing rune and told him to take it. Juyak wished him a safe trip. He promised not to enter the tower and said he would wait until Razix returned. With tears in his eyes, Razix begged Juyak not to clean the house while he was away. He promised to handle it once he returned. He also told Juyak not to buy an electronic servant. Laughing, Juyak assured him that he absolutely wouldn't buy a robot vacuum. Juyak believed that Razix had a heart as pure as meatballs, meaning there was a very high chance that he would also receive a blessing enhancement. Razix shouted that he would return soon. Juyak estimated that it would take around 4 days, just like when Meatball left. He wondered what Razix would look like when he returned. He then announced that they would pause their tower climbing until Razix came back. He told everyone to rest and enjoy their vacation to the fullest. The next day. As soon as South Korea's 60th floor was cleared with an S++ rank, the public outrage died down. Peace had finally returned. However, a news clip showed an exclusive interview with Crown Prince Abdul. When asked why he had returned to South Korea, Abdul replied that he had come to express his gratitude. The interviewer asked if he meant the South Korean government. Abdul said no, explaining that someone else truly deserved the gratitude of the UAE's citizens. The interviewer then asked him to elaborate. Abdul admitted that he couldn't reveal the details, but said it was all thanks to Meatball. Realizing that he had already said too much, Abdul quickly ended the interview. The interviewer desperately asked who Meatball was, while viewers flooded the comments with the same question. Joo-hyuk stared in shock, wondering how the Crown Prince knew that name. Then Joo-hyuk looked at John. He realized that John must have introduced himself as Meatball when he went to negotiate with Crown Prince Bin Salah, and half-threatened him. Joo-hyuk then decided to check on Razix. A prompt informed him that Razix could not be summoned, just like Meatball before him. Joo-hyuk realized that the blessing enhancement was underway. Razix would return as an SSR. And so, their vacation began as they waited for Razix to return. On vacation day 2, John celebrated after crushing Joo-hyuk 5-0 in the first half of a video game. Dalray scolded him for daring to commit mutiny against the princess. A flustered John quickly denied it. On the third day, Joo-hyuk and Meatball relaxed together on lounge chairs outside. By the fourth day, Joo-hyuk was playing video games on his console. He had become too lazy even to walk to the bathroom. This was exactly the life of a rich, unemployed person. Joo-hyuk had always dreamed of living like this. However, he realized that even doing nothing eventually became boring. It had already been 4 days, so he wondered when Razix would finally return. Just then, a system notification appeared. The system catalog had been updated, and the cannot be summoned status was gone. Joo-hyuk immediately shouted that Razix was back. John and Dalray looked over in surprise. Veronica saluted and declared that she was ready to welcome the supply officer. Joo-hyuk ordered everyone to set out all the pesticide-free organic carrots from Jeju that he had ordered. John quickly got to work. Soon, the carrots and various organic vegetables were ready. They even had a banner congratulating Razix on his promotion. Veronica confirmed that the welcome preparations were complete. Unable to contain his excitement, Joo-hyuk announced that he was summoning Razix. John, Veronica, Meatball, and Dalray eagerly waited to see how their hard-working Razix had changed. Joo-hyuk activated the designated summon. A purple light exploded from the summoning circle. Through the glowing particles, a pair of ears slowly came into view. Razix had returned. He looked almost exactly the same, except he now wore a pair of goggles. A system catalog window appeared. It revealed that Razix, the loyal, reliable, and versatile genius worker of the Beastman tribe, had advanced to SSR rank with a manifestation duration of 7 hours. Alright, that's it for today's story. If you want the weekly chapter updates for this series, those will now be uploaded on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So if you don't want to miss what happens next, make sure to check it out and join the update gang. Thanks for watching, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.